Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. What if the world we see is just one layer of reality? This is the story of Alex, whose life is shattered when an ancient entity claims his body. His girlfriend, Sarah, and occult expert Evelyn embark on a terrifying journey through possessions, rituals, and a battle to sever a centuries-old pact. Their fight escalates from a personal struggle to a city-wide crisis as the banishment of one entity tears the veil, attracting the attention of malevolent interdimensional forces known as the Architects of Dissolution. The city faces a subtle invasion of discord and unsettling dreams, forcing our heroes to forge an unlikely alliance with enigmatic observers from beyond our dimension. As the threat intensifies, the observers warn of even more dangerous entities drawn to the chaos. Alex, Sarah, and Evelyn, along with a network of allies, race against time to forge a defense, a shield against the encroaching darkness. The final battle will determine the fate of their city, a desperate fight to protect their reality from being consumed by ancient, hungry shadows. This is a story of love, resilience, and the terrifying truth of what lies beyond the veil. Get ready for a gripping saga where the fate of a city hangs in the balance against unimaginable interdimensional threats. Beyond the veil's edge, a breathless journey against interdimensional darkness and last hope. Stage 1, the whispers begin. Chapter 1, the stillness in the dark. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed a malevolent 3:07 a.m., the stark white numbers slicing through the oppressive darkness of my bedroom. It was a time I'd come to know intimately, a silent, liminal space where the veil between wakefulness and the subconscious felt thin, almost porous. Usually, this hour was reserved for the restless churn of thoughts, the anxieties of the day refusing to fully surrender to sleep. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was a stillness, a profound and unsettling quiet that pressed against my eardrums, amplifying the frantic thump-thump-thump of my own heartbeat. I lay on my back, the familiar contours of my mattress molding to my body, yet I felt strangely detached, as if observing myself from a distance. My eyelids felt glued shut, heavy and unresponsive to the insistent prodding of my will. It wasn't the pleasant languor of deep sleep. It was a stubborn paralysis, a frustrating inability to bridge the gap between awareness and action. My mind was awake, acutely so, processing the subtle shifts in the air, the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, the distant wail of the siren that seemed to underscore the silence rather than break it. A prickle of unease began to crawl beneath my skin, a sensation as subtle as a spider's, silky yet as persistent as a nagging worry. It wasn't a fear of anything specific, not yet, but a primal sense that something was wrong. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath. I tried to move a finger, just a twitch to reassure myself that my limbs were still mine. Nothing. The command from my brain seemed to hit a wall, a dead end in the intricate network of my nervous system. Panic, a cold and unwelcome guest, began to stir in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't just being sleepy. This was something else. My eyes finally, grudgingly, fluttered open. The darkness of my room was absolute, a thick, velvety blanket that swallowed all light. I strained my eyes, trying to discern familiar shapes. The outline of my bookshelf against the wall, the faint glow of the charging cable beside my bed. But everything was swallowed by the void. And then I saw it. At the foot of my bed, a darker patch in the already impenetrable blackness began to coalesce. It wasn't a solid form, not exactly, but a denser absence of light, a silhouette against the deeper dark. It was tall and vaguely humanoid, its edges indistinct, as if formed from smoke or shadow. My breath hitched in my throat, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. Fear, sharp and visceral, finally took hold, its icy tendrils wrapping around my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. I tried to scream, to call out for my girlfriend, Sarah, who was asleep in the next room, but my vocal cords were as unresponsive as my limbs. Trapped in this bizarre state of waking paralysis, the scream remained silent, desperate plea trapped within my skull. The shadowy figure at the foot of my bed remained still, an ominous sentinel in the darkness. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but its presence was palpable, a heavy weight in the room that had nothing to do with the air pressure. I felt a cold dread seep into me, a feeling of being watched, scrutinized by something ancient and unknowable. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. Stress? A vivid dream lingering at the edges of consciousness? Sleep paralysis. I'd read about it once, a temporary disconnect between mind and body, but the shadow, the oppressive feeling, it felt too real, too malevolent to be just a trick of my brain. The silence stretched, each passing second an eternity. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of movement, any shift in the oppressive darkness. But the shadow remained, a fixed point of terror at the foot of my bed. Then, a subtle shift. The indistinct edges of the figure seemed to sharpen, to become slightly more defined. I thought I could make out a head, a torso, the vague suggestion of limbs. And then a feeling, a cold, insidious whisper that seemed to bypass my ears entirely, resonating directly within my mind. Not alone. The words weren't spoken aloud, but the thought, the feeling, was undeniably there. A chilling intrusion into the privacy of my own mind. My fear spiked, morphing into a primal terror. This wasn't just sleep paralysis. This was something else. Something aware. The moment stretched, an agonizing tableau of silent dread. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the paralysis started to recede. A tremor ran through my fingers, then my hand, then my arm. The heavy weight on my chest began to lift, the suffocating pressure easing. I gasped, a ragged, desperate breath that tore through the silence. My eyes snapped shut, squeezed tight against the lingering darkness, against the memory of the shadow. I could move again, but the terror held me captive, a vice grip on my senses. Slowly, cautiously, I moved my arms, my legs. They felt heavy, unresponsive, as if they had just woken from a long slumber. I rolled onto my side, my back to foot bed, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I lay there for what felt like hours, my senses on high alert, straining to hear, to see, to feel anything out of the ordinary. But the room remained silent, still, the oppressive darkness slowly giving way to the faint pre-dawn light filtering through my curtains. Finally, exhaustion and the gradual return of a semblance of normalcy began to chip away at the terror. I sat up, my body stiff and sore, as if I had wrestled with an unseen force. I looked toward the foot of my bed, half expecting to see what? A lingering shadow? A physical trace of the night's terror? There was nothing, just the familiar clutter of my bedroom, the discarded clothes on the chair, the stack of books on the floor. Everything was as it should be, except for the lingering feeling, the cold dread that still clung to me like a shroud, and the memory of the whisper, that chilling intrusion into my mind. Not alone. I told myself it was a dream, a vivid hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. Sleep paralysis, just as the internet had described. But the feeling, the sheer, undeniable presence of that shadow, it felt too real to be just a figment of my imagination. The fear of sleep, a childish apprehension I thought I had long outgrown, began to take root in the fertile ground of that terrifying night. The thought of returning to that vulnerable state, that silent prison where unseen things could watch and whisper, sent a shiver down my spine. I got out of bed, my legs shaky, and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. The first pale light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gray and soft blue, a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness of my room. The familiar sounds of the city began to filter in, the distant rumble of traffic, the chirping of birds. The normalcy of the waking world felt like a fragile shield against the terror of the night. I needed to talk to Sarah. She was usually the voice of reason, the anchor that kept me grounded when my anxieties threatened to take flight. But even the thought of recounting the night's terror felt strange, almost embarrassing. How could I explain the feeling, the sheer, irrational dread that still clung to me? I walked to the bedroom door, my hand hovering over the cool metal of the knob. The silence from the other room was reassuring, a testament to Sarah's deep sleep. I hesitated, not wanting to burden her with my nighttime anxieties. But the memory of that shadow, the chilling whisper, it was a weight I couldn't bear alone. I needed to share it, to hear her rational explanation, to banish the lingering fear of the light of day and the comfort of her presence. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped into the familiar warmth of Sarah's room. The faint scent of her lavender shampoo a small reassurance in the lingering chill of my own terror. The night was over, but something had shifted, a subtle yet profound change in the landscape of my sleep, a whisper in the dark that hinted at a presence I could no longer ignore. And the fear, the insidious, creeping fear, had only just begun. Chapter 2, The Weight of Doubt. The pale morning light filtering through Sarah's window cast long shadows across the room, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness that clung to my own bedroom just hours before. Sarah stirred beside me, her breathing soft and even, the picture of peaceful slumber. I watched her for a moment, the gentle rise and fall of her chest a small anchor in the turbulent sea of my thoughts. I hadn't told her everything. Not yet. I'd mumbled something about a bad dream, a bout of sleep paralysis that felt particularly vivid. She'd offered a sleepy, sympathetic murmur and pulled me closer, her warmth a temporary balm to the lingering chill. But the words "not alone" still echoed in the hollow chambers of my mind, a cold, unwelcome refrain. The rational part of me, the part that valued logic and scoffed at superstition, desperately wanted to dismiss the experience as a night terror, a glitch in the complex machinery of my brain. Sleep paralysis, the internet had assured me, could be accompanied by hallucinations, vivid and terrifying. The shadowy figure, the feeling of a presence, all explainable by science. But the whisper, that was a sticking point. It hadn't sounded like a dream. It hadn't felt like a thought conjured from the depths of my own subconscious. It had felt external, an intrusion, and the sheer, bone-deep dread that accompanied it was unlike anything I had ever experienced in a nightmare. The weight of doubt pressed down on me, heavier than any phantom presence on my chest. Was I losing it? Was the stress of work, the anxieties of everyday life finally manifesting in such a bizarre and terrifying way? The thought was almost as frightening as the encounter itself. We got up eventually, the mundane rituals of the morning, making coffee, showering, the quiet conversation about the day ahead, a fragile attempt to restore normalcy. Sarah was bright and cheerful, oblivious to the internal turmoil that was churning within me. I forced a smile, played along, but the shadow of the night lingered, a cold stain on the edges of my perception. Throughout the day, the memory of the shadow and the whisper kept intruding. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision would send a jolt of anxiety through me. A sudden silence would amplify the echo of those chilling words. I found myself constantly scanning my surroundings, a subconscious vigilance that was both exhausting and unsettling. I tried to focus on work, on the deadlines looming and the endless stream of emails, but my concentration was shattered. My mind kept drifting back to the darkness, to the feeling of being trapped and watched. The logical explanations felt flimsy, inadequate against the raw, visceral memory of the terror. That evening, as the sky outside bled into hues of orange and purple, a sense of dread began to build within me. The thought of nightfall, of returning to my bedroom, and the vulnerability of sleep filled me with a cold apprehension. It wasn't just a fear of another episode of paralysis. It was a fear of it being there again, that shadowy presence, that chilling whisper. I found myself lingering in the living room, putting off the inevitable. I watched television, mindlessly scrolling through channels. The noise and flickering images, a poor substitute for genuine distraction. Sarah, sensing my unease, sat beside me, her hand resting gently on my arm. "You seem off," she said softly, her eyes filled with concern. "Is everything okay?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I was feeling without sounding crazy? How could I articulate the sheer, irrational terror of a shadow and a whispered thought? "Just a bad night," I mumbled, avoiding her gaze. The sleep paralysis was just intense. She squeezed my arm gently. "Maybe you should see a doctor, just to be sure everything's all right." The suggestion, though well-intentioned, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. What would I tell the doctor? That a shadowy figure whispered in my mind during sleep paralysis? They'd think I was delusional. "Maybe," I said non-committally, forcing another weak smile. "I'll see how I feel tomorrow." But deep down, I knew this wasn't just a physical issue. This was something else, something darker and more inexplicable. And the thought of facing another night, another descent into that terrifying stillness, filled me with a growing sense of dread. Later, as we lay in bed, the familiar darkness closing around us, my senses were on high alert. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the leaves outside the window, amplified in the silence. Sarah's breathing deepened beside me, a comforting sound that I clung to like a lifeline. But even her presence couldn't fully dispel the unease that coiled in my stomach. I lay on my back, my eyes wide open, staring into the darkness, half expecting to see that familiar, denser shadow at the foot of the bed. Hours crawled by, marked only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the nightstand. Sleep remained elusive, a distant shore I couldn't reach. My body ached with exhaustion, but my mind was a whirlwind of fear and doubt. Then it happened again. The familiar stillness descended, a heavy blanket of silence that pressed against my ears. My limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, that dreaded paralysis creeping over me like a cold wave. My eyes fluttered open, and the darkness in the room seemed to deepen, to become more oppressive. My heart began to pound, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. The prickle of unease returned, stronger this time, accompanied by a chilling sense of anticipation. I knew somehow that was back, and then I saw it. At the foot of the bed, the darker patch in the darkness began to form, more quickly this time, more defined. The vague humanoid shape solidified, its edges sharper, almost angular. I could make out a head, a narrow torso, the suggestion of long, spindly limbs. Fear, colder and more intense than before, gripped me. My silent scream lodged in my throat, a desperate plea that would never escape. The figure remained still for a moment, its presence radiating a palpable sense of intent. It wasn't just watching anymore. There was a focus, a directed energy that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. And then it moved, slowly, deliberately. It took a step closer, its silent movement somehow more terrifying than any sound. The darkness around it seemed to writhe, to deepen as it moved, as if it were drawing the very absence of light with it. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any escape, any sign of Sarah. But she remained asleep beside me, oblivious of the silent horror unfolding just a few feet away. I felt a crushing sense of isolation, trapped in this nightmare, while the person closest to me remained in peaceful slumber. The figure took another step, closing the distance between us. I could now make out more details, the way the darkness seemed to ripple around it, the faint suggestion of hollowed eyes staring in my direction, even though I couldn't see any actual features. And then the whisper came again, clearer this time, closer, as if it were right beside my ear, even though the figure was still at the foot of the bed. "We know you're awake." The words, cold and insidious, resonated directly within my mind, a violation more profound than any physical touch. It knew I was trapped, aware and utterly helpless. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. My heart hammered so violently I thought it would burst. I strained against the paralysis, every muscle in my body screaming for release, but my limbs remained stubbornly unresponsive. The figure took another step, and now it was at the side of the bed, its shadowy form looming over me. I could feel a coldness emanating from it, a bone-chilling presence that seemed to suck the warmth from a room. And then I felt it, a cold pressure on my chest, a heavy weight that stole my breath and amplified the terror. It felt like a hand, a large, icy hand pressing down, stealing the air from my lungs. My silent scream intensified, a desperate, internal cry for help. My eyes squeezed shut, tears leaking from the corners. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't escape the crushing weight and the terrifying presence looming over me. The pressure intensified, becoming almost unbearable. I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest, as if my ribs were about to crack. The darkness behind my eyelids swirled, and I felt myself losing consciousness. The terror fading into a black void. Then, just as before, the pressure began to lift. The coldness receded. The paralysis slowly released its grip. I gasped, sucking in air in ragged, desperate breaths. I opened my eyes, my vision blurry, my body trembling violently. The room was dark, but the oppressive presence was gone. The shadowy figure was no longer there. Sarah stirred beside me, groaning softly. "You okay?" she mumbled sleepily. "You were making noises." I couldn't speak, couldn't find the words to describe the terror I had just experienced. My chest ached, a dull, throbbing pain that felt disturbingly real. I lay there, panting, my heart still racing, the weight of doubt heavier than ever. It had happened again. It was getting closer. It was getting stronger. And the chilling whisper echoed in my mind, a terrifying confirmation. "We know you're awake." This wasn't just sleep paralysis. This was something else. And the fear, the gnawing, persistent fear, was tightening its grip on my waking hours, threatening to consume me entirely. The stillness in the dark had become a prelude to terror, and the weight of doubt was slowly giving way to the horrifying certainty that I was no longer alone in the silence of my own mind. Chapter 3. The Cold Residue. The lingering ache in my chest was the first tangible evidence that last night hadn't been just a nightmare. It wasn't the sharp, stabbing pain I'd felt during the paralysis, but a dull, persistent throb, a deep-seated discomfort that echoed the crushing weight I'd experienced. Each breath I took was a subtle reminder, a physical manifestation of the terror that had gripped me in the stillness of the dark. Sarah, thankfully, hadn't pressed the issue of my nighttime noises. She'd simply rolled over and gone back to sleep, her oblivion a stark contrast to the lingering adrenaline that coursed through my veins. I'd lain awake for hours after the second encounter, my senses on high alert, every shadow in the room seeming to ride with unseen possibilities. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by fragmented images of darkness and that looming, undefined shape. The morning felt tainted, the usual routines lacking their comforting familiarity. The coffee tasted bitter. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed to cast longer, more ominous shadows. I moved through the day with a leaden feeling, the weight of the previous night clinging to me like a damp shroud. The whisper, "We know you're awake," replayed in my mind with unnerving clarity. It wasn't just the words themselves, but the cold, knowing intent behind them that chilled me to the bone. It felt like a violation, an intrusion into the most private space of my being. I tried to rationalize it, to force it back into the realm of dreams and hallucinations. Stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. I recited the logical explanations like a mantra, but they felt hollow, inadequate against the visceral memory of the terror. The physical ache in my chest, however, was harder to dismiss. I examined myself in the bathroom mirror, looking for any visible marks. There was nothing, no bruise, no redness, just a faint indentation lines from my t-shirt. Yet, the pain persisted, a dull, internal echo of the crushing pressure. Doubt gnawed at me again. Was I truly losing my grip on reality? Could my mind conjure such a vivid and physically impactful hallucination? The thought was terrifying in its own right. I considered telling Sarah everything this time, laying out the full extent of my terrifying experiences. But the fear of sounding insane, of seeing that look of concern mixed with disbelief in her eyes, held me back. How could I explain the feeling of a shadowy presence, the chilling whisper in my mind? It sounded like something out of a bad horror movie, not the reality of my quiet, normal life. Instead, I retreated into myself, my thoughts a swirling vortex of fear and uncertainty. I found myself constantly distracted, my focus shattered. Even simple tasks felt monumental, requiring a Herculean effort of concentration. That afternoon, while working from home, I found myself compulsively researching sleep paralysis again. I delved deeper this time, beyond the basic explanations, searching for accounts that mirror my own. The feeling of malevolent presence, the sense of communication, the lingering physical sensations. I stumbled upon forums and online communities dedicated to the phenomenon, filled with stories that were both unsettling and strangely familiar. People described shadowy figures, whispers, feelings of being touched or held down, even sensations of pain. Some recounted experiences that went far beyond the scientific explanations, tales of recurring entities, and a sense of an intelligent, malevolent force. Reading these accounts sent a shiver down my spine. On one hand, it was a perverse comfort to know that I wasn't alone, that others had experienced similar terrors. But on the other hand, it shattered the fragile wall of rationalization I had tried to build. If these experiences were more than just hallucinations, then what was happening to me? One particular thread caught my attention, a long and detailed account from someone who described a recurring shadowy figure that seemed to evolve over time, becoming more defined and aggressive, just like the presence in my room. The poster described feeling like the entity was learning, growing stronger with each encounter. The chilling phrase, "they know when you're awake," appeared multiple times in their posts. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't just a random neurological glitch. There was a pattern, a consistency in these accounts that resonated with my own terrifying experiences. The feeling of being watched, the sense of a growing intelligence, it all pointed to something more sinister. The idea that this entity, whatever it was learning, adapting, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. If it knew I was awake during the paralysis, what else did it know? What were its intentions? The fear of sleep intensified, morphing into a gnawing anxiety that permeated my waking hours. The comfort of my own home, my own bedroom, had been tainted, transformed into a potential stage for this silent, terrifying drama. That evening, as dusk began to settle, I couldn't bear the thought of being alone. I insisted that Sarah and I watch a movie in the living room. The bright lights and mindless action, a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness and the memories it held. Sarah, still sensing my unease, snuggled closer, her warmth a small comfort. But even her presence couldn't fully dispel the cold residue of fear that clung to me. My eyes kept flicking toward the shadows in the corners of the room, my ears straining for any unusual sound. As the night wore on, the exhaustion finally began to win out. We moved to the bedroom, the familiar space now charged with an undercurrent of dread. Sarah fell asleep quickly beside me, her breathing soon filling the silence. But sleep remained a distant enemy for me. I lay on my back, staring into the darkness, my body tense, my mind racing. Every creak of the house, every rustle outside the window, amplified in the oppressive quiet. Hours passed, each one a battle against the encroaching sleep and the terrifying possibilities it held. I tried to focus on my breathing, on clearing my mind, but the image of that shadowy figure, the cold whisperer, kept intruding. Then, the familiar stillness descended again, heavier this time, more suffocating. The paralysis crept over me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness in the room seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. And there it was, at the foot of the bed. The shadow had returned. But it was different this time. It was taller, its form more defined, almost solid. I could make out the distinct outline of a head, shoulders, and long, skeletal limbs. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My silent scream was a desperate, internal plea. The figure didn't just stand there this time. It moved, slowly, deliberately, its shadowy form gliding across the floor towards the side of the bed. The air around it felt colder, heavier, as if it were drawing the very warmth from a room. As it drew closer, I could feel a palpable sense of malevolence radiating from it, a cold, predatory intent that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The feeling of being watched was amplified, as if those unseen eyes were boring into my very soul. And then, the whisper came, closer than ever, right beside my ear, a chilling breath in the silent darkness. "You can't hide." The words, laced with cold, knowing certainty, resonated deep within my mind, a terrifying confirmation that this entity was aware of my fear, my attempts to rationalize, my desperate desire to escape. It was no longer just a random occurrence. It was personal. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. The crushing weight on my chest returned, stealing my breath, amplifying the suffocating fear. I felt a cold, skeletal hand press down on my arm, the icy touch sending a jolt of pure dread through my paralyzed body. My silent screams intensified, trapped within the confines of my skull. Tears streamed down my face, hot against the cold paralysis. I was trapped helpless, at the mercy of this unseen, malevolent presence. The cold hand tightened its grip on my arm, the pressure becoming almost painful. I felt a strange, tingling sensation spread through my limb, as if the cold was seeping into my very bones. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body trembling violently. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. The room was dark, but the shadow was gone. The oppressive presence had lifted. Sarah stirred beside me, her brow furrowed. "Honey, you okay?" You were whimpering. This time, the physical residue was more pronounced. My arm ached where the cold hand had gripped me, a deep, bone-chilling pain that felt undeniably real. And the whisper, that cold, knowing voice, echoed in my mind, a terrifying promise. "You can't hide." The weight of doubt had finally been lifted, replaced by a terrifying certainty. This wasn't just sleep paralysis. This was something real, something malevolent, and it was getting closer. The stillness in the dark was no longer just unsettling. It was a prelude to a terror that was slowly consuming me. And the cold residue, both physical and mental, was a constant, chilling reminder that I was no longer alone. Chapter 4, The Branded Chill. The ache in my arm was undeniable. It wasn't the dull throb of a muscle strain. It was a deep, bone-chilling cold that seemed to emanate from within, a constant, icy reminder of the spectral grip that had violated my sleep. Even under the warm stream of the shower the next morning, the coldness persisted, a brand seared onto my very being. Sarah, bless her oblivious heart, was concerned by my restless night. She suggested I take a day off work, maybe try some relaxation techniques. Her concern was genuine, but it felt like a chasm separated our realities. She saw a troubled sleeper. I felt like prey being stalked in the darkness. I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the cold hand, not in detail. I mumbled something about a particularly vivid nightmare, the lingering sensation of pressure, the fear of her disbelief, the fear of being labeled unstable was a powerful silencer. The day crawled by, each hour punctuated by the insistent throb of my arm and the chilling echo of the whisper, "You can't hide." The normalcy of daylight offered little comfort. The terror of the night had bled into my waking hours, casting a pall over everything. I found myself constantly touching my arm, pressing into muscle, trying to dispel the deep cold that resided there. But it was like trying to warm a block of ice from the outside. The chill remained, a tangible link to the unseen horror that haunted my sleep. My online research intensified. I scoured forums, delved into obscure websites dedicated to sleep paralysis and paranormal encounters. The stories I found were a disturbing mix of the seemingly explainable and the utterly bizarre. Many described shadowy figures and oppressive feelings, but a growing number recounted physical sensations, even marks appearing after the episodes. One account chilled me to the core. A user described a recurring cold handprint appearing on their arm after particularly intense bouts of sleep paralysis. The prints would fade within minutes, leaving no trace, yet the coldness in the affected area would linger for hours, sometimes days. The description mirrored my own experience with unsettling accuracy. The idea that this wasn't just a mental phenomenon, that there could be a physical manifestation, however fleeting, was deeply disturbing. It suggested a level of interaction with the physical world that defied logical explanation. The fear of sleep, once a vague apprehension, had solidified into a concrete dread. My bedroom, my sanctuary, had become a place of terror. The thought of lying down in the darkness, surrendering to the vulnerability of sleep, filled me with a primal panic. That evening, I was unusually irritable. The slightest noise made me jump. I found myself snapping at Sarah over trivial things, my frayed nerves unable to cope with the everyday stresses. She looked at me with a mixture of concern and confusion. "Honey, what's really going on?" she asked softly, her hand reaching out to touch my arm, the very arm that still held that internal chill. I flinched slightly, pulling away. "Just tired," I mumbled, avoiding her gaze. "Didn't sleep well." But the lie felt heavy in the air between us, a growing distance created by my inability to share the true extent of my terror. Later, as we prepared for bed, the familiar ritual felt tainted. I moved through the motions mechanically, my mind racing, my senses on high alert. The darkness that crept into the room felt thick and expectant, no longer just the absence of light, but a tangible presence. Sarah fell asleep quickly, her even breathing a stark reminder of my own internal chaos. I lay beside her, stiff and tense, staring into the inky blackness, my arm throbbing with that persistent, icy cold. Hours passed, each tick of the clock a countdown to the potential return of the shadow. Sleep was a battlefield I was desperately trying to avoid, but exhaustion was a relentless adversary. Then it began again. The suffocating stillness descended, heavier than before, accompanied by a low, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to vibrate in the very air. The paralysis gripped me, a familiar yet ever-terrifying sensation. My eyes snapped open and the darkness felt alive, swirling with unseen energy. And there it was. At the foot of the bed, the shadow stood, its form now almost completely solid, its edges sharp and defined. I could clearly make out a gaunt, elongated figure, its head tilted as if in silent observation. I even thought I saw the faintest suggestion of hollowed eye sockets staring in my direction. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate plea. My silent screams were trapped within the confines of my paralyzed body. The figure moved with a slow, deliberate grace, gliding along the side of the bed. The cold emanating from it was intense, a palpable wave of icy air that prickled my skin even to the covers. As it drew closer, the low hum intensified, resonating in my skull, making my teeth ache. The feeling of malevolence was overwhelming, a palpable sense of predatory intent focused entirely on me. And then the whisper came, not just beside my ear this time, but directly into my mind, a cold, invasive thought that bypassed my hearing entirely. "You are ours." The words, filled with possessive, chilling certainty, resonated deep within my being, a terrifying declaration of ownership. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. The crushing weight on my chest returned, stealing my breath, the pain sharper this time, as if invisible fingers were digging into my sternum. The cold grip on my arm intensified, the icy sensation spreading further, reaching my hand, my fingers. My silent screams became more frantic, desperate pleas for release. Tears streamed down my face, mingling with the cold sweat that slicked my skin. I was trapped, utterly helpless, a prisoner in my own body, claimed by this unseen horror. The pressure on my chest became unbearable, the pain searing. The cold in my arm intensified, and then I felt something else, a faint, tingling sensation on my skin where the hand had been. Then, as abruptly as it began, the pressure lifted. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly released its hold. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking uncontrollably. I opened my eyes, my vision blurred with tears, my heart pounding a wild rhythm. The room was dark, but the shadow was gone. The oppressive presence had lifted, leaving behind only the lingering chill in my arm and the terrifying echo in my mind. Sarah stirred beside me, her voice thick with sleep. "Alex, what's wrong? You sound scared." This time, I couldn't hold it in. The terror, the physical pain, the sheer impossibility of what I was experiencing overwhelmed my fear of disbelief. "Sarah," I choked out, my voice trembling. It happened again. It was holding my arm. It whispered in my head. I finally told her everything. The shadowy figure, the whispers, the crushing weight, the cold hand, the possessive words. As I spoke, the raw terror of the experiences washed over me again, and I began to shake uncontrollably. Sarah listened, her initial sleepiness giving way to a growing concern. She reached out, her hand warm on my trembling arm, the arm that still felt like it held a core of ice. When I finally finished, the silence in the room felt heavy, charged with the weight of my words. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Alex," she said slowly, her voice hesitant, Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" The question, though understandable, felt like a blow. The cold in my arm, the lingering ache in my chest, the sheer terror of the experience. It all felt too real to be just a dream. "I know what I felt, Sarah," I said, my voice strained. "It was real. It's getting stronger. It said I was theirs." The fear in her eyes mirrored my own. The comfortable normalcy of our life had been shattered. The darkness of my sleep had seeped into our waking world. And the chilling touch of the unseen had left a brand on me, a cold residue of terror that refused to fade. The whispers had begun, and with each terrifying encounter, the presence was escalating, claiming me piece by piece in the stillness of the dark. Chapter 5. The Cracks in Reality. The silence that followed my confession to Sarah was thick with unspoken fear and a dawning unease. Her initial disbelief warred with the genuine terror in my voice and the visible tremor that still racked my body. She held my hand, her grip tight, her warmth a fragile barrier against the icy dread that clung to me. "Alex," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper, Maybe we should talk to someone, a doctor, a therapist." The suggestion hung in the air, heavy with the implication that my experiences might be rooted in something psychological. Part of me, the rational part clinging to the remnants of normalcy, wanted to agree. Maybe this was all in my head, a manifestation of stress and anxiety taken to a terrifying extreme. But the cold ache in my arm, the chilling clarity of the whisper, "You are ours," felt undeniably external. It felt like a violation, a claim staked upon my very being by something that existed beyond the realm of my own mind. "I know what I felt, Sarah," I repeated, my voice firmer this time, fueled by a desperate need to be believed. It wasn't a dream. It was real, and it's happening again and again, getting stronger each time. A flicker of doubt crossed her face, replaced by a look of worried concern. "Okay," she said slowly. "Okay, I believe you. Something is happening. But what do we do?" The question hung in the air, a stark reflection of my own helplessness. I had no answers, only the chilling certainty that I was being targeted by something I couldn't see, couldn't touch, couldn't understand. We spent the rest of the night in a state of tense wakefulness. Sarah held me close, her presence a small shield against the darkness that felt so menacing. But even her warmth couldn't fully penetrate the icy dread that had taken root within me. Every creak of the house, Every rustle outside the window sent a jolt of fear through me. The anticipation of that suffocating stillness and the return of the shadow a constant, gnawing anxiety. Sleep, when it finally came in the weak light of dawn, was shallow and filled with fragmented nightmares, echoes of the looming figure and the cold, possessive whisper. I woke feeling exhausted and on edge, the lingering chill in my arm a constant reminder of the terror of the night. The following day was a blur of fear and paranoia. I couldn't focus on work, my mind constantly replaying the terrifying encounters. Every shadow seemed to hold potential threat. Every silence felt pregnant with an unseen presence. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, a primal instinct to detect the predator that haunted my sleep. Sarah, though visibly shaken by my account, tried to be supportive. She researched sleep paralysis online, her brow furrowed as she read about the potential for vivid hallucinations and the feeling of a malevolent presence. But even the scientific explanation seemed inadequate in the face of my visceral terror and the lingering physical sensations. Maybe we should look into other things, she suggested tentatively that evening, her voice hesitant. Things beyond the medical explanations. A flicker of hope ignited within me. Was she finally starting to believe that this was more than just a sleep disorder? We spent hours at night delving into the darker corners of the internet, exploring forums and websites dedicated to paranormal experiences. We read accounts of shadow people, entities that manifested during sleep paralysis, and even stories of malevolent forces that seemed to target individuals. The similarities between these accounts and my own experiences were both chilling and validating. The shadowy figures, the oppressive feelings, the whispers, the sense of a growing intelligence, they all echoed the terror that had become my nightly reality. One account, in particular, struck a chord. A user described a recurring entity that had initially been a distant shadow, but had gradually become more defined and aggressive, eventually claiming to own the person during their paralysis. The user had also experienced lingering coldness and even temporary marks after the encounters. As Sarah read the account aloud, her voice trembling slightly, a cold dread washed over me. It felt like reading a terrifying roadmap of my own escalating nightmare. This is too similar, Alex, she said, her eyes wide with fear. What if this isn't just sleep paralysis? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of the unknown. The rational explanations felt increasingly flimsy, the scientific reassurances hollow. A terrifying possibility began to take root in my mind. What if the cracks in my reality were widening, revealing a darkness that science couldn't explain? That night, the fear of sleep was almost unbearable. We left the lights on in the bedroom, a pathetic attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. Sarah held me tightly, her warmth a small comfort in the face of my mounting terror. But even the light and her presence couldn't fully dispel the anticipation of the inevitable. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would return. The possessive whisper echoed in my mind, a constant, terrifying reminder of the claim that had been staked upon me. Sleep eventually claimed me, dragging me down into its dark embrace despite my desperate resistance. And then, the familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever before. The low hum that had accompanied the last episode returned, vibrating in the very air, making my teeth ache. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome prison. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness of the room felt thick, pulsating with an unseen energy. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The shadow was no longer just a vague form. It was almost entirely solid, its features sharp and distinct in the oppressive darkness. I could see the gaunt outline of a face, the hollow sockets where eyes should have been, a narrow, cruel mouth twisted into a silent sneer. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My silent screams were trapped, useless pleas in the face of this tangible nightmare. The figure moved with a deliberate, predatory grace, gliding along the side of the bed. The cold emanating from it was intense, a palpable wave of icy air that seemed to steal the very warmth from my body. The low hum intensified, resonating deep within my skull, amplifying the terror. And then it reached out, a long skeletal hand. Its fingers tipped with what looked like sharp claws, extended towards me, its movement slow and deliberate, filled with a terrifying intent. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest returned, stealing my breath, the pain searing. The cold in my arm intensified, spreading like icy tendrils through my body. The skeletal hand reached my face, its cold, sharp fingers brushing against my cheek. A jolt of pure terror shot through me, a violation so profound it felt like a piece of my soul was being touched, claimed. And then the whisper came, closer than ever, directly into my mind, a cold, possessive command that echoed the chilling words from the previous night. "You belong to us." The words resonated deep within my being, a terrifying pronouncement of ownership. My silent screams intensified, desperate pleas for release. Tears streamed down my face, mingling with the cold sweat that slicked my skin. I was trapped, utterly helpless, claimed by this malevolent entity in the silent darkness. The cold fingers tightened on my cheek, the pressure increasing, a sharp, stinging pain accompanying the icy touch. I felt a strange pulling sensation, as if something was trying to draw me out of my body. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking violently. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. The room was dark, but the shadow was gone. The oppressive presence had lifted, leaving behind only the lingering chill in my arm and a terrifying echo in my mind. Sarah stirred beside me, her eyes fluttering open. "Alex, what is it? You were screaming in your sleep." This time, the line between dream and reality felt irrevocably blurred. The terror was too real, the physical sensations too intense, the chilling words too invasive to be dismissed as mere nightmares. The cracks in my reality were widening, and I was falling into the darkness that lay beyond. The whispers had become commands, and the escalating presence was claiming me, piece by piece, in the terrifying stillness of the night. Chapter 6. The Fractured Mirror. Sarah's words hung in the air, thick with concern and a growing fear that mirrored my own. Screaming? I hadn't been able to make a sound. Not a single audible cry had escaped my paralyzed throat. The terror had been a silent, internal maelstrom. The fact that she had heard something, a vocalization from my trapped body, only amplified the unsettling reality of what was happening. I don't know, I stammered, my voice hoarse and trembling. The memory of the skeletal hand brushing my cheek, the cold, possessive command echoing in my mind, still sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. But it was there, Sarah. It was right there. The dim light of early morning painted her face with shadows, highlighting the worry etched around her eyes. She reached out, her hand warm as it tentatively touched my cheek, the very spot where the icy fingers had been. A wave of nausea washed over me at the contact, a visceral recoiling from the phantom touch. It felt cold. I whispered, the words catching my throat. So cold. Sarah pulled me closer, her embrace tight and reassuring, but I felt a growing distance between us, a chasm carved by the incomprehensible nature of my experiences. How could she truly understand a terror being claimed by a shadow, of hearing voices in the silence of your own mind? The day that followed was a descent into a heightened state of anxiety. Sleep was no longer a respite, but a terrifying threshold. Every moment of wakefulness was spent in a state of hypervigilance, my senses straining for any sign of the encroaching darkness and the entity it concealed. I tried to work, but my concentration was non-existent. The lines of code on my screen blurred into meaningless symbols, my thoughts consumed by the gaunt face and the chilling pronouncements. The world around me felt muted, distant, as if a thin veil separated me from the vibrant reality everyone else inhabited. My reality was fractured, tainted by the encroaching presence. Sarah, bless her unwavering support, spent the day researching alongside me. We delved deeper into the obscure corners of the internet, reading countless accounts of sleep paralysis, shadow people, and paranormal encounters. The more we read, the more unsettling the parallels became. The descriptions of the entities, their behavior, the accompanying sensations, they echoed my experiences with an unnerving accuracy. We found account of entities that whispered possessive phrases, of cold, skeletal hands, of feeling of being claimed or owned during the paralysis. Some even described a sense of the entity learning and growing stronger with each encounter. The recurring themes painted a terrifying picture, suggesting that I wasn't alone in this horrifying ordeal. That evening, Sarah suggested something I had been subconsciously avoiding, looking for a logical medical explanation. We made an appointment with a sleep specialist, a small beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The appointment was still a few days away, but the act of taking control, of seeking help in the tangible world, offered a sliver of comfort. But even the prospect of a medical explanation couldn't fully quell the deep-seated fear that this was something more, something beyond the realm of science. The cold residue in my arm, the chillingly clear whispers in my mind, they felt too real, too intentional to be mere neurological misfires. That night, the fear of sleep was almost paralyzing in itself. We left multiple lights on in the bedroom, casting long, distorted shadows that danced on the walls, ironically amplifying my paranoia. Sarah insisted on holding me as we drifted into a fitful, uneasy slumber. But even her protective embrace couldn't keep the darkness at bay. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, vibrating through the mattress, resonating in my bones. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, alive, swirling with an unseen energy. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The figure was no longer just a shadow. It was almost entirely solid, its form gaunt and skeletal, its features sharp and cruel. The hollowed eye sockets seemed to pierce the darkness, focusing intently on me. The silent sneer on its narrow mouth was more pronounced, more menacing. But tonight, there was something different. As the figure glided closer, its movements fluid and predatory, I saw something reflected in the darkness behind it, something that sent a fresh wave of terror crashing through me. It was me, or rather, a distorted, shadowy reflection of myself, standing just behind the entity, its form mimicking the figure's movements with an unsettling synchronicity. It wasn't a mirror image, but a fractured, twisted version, as if a part of me was being drawn into darkness, becoming one with the entity. The sight was deeply disturbing, a violation of my very sense of self. It felt like the entity wasn't just an external presence, but something that was somehow connected to me, feeding off my fear, perhaps even trying to consume me from within. The skeletal hand reached out again, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my face. But this time, as it drew closer, the shadowy reflection behind the entity mirrored the movement, its own distorted hand reaching out in unison. And then, the whisper came, not just into my mind, but as if spoken aloud in the silent room, a cold, possessive voice that seemed to emanate from both the entity and the fractured reflection behind it. "You are becoming one of us." The words resonated deep within my being, a terrifying pronouncement of assimilation. Panic surged through me, a primal scream trapped within my paralyzed body. The crushing weight on my chest intensified. The cold in my limbs spread like tendrils of ice. The skeletal fingers touched my cheek, the icy cold seeping into my skin. The pulling sensation returned, stronger this time, as if something was trying to draw my essence out, to merge it with the darkness. I fought back with every ounce of my being, a silent, internal struggle against the encroaching darkness. I focused on Sarah's presence beside me, on the warmth of her hand, clinging to the last vestiges of reality. Then, just as before, the pressure released, the cold receded, The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking violently. I opened my eyes, my vision blurred with tears. The room was dark, but the shadow was gone. The low hum had faded. Sarah stirred beside me, her eyes filled with concern. "Alex, what was it? You were whimpering and thrashing." The fractured mirror, the shadowy reflection of myself, was gone too. But the image remained seared into my mind, a terrifying glimpse into the entity's intentions. It wasn't just tormenting me. It was trying to absorb me, to make me a part of its darkness. The cracks in my reality were no longer just widening, they were shattering. The line between the external horror and something internal, something deeply connected to me, was blurring. The whispers had become pronouncements of ownership and assimilation, and the escalating presence was no longer just an external threat. It felt like a part of me was being dragged into the abyss, piece by terrifying piece. The fear of sleep had become a fear of losing myself entirely in the stillness of the dark. Chapter 7, The Lingering Image. The fractured mirror, that distorted reflection of myself lurking behind a gaunt figure, haunted my waking thoughts with chilling persistence. It wasn't just a terror of the entity itself, but the implication that it was somehow connected to me, a twisted echo lurking just beyond the veil of my perception. The thought was a parasitic invasion, a violation of my very sense of self that burrowed deep beneath my skin. Sarah, witnessing my increasing distress and the fragmented, terrified accounts I could manage to articulate, grew more determined to find answers. Our appointment with a sleep specialist was still a few days away, a frustrating delay that felt like an eternity in the face of this escalating nightmare. In the meantime, she immersed herself in online research, her initial skepticism slowly eroding as the parallels between my experiences and the accounts of others became undeniable. We found more stories of shadow figures mimicking the movements of the paralyzed individual, a disturbing suggestion of a parasitic connection. Some accounts even hinted at the entity attempting to merge with or consume the dreamer, a terrifying echo of the fractured mirror I had witnessed. The idea that this wasn't just an external tormentor, but something that sought to assimilate me, fueled a new level of panic. The fear of sleep was no longer just a fear of being paralyzed and watched. It was a fear of losing myself, of becoming one with the darkness. The day was a blur of anxious anticipation and fragmented conversations with Sarah, each attempt to articulate the horror feeling inadequate. The lingering cold in my arm was a constant, physical reminder of the entity's touch, a brand that refused to fade. I found myself staring into mirrors, searching for any subtle change in my reflection, any hint of the twisted image I had seen in the darkness. But there was nothing. My reflection remained stubbornly, terrifyingly normal. That evening, Sarah, her voice filled with mixture of concern and a newfound urgency, suggested we try something different. "There are people who deal with this kind of thing, Alex," she said hesitantly, scrolling through something on her laptop. "Paranormal investigators, spiritual advisors." My initial reaction was one of skepticism, a knee-jerk dismissal of anything that veered into the realm of the unscientific. But the sheer impossibility of what I was experiencing, the inadequacy of medical explanations, had begun to erode my rational defenses. Desperation was a powerful motivator. You think that could help?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the hope in it fragile and hesitant. Sarah nodded, her eyes fixed on the screen. "I don't know, Alex, but we have to try something. We can't just wait for you to be consumed by this thing." The word consumed hung in the air, heavy with the terrifying implication of the fractured mirror. We spent the rest of the evening researching local paranormal investigators, their websites filled with grainy photos, amateur videos, and testimonials that range from a vaguely unsettling to the outright unbelievable. It felt like a desperate plunge into the unknown, a gamble on something I had always dismissed as fantasy. Eventually, we settled on a small, independent group with relatively coherent testimonials and a focus on helping individuals experiencing persistent paranormal phenomena. Their website was simple, almost amateurish, but there was a sense of genuine concern in their words. We sent them a detailed email outlining my experiences, the escalating nature of the encounters, the physical sensations, the whispers, and the terrifying image of the fractured mirror. The act of writing it all down, of putting the incomprehensible into words, felt strangely cathartic, a small step towards acknowledging the terrifying reality of what was happening. But it also amplified the fear, solidifying the unbelievable into a tangible narrative. That night, the anticipation of a response from the investigators added another layer of anxiety to the already oppressive dread of sleep. We left all the lights on in the bedroom, the artificial brightness a weak shield against the darkness that felt so alive. Sarah held me close, her warmth a small comfort against the icy tendrils of fear that coiled within me. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by vivid, disturbing dreams. The gaunt figure loomed in the shadows, its hollow eyes fixed on me, while behind it, the fractured mirror reflected a distorted, fading image of myself. I woke several times in a cold sweat, the lingering terror making my heart race. The following day crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every notification on my phone sent a jolt of anxiety through me, the desperate hope that it was a response from the investigators' battle with the fear of another nightfall. The cold ache in my arm was a constant, throbbing reminder of the entity's touch, a physical anchor to the terrifying reality of my sleep. Finally, late in the afternoon, a reply arrived. It was a brief but empathetic email from the paranormal investigation group. They expressed concern and asked for more details, suggesting a phone call to discuss my experiences further. A fragile seed of hope sprouted in the barren landscape of my fear. We scheduled a call for the following morning, a small beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. The prospect of talking to someone who might understand, who might have encountered similar phenomena, offered a sliver of relief, a sense that I wasn't entirely alone in this terrifying ordeal. That night, however, felt particularly heavy. The anticipation of the call, the potential for validation and help, was overshadowed by the immediate dread of sleep. The memory of the fractured mirror, the chilling implication of assimilation, loomed large in my mind. We left every light in the apartment on, a desperate attempt to push back the darkness. Sarah insisted on sleeping in the living room with me, her presence a constant, tangible reassurance. But even her closeness couldn't fully dispel the icy tendrils of fear that gripped me. Sleep, when it finally came, was a descent into a particularly vivid and terrifying nightmare. I was standing in a vast, empty darkness, the gaunt figure looming before me, its hollow eyes burning with an ancient malice. Behind it, the fractured mirror reflected not just a distorted image of myself, but multiple fading reflections, as if pieces of my being were being slowly absorbed into the darkness. The entity reached out, its skeletal hand extending towards me, and as it touched my chest, a searing coldness spread through my body, a feeling of being hollowed out from within. The whisper came, not just in my mind, but echoing all around me, a chorus of cold, possessive voices. You are fading. You are becoming one of us. I woke with a gasp, my heart pounding, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The image of the fading reflections, the feeling of being hollowed out, clung to me with terrifying clarity. The fractured mirror wasn't just a visual horror. It felt like a tangible representation of what was happening to me. The lingering cold in my arm was more intense than ever, a deep, bone-chilling ache that seemed to spread through my entire limb. The fear of sleep had reached a new level, a primal terror of losing not just my peace, but my very self, to the encroaching darkness and the entity that lurked within it. The whispers had become a chorus of assimilation, and the escalating presence felt like it was on the verge of claiming me entirely, leaving behind only a fractured reflection in the endless night. Chapter 8, The Uneasy Alliance. The lingering terror of the fading reflections of my nightmare clung to me throughout the next day, a chilling premonition of a slow, insidious erasure. The cold ache in my arm had become a constant companion, a throbbing reminder of the entity's touch that no amount of warmth could dispel. The anticipation of the phone call with the paranormal investigators was a fragile lifeline in the encroaching darkness, a desperate hope for understanding and intervention. Sarah, though visibly exhausted from our sleepless nights and my escalating fear, remained steadfastly by my side. Her initial apprehension had morphed into a determined resolve to help me. Her belief in my experiences solidified with each terrifying account and the undeniable distress I exhibited. She fielded work calls with hushed tones, her focus primarily on me, her worry a tangible presence in the apartment. The morning call with the paranormal investigators felt surreal. On the other end of the line was a calm, measured voice, a woman named Evelyn who introduced herself as a lead investigator. She listened patiently as I recounted my experiences, her occasional questions insightful and focused, probing for details I hadn't even consciously registered. She didn't dismiss my terror or offer simplistic explanations, instead acknowledging the unsettling parallels to other cases they had encountered. Evelyn spoke of recurring shadow entities, of feelings of being watched and touched during sleep paralysis, and even of the disturbing phenomenon of entities mimicking or reflecting the dreamer. Her calm demeanor and the validation in her words offered a sliver of relief, a sense that I wasn't entirely alone in this terrifyingly bizarre ordeal. She asked about the specifics of the whispers, the physical sensations, and the visual details of the entity and the fractured mirror. As I described them, her responses became more focused, her tone shifting from general concern to a more targeted inquiry. She mentioned the possibility of a parasitic entity, one that feeds off the dreamer's energy and fear, potentially attempting to integrate itself with the host's subconscious. The description sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me, echoing the terrifying imagery of my nightmare. Evelyn suggested a preliminary investigation, a remote analysis based on the information I had provided, followed by a potential in-person visit if the initial assessment warranted it. She emphasized the importance of documenting everything, the frequency and details of the episodes, any lingering physical sensations, and any recurring visual or auditory elements. She also advised against trying to confront the entity directly, stressing potential for escalating the situation. The call ended with a fragile sense of hope, an uneasy alliance formed with strangers who existed in a realm I had previously dismissed as fantasy. But their understanding, their validation, offered a lifeline in the face of the encroaching darkness. That day, Sarah and I began meticulously documenting my experiences. We kept a journal by the bed, recording the time, duration, and specific details of each episode, no matter how fragmented or terrifying. Describing the horror in stark, written words somehow made it feel both more real and slightly more manageable, a way to externalize the terror that had been festering within me. As night approached, the familiar dread returned, amplified by the unsettling information Evelyn had shared. The idea of a parasitic entity feeding off my fear, potentially trying to merge with me, was deeply disturbing. The thought of sleep felt less like a descent into unconsciousness and more like surrendering to an unseen predator. We left the lights on again, the artificial brightness a weak comfort. Sarah held me close as we lay in bed, her presence a tangible anchor to reality. But the image of the fractured mirror, the fading reflections, lingered in my mind, a chilling reminder of potential for a slow, insidious loss of self. Sleep, when it finally came, was a battlefield of fitful dreams and anxious awakenings. The gaunt figure haunted the edges of my subconscious, its hollow eyes filled with malevolent intent. The fractured mirror remained a constant, terrifying presence, reflecting not just my distorted image, but the growing darkness within me. Then, the familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, vibrating through the mattress, resonating deep within my bones. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, alive, swirling with unseen energy. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more defined than ever before, its skeletal form almost entirely solid. The hollowed-eye socket seemed to pierce the darkness, focusing on me with an unnerving intensity. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth was unmistakable. But tonight, the fractured mirror behind it was different. It no longer reflected just a distorted image of myself. Instead, it showed a fleeting glimpse of something else, something ancient and dark, a swirling vortex of shadows that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. The connection to me felt less direct, more like I was a conduit, a gateway to something far older and more sinister. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my chest. As it drew closer, the vortex in the fractured mirror intensified, its swirling shadows reaching out like tendrils. And then the whisper came, not just into my mind or spoken aloud, but resonated within my very bones, a chorus of ancient, guttural voices that spoke a language I didn't understand but felt deep within my soul. The gate weakens. The vessel yields. The words, though incomprehensible, conveyed a terrifying sense of purpose, a feeling that I was being used for something far beyond my understanding. Panic surged through me, a primal scream trapped within my paralyzed body. The crushing weight on my chest intensified. The cold in my limbs spread like tendrils of ice, reaching my core. The skeletal fingers pressed into my chest, the icy cold searing through my skin. The pulling sensation returned, stronger than ever, as if something was trying to rip my very essence from my body, to draw it into the ancient darkness reflected in the fractured mirror. I fought back with every fiber of my being, a silent, desperate struggle against the encroaching void. I focused on Sarah's presence, on the fragile hope offered by Evelyn's call, clinging to the remnants of my will. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking violently. I opened my eyes, my vision blurred with tears. The room was dark, but the shadow was gone. The low hum had faded. Sarah stirred beside me, her eyes filled with a deep, unsettling concern. "Alex, what happened? You were chanting something. It didn't sound like English." Her words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Chanting? I hadn't made a sound, not consciously. The ancient, guttural voices of my mind, had they somehow manifested physically? The fractured mirror, the ancient darkness, the incomprehensible words, the escalating presence was no longer just tormenting me. It was using me, a vessel for something far older and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The uneasy alliance with the paranormal investigators felt like a fragile raft in a vast, uncharted ocean of darkness. Chapter 9. The Echoes of the Old Tongue. Sarah's words hung in the air, heavy with fear that now matched my own. Chanting? You were saying things? It sounded ancient. The idea that the guttural pronouncements from my paralyzed nightmare had somehow escaped my lips, that the ancient language echoing in my mind had manifested physically, was profoundly disturbing. It suggested a level of influence, a depth of connection to this entity that I hadn't yet comprehended. The rest of the night was spent in a state of terrified wakefulness. Sarah held me, her touch a desperate anchor to reality, her eyes wide with fear that mirrored my own. We replayed the chilling details of the encounter, the fleeting glimpse of the ancient darkness in the fractured mirror, the incomprehensible words that had resonated within my very bones and seemingly escaped my lips. The fragile hope offered by Evelyn's call now felt overshadowed by a growing sense of dread, a feeling that we were dealing with something far older and more powerful than we had initially imagined. The next day, the anticipation for Evelyn's in-person visit was almost unbearable. Every creak of the apartment, every shadow that danced in the periphery amplified my anxiety. The cold ache in my arm was a constant, throbbing reminder of the entity's touch, a physical manifestation of the unseen presence that had invaded my life. The call with Evelyn had been a lifeline, a validation of the terrifying reality I was experiencing. But the chanting, the echoes of the old tongue escaping my lips, introduced a new, deeply unsettling dimension to the horror. It suggested that I wasn't just being tormented. I was being used, a conduit for something ancient and malevolent, Evelyn arrived in the late afternoon, a woman in her late 30s with calm, focused demeanor that offered a small measure of reassurance. She carried a bag filled with an array of unfamiliar equipment, EMF readers, audio recorders, and devices I couldn't immediately identify. Her presence brought a sense of purpose to the chaotic fear that had consumed our apartment. She spent hours interviewing me and Sarah, meticulously documenting every detail of my experiences. From the initial unsettling stillness to the chilling whispers, the physical sensations, the visual manifestations, and the disturbing events of the previous night. She listened intently, her questions precise and probing, occasionally glancing at the notes she was taking in a small, leather-bound notebook. When I recounted the chanting, the ancient-sounding words that Sarah had heard, her expression shifted, a flicker of something akin to recognition crossing her face. "Did it sound like any language you've ever heard before?" she asked, her voice low and serious. I shook my head, the memory of the guttural sounds sending a shiver down my spine. No, it was alien, primal, like something old. Evelyn nodded slowly, her gaze distant for a moment. There are entities that can communicate through their hosts, using vocalizations that are not of this time. Her words sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me, confirming my growing fear that I was a vessel for something ancient and malevolent. She then began to set up her equipment, placing EMF readers in various locations around the bedroom, explaining that they could detect unusual electromagnetic fields that sometimes accompanied paranormal activity. She also set up audio recorders, hoping to capture any unexplained sounds during the night. As darkness began to fall, a palpable tension filled the apartment. The artificial light seemed inadequate against the encroaching shadows, the silence punctuated by the rhythmic beeping of Evelyn's equipment. The familiar dread of sleep loomed large, now compounded by the unsettling possibility of channeling an ancient, malevolent force. Evelyn explained that she would stay the night, monitoring the situation and intervening if necessary. Her calm presence offered a small measure of comfort, but the underlying fear remained, a knot of anxiety in the pit of my stomach. We spent the evening in a state of uneasy anticipation, the silence broken only by Evelyn's quiet explanations of her equipment and the occasional hushed conversation. Sarah stayed close, her hand often finding mine, her fear a tangible link between us. As the hour grew late, the weight of exhaustion began to pull at me. Evelyn instructed us to try and sleep, assuring us that she would be alert and monitoring the situation. Lying in bed, the darkness feeling thick and expectant despite the presence of Evelyn's equipment, was an exercise in pure terror. Sleep came fitfully, a restless descent into a world of fragmented nightmares and anxious awakenings. The gaunt figure loomed in the shadows of my subconscious, its hollow eyes burning with an ancient malice. The fractured mirror reflected swirling darkness and fleeting glimpses of incomprehensible symbols. Then, the familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, vibrating through the mattress, resonating deep within my bones. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, alive, swirling with an unseen energy. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more defined than ever, its skeletal form almost entirely solid. The hollowed eye socket seemed to pierce the darkness, focusing on me with an unnerving intensity. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth was unmistakable. But tonight, the fractured mirror behind it pulsed with an even darker energy. The swirling vortex of shadows was more intense, and within it, I saw fleeting glimpses of ancient symbols, glyphs that seemed to writhe and shift. The connection to something ancient and malevolent felt stronger than ever. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my forehead. As it drew closer, the ancient symbols in the fractured mirror seemed to glow with an inner light. And then the whisper came, not just into my mind or spoken aloud, but resonated within my very skull, a torrent of the ancient tongue, the guttural pronouncements more forceful and insistent than before. I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, a strange tingling sensation spreading through my head. The vessel is ready. The gate will open. The words, though still incomprehensible, conveyed a terrifying sense of imminence, a feeling that whatever this entity was trying to achieve was reaching a critical point. Panic surged through me, a primal scream trapped within my paralyzed body. The crushing weight on my chest intensified. The cold in my limbs spread like tendrils of ice, reaching my brain. Then I felt it, a strange vibration in my vocal cords, an involuntary twitching of my tongue. And then the ancient words, the guttural pronouncements from my nightmare, began to escape my lips, a low, resonant chanting that filled the silent room. Sarah gasped beside me, her hand flying to her mouth. Evelyn moved quickly, her EMF reader buzzing erratically as she approached the bed, her face grim. The chanting continued, a terrifying echo of something ancient and malevolent pouring forth from my paralyzed body. The fractured mirror pulsed with dark energy, the ancient symbols glowing brighter. The entity's hollow eyes focused intently on my forehead, a silent command in the oppressive darkness. The gate was weakening, and I, the unwilling vessel, was yielding to the echoes of the old tongue. Chapter 10, The Threshold. The guttural chanting that erupted from my paralyzed body filled the room with an ancient, unsettling resonance. It wasn't my voice, not entirely. It was deeper, rougher, imbued with a power that felt both alien and terrifyingly intimate. Sarah's terrified gasp and Evelyn's swift approach were blurred at the edges of my constricted awareness. My focus was drawn inward, to the strange vibrations of my vocal cords, the involuntary movements of my tongue, the feeling of something alien using my physical form as a conduit. Evelyn's EMF reader screamed, its digital display flashing wildly as she held it near my head. "The energy readings are off the charts," she murmured, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and grim determination. "Something is definitely trying to come through." The chanting intensified, the ancient words resonating within my skull, accompanied by a growing pressure behind my eyes. The fractured mirror at the foot of the bed pulsed with dark, swirling energy, the ancient symbols within it glowing with an eerie luminescence. The gaunt figure loomed over me, its hollow eyes fixed on my forehead, a silent, insistent command in the suffocating darkness. I felt a strange sensation, as if a part of me was being pulled forward, drawn towards the entity and the swirling vortex in the mirror. It wasn't physical movement, but a shift in my consciousness, a terrifying merging of my awareness with something ancient and cold. Panic, raw and primal, clawed at the edges of my awareness. I fought against the encroaching darkness, against the feeling of being a puppet on unseen strings. I tried to scream, to break free from the paralysis, but my body remained stubbornly unresponsive, a vessel being used against my will. Evelyn moved quickly, producing a small, intricately carved wooden box from her bag. She opened it, revealing a collection of dried herbs and what looked like small, smooth stones. She began to chant in a low, steady voice, the words a stark contrast to the guttural pronouncements emanating from me. The air in the room seemed to crackle with conflicting energy, a silent battle between the ancient force using my body and Evelyn's attempts to disrupt it. As Evelyn chanted, the pressure behind my eyes intensified, and I saw flashes of images in my mind, fleeting glimpses of a dark, desolate landscape, of towering, cyclopean structures, and of shadowy figures moving with an unnatural grace. The images were alien and terrifying, hinting at the origin of the entity that was trying to break through. The chanting from my own lips faltered, the ancient words stuttering as Evelyn's counterchant seemed to disrupt the flow. The energy readings on her EMF reader fluctuated wildly, the buzzing becoming erratic. The gaunt figure at the foot of the bed seemed to react, its hollow eyes narrowing, a silent snarl twisting its cruel mouth. The swirling vortex in the fractured mirror intensified, and the ancient symbols within it pulsed with a violent light. Then the paralysis began to recede, slowly, grudgingly. A tremor ran through my fingers, then my hand, then my arm. The guttural chanting died down, replaced by my own ragged breaths. The pressure behind my eyes lessened, and the alien images in my mind began to fade. I gasped, sucking in air, my body trembling violently. The oppressive stillness in the room seemed to lessen, replaced by the crackling energy of Evelyn's counterchant and the frantic beeping of her equipment. The gaunt figure at the foot of the bed remained, its hollow eyes fixed on me, but the intense energy seemed to have dissipated slightly. The swirling vortex and the fractured mirror still pulsed, but the ancient symbols were less vibrant. Evelyn continued her chant, her voice steady and unwavering. She moved closer to the bed, sprinkling the dried herbs around me and placing the smooth stones on my chest and forehead. The air around me felt cooler, charged with a different kind of energy. Slowly, the gaunt figure at the foot of the bed began to fade, its sharp edges blurring, its solid form becoming translucent. The fractured mirror's dark energy lessened, the ancient symbols dimming until they were no longer visible. Finally, the figure vanished entirely, leaving only the lingering chill in the air and the frantic beeping of Evelyn's EMF reader, which was slowly returning to more normal readings. The ancient chanting emanating from me ceased, replaced by my own shaky breaths and the sound of Evelyn's steady counterchant. The paralysis completely lifted, and I sat up in bed, my body weak and trembling, my mind reeling from the terrifying experience. Sarah rushed to my side, her arms wrapping around me in a tight embrace, her relief palpable. Evelyn continued her chant for several more minutes, her voice gradually softening. When she finally stopped, the silence in the room felt heavy, charged with the residue of the battle that had just taken place. What was that? I managed to croak out, my voice hoarse and shaky. Evelyn looked at me, her expression serious. That was an attempt, a strong one. It was trying to use you as a gateway. The word gateway sent a fresh wave of fear through me. The ancient language, the swirling darkness, the feeling of being pulled forward. It all pointed to something far more sinister than a simple haunting. The chanting, the language, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. An ancient tongue, Evelyn confirmed. A language tied to entities that have existed for millennia. It was trying to open a threshold. The implications of her words were terrifying. This wasn't just about tormenting me in my sleep. This was about something trying to break through into our world, using me as the key. Evelyn explained that her counterchant and the protective herbs and stones had managed to disrupt the process, at least for now, but she stressed that the entity was strong and persistent. This won't be the last attempt, she said grimly. It knows you are sensitive, that you have a connection. We need to understand why now. The realization that this was just a beginning, that I was a target in a battle against an ancient malevolent force, was overwhelming. The whispers had escalated into a terrifying attempt at possession, a step through a threshold I hadn't even known existed. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn felt like our only hope against the encroaching darkness, a fragile shield against a power that had echoed through the ages and was now focused entirely on me. The stillness in the dark had become the prelude to a war for my very soul. Stage 2, the entity learns. Chapter 11, the lingering resonance. The aftermath of the attempted breakthrough left a residue in the apartment, a palpable tension that clung to the air like a damp shroud. The scent of the dried herbs Evelyn had scattered lingered, a strange, earthy aroma mingling with the mundane smells of our daily lives, a constant reminder of the night's terrifying events. The wooden box containing her protective stones sat on my nightstand, a silent sentinel against the darkness that felt like it was merely biding its time. Sleep was a battlefield I approached with trepidation. The memory of the guttural chanting escaping my lips, the feeling of being a conduit for something ancient and malevolent, was a chilling violation. Even with Evelyn's assurances and protective measures she had put in place, the fear of surrendering to unconsciousness, of becoming vulnerable once more, was a heavy weight in my chest. Sarah, though visibly shaken, remained a pillar of support. She slept beside me, her presence a tangible comfort, her hand often finding mine in the darkness. But the fear in her eyes mirrored my own, a shared understanding of the terrifying reality that had invaded our lives. The next few nights were relatively uneventful, a fragile lull in the storm. I still experienced the suffocating stillness of sleep paralysis, the oppressive darkness, but the gaunt figure remained distant, a shadowy presence at the foot of the bed. The whispers returned, faint and indistinct, like the echoes of a half-forgotten nightmare. But the ancient chanting did not recur, and the fractured mirror remained dormant, its swirling darkness subdued. This reprieve, however, did little to ease the underlying anxiety. It felt like a strategic retreat on the entity's part, a moment to regroup and learn from its failed attempt. Evelyn's words echoed in my mind. This won't be the last attempt. It knows you are sensitive, that you have a connection. The connection, that was the key, the unsettling link that made me a target. Evelyn had theorized that something in my lineage, or perhaps an event tied to the location of our apartment, had made me susceptible, a beacon for this ancient entity. We had begun researching the history of the building and the surrounding area, delving into old records and local lore, searching for any clue that might explain this terrifying intrusion. The building itself was relatively new, a modern complex built on what had once been undeveloped land on the outskirts of the city. Initial records offered little in the way of a dark history, nothing to suggest a site of ancient rituals or tragic events. But as we dug deeper, venturing into local historical societies and online archives, a few unsettling details began to emerge. The land where our apartment now stood had once been part of a larger estate, owned by a family with long and somewhat eccentric history. Rumors persisted of strange practices, of late-night gatherings and unusual symbols found on the property. One particularly disturbing account spoke of a hidden chamber beneath the original estate house, a place where old rites were said to have been performed. While the estate house had long since been demolished to make way for the modern development, the possibility of a lingering resonance, a psychic imprint on the land, was unsettling. Evelyn also explored my family history, asking about any unusual experiences or beliefs passed down through generations. My family history was unremarkable, a typical American tapestry of immigrants and hard-working individuals with no known connection to the occult or paranormal. This dead end only amplified the mystery, making the entity's focus on me feel even more arbitrary and terrifying. As the days passed, the entity's presence in my sleep began to subtly shift. The whispers became clearer, though still fragmented and unsettling. They no longer felt random. There was a sense of intent behind them, as if the entity was trying to communicate, to learn my fears and vulnerabilities. Cold, alone, afraid. These single words, spoken in that chilling, disembodied whisper, echoed in the suffocating darkness, targeting my deepest anxieties. The entity seemed to be probing, testing the waters, learning what truly terrified me. The gaunt figure also began to exhibit slight changes in its behavior. It no longer remained a static shadow at the foot of the bed. It would move slowly, deliberately, gliding closer during the paralysis, its hollow eyes seeming to study me with an unnerving intensity. There was a sense of observation, of analysis, in its silent movements. One night, during the paralysis, as the figure stood at the side of the bed, its skeletal hand twitched slightly, the long, sharp fingers flexing as if in anticipation. It didn't touch me, but the gesture was a clear escalation, a hint of the physical torment to come. The fractured mirror also began to exhibit subtle changes. The swirling darkness within it would occasionally coalesce into fleeting shapes, indistinct and unsettling, like half-formed thoughts or memories. It felt like the entity was trying to show me something, to communicate on a visual level as well. These subtle shifts in the entity's behavior, the clearer whispers, the deliberate movements, the fleeting shapes in the mirror, all pointed to a disturbing conclusion. The entity was learning. It was adapting its tactics, probing my weaknesses, and growing more confident with each encounter. The fragile lull in the storm felt like the deceptive calm before a more violent tempest. The weight of this realization was crushing. The fear of sleep returned with a vengeance, compounded by the terrifying understanding that I was not dealing with a mindless entity, but with something intelligent, something that was actively trying to break me, to use me. Evelyn's return visit was scheduled for the end of the week. In the interim, she urged us to continue documenting everything and to try to maintain a sense of normalcy during the day, however difficult that felt. But the normalcy of our lives had been irrevocably shattered, replaced by a constant undercurrent of fear and the chilling anticipation of the darkness. Each night felt like a descent into a terrifying experiment, a silent observation by an unseen intelligence that was slowly unraveling my deepest fears. The whispers had begun, but now they carried a chilling intent, a sense that the entity was no longer just an unwelcome presence, but an active, learning adversary. The threshold had been tested, and the entity was now probing for weaknesses, preparing for its next, undoubtedly more forceful attempt. The lingering resonance of the ancient tongue felt like a dormant seed, waiting for the right moment to bloom into full, terrifying manifestation. Chapter 12, The Geography of Fear. The subtle shifts in the entity's behavior during my sleep instilled a gnawing unease that permeated my waking hours. The clearer whispers, no longer random but targeted at my deepest anxieties, felt like insidious probes, mapping the geography of my fear. The deliberate movements of the gaunt figure, its silent observation, suggested a growing awareness, a chilling intelligence at work in the darkness. The fleeting shapes within the fractured mirror felt like half-formed messages, a nascent form of communication that bypassed spoken words. Evelyn's return visit felt both anticipated and dreaded. While her presence offered a sense of security and potential path forward, it also underscored the gravity of the situation. The fact that a paranormal investigator was now actively involved in our lives was a stark reminder that we were dealing with something far beyond the realm of bad dreams or sleep disorders. She arrived with more equipment this time, including infrared cameras and specialized audio recording devices designed to capture subtle energy fluctuations and low-frequency sounds. She meticulously re-examined the bedroom, taking readings and setting up her monitoring systems in different locations. The fact that it's adapting its behavior is concerning, she said, her brow furrowed as she reviewed my detailed journal entries. It suggests a level of awareness and intent that we can't underestimate. The whispers targeting your specific fears, that's a classic manipulation tactic. It's trying to amplify your anxiety, to feed off that energy. Her words resonated with the terrifying reality of my nightly experiences. The cold, disembodied whispers echoing words like cold, alone, afraid, felt like personalized attacks, exploiting my deepest vulnerabilities. Evelyn also focused on the fleeting shapes I had witnessed in the fractured mirror. Did they resemble anything specific? She asked, her gaze intense. Any symbols, faces, places? I struggled to articulate the fleeting images. They were indistinct, I said, trying to recall the shadowy forms. Like half-formed faces, maybe? Or patterns. Nothing I recognized. It could be trying to communicate on a subconscious level, to plant images or ideas in your mind, Evelyn explained. Or it could be showing you glimpses of its own realm, its own nature. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The idea of peering into the entity's world, even in fragmented glimpses, was deeply unsettling. That night, with Evelyn monitoring from the living room, sleep felt like stepping onto a tightrope over an abyss. Every creak of the house, every rustle outside the window, amplified my anxiety. The small blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment in the corner of the room were a fragile reassurance against the overwhelming darkness. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, expectant. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more defined than ever, its skeletal form almost entirely solid. The hollowed eye socket seemed to pierce the darkness, focusing on me with an unnerving intensity. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth was unmistakable. But tonight, the fractured mirror behind it was more active, the swirling darkness within it coalescing into more distinct shapes. I saw fleeting images of twisted trees, a sky filled with swirling dark clouds, and the vague outlines of what looked like ancient, crumbling structures. The glimpses were brief and disorienting, but they conveyed a sense of age, decay, and profound otherworldliness. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my head. As it drew closer, the whispers began, clearer and more insistent than before. "We know what you fear most." The chilling words echoed in my mind, a direct assault on my deepest anxieties. Images flashed through my thoughts. The fear of losing Sarah, the fear of being alone, the fear of my own sanity unraveling. The entity seemed to be taunting me, wielding my own fears against me. The skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the icy cold seeping into my skin. The pulling sensation returned, a subtle tugging at my consciousness, as if the entity was trying to pry open a door within my mind. Then, the fractured mirror intensified, the swirling darkness within it briefly forming a distinct, terrifying image of my own face, contorted in a silent scream, the eyes wide with unimaginable terror. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a lingering sense of profound unease. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest returned, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice. Then a new sensation, a faint pressure on my temples, a subtle throbbing that resonated with the low hum in the room. It felt like the entity was trying to access my thoughts directly, to bypass the barrier of spoken words. The whispers continued, now laced with a chillingly personal tone. "You will break. You will join us. There is no escape." The words felt like insidious seeds being planted in my mind, trying to erode my will, to break my resistance. The geography of my fear was being mapped, and the entity was now attempting to claim it as its own territory. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking violently. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment. The gaunt figure was gone, the low hum subsided. Evelyn rushed in, her face etched with concern. What happened? The energy spikes were significant. Did it communicate? I struggled to articulate the chilling whispers, the fleeting images in the mirror, the terrifying feeling of a mental intrusion. The entity was learning, adapting, and its attacks were becoming more direct, more personal. The geography of my fear was no longer just being mapped. It was being invaded. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn felt like a fragile defense against a growing, intelligent threat that was learning my weaknesses and preparing for a more forceful assault on my mind itself. The threshold had been tested, and now the entity was probing the very boundaries of my consciousness. Chapter 13, The Language of Shadows. The chillingly personal nature of the whispers, the fleeting but terrifying image of my own screaming face in the fractured mirror, and the unsettling sensation of mental intrusion left me feeling exposed, my innermost fears laid bare for the entity to exploit. Sleep became an act of utter vulnerability, a surrender to a darkness that was no longer just an external threat, but felt like an insidious presence burrowing into the very core of my being. Evelyn, witnessing my escalating distress and the increasingly disturbing details I recounted, grew more concerned. The entity's ability to target my specific fears and sensation of mental probe suggested a level of intelligence and connection that was deeply troubling. "It's learning your language, Alex," she said, her brow furrowed as she reviewed my latest journal entries. "Not just your spoken language, but the language of your fears, your anxieties. The image in the mirror, that was a direct psychological attack, designed to amplify your terror and weaken your resistance." Her words resonated with the chilling reality of my nightly torment. The entity wasn't just a shadowy figure lurking in the periphery of my sleep. It was actively engaging with my psyche, using my own vulnerabilities against me. That night, Evelyn adjusted her equipment, adding sensors designed to detect subtle changes in brainwave activity during my sleep. If it's trying to access your mind directly, this might give us some indication, she explained, attaching small electrodes to my forehead and temples before I went to bed. The act felt invasive, yet offered a sliver of hope that we might gain some insight into the entity's methods. Sarah, her own fear evident in her tightly clasped hands, held me close as we lay in the darkness. The small blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment in the corner of the room felt like watchful eyes, a fragile barrier against the encroaching dread. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate within my very skull. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost sentient. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more defined and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to writhe with an unnatural energy, and the hollowed eye sockets focused on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to widen, as if it were anticipating my terror. The fractured mirror behind it was more active than ever, the swirling darkness within it now forming complex, shifting patterns that seemed to writhe and pulse. I saw fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures moving in impossible geometries, of landscapes that defied earthly physics, and of symbols that felt ancient and malevolent, though I couldn't decipher their meaning. The mirror felt less like a reflection and more like a window into the entity's own terrifying reality. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my head. As it drew closer, the whispers began clearer and more insistent, now laced with chillingly familiar tone, as if the entity was mimicking my own internal anxieties. You are losing control. It's just a dream. No one will believe you. The words echoed in my mind, preying on my fears of losing my sanity, of being dismissed, of being trapped in this nightmare alone. The entity was using the language of my own doubts against me, trying to erode my will to fight. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the pressure on my temples intensified, accompanied by a sharp, stabbing pain that felt like an ice pick being driven into my skull. The mental intrusion was stronger than ever, a feeling of something cold and alien probing my thoughts, sifting through my memories, searching for weaknesses. Then, the fractured mirror intensified, the complex patterns within it briefly forming a series of images, fleeting glimpses of moments from my past, moments of fear, of vulnerability, of loss. The entity was dredging up my deepest traumas, weaponizing my own history against me. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest had turned, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a searing pain that felt like my bones were being frozen from the inside out. Then, the whispers shifted again, no longer mimicking my anxieties, but speaking in a cold, authoritative tone, the language of command. Silence. Obey. You are ours to command. The words felt like an attempt to assert control, to break my will and force my compliance. The entity was no longer just taunting me. It was trying to enslave my mind. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded. The paralysis slowly began to lift. I gasped, sucking in air, my body shaking violently, the sharp pain in my temples lingering. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment. The gaunt figure was gone, the low hum subsided. Evelyn rushed in, her face etched with concern. "Alex." The brainwave activity spiked dramatically. It was trying to interface directly with your mind. Did you hear anything? Feel anything? I struggled to articulate the terrifying mental intrusion, the feeling of my thoughts being probed, the weaponization of my own fears and memories, the chilling commands. The entity was learning my language, the language of my deepest vulnerabilities, and was now attempting to exert direct control over my mind. It was in my head, I stammered, my voice hoarse and trembling. It knew my fears, my memories. It tried to control me. Evelyn's face was grim. This is escalating quickly. It's becoming more aggressive, more direct. The fact that it's attempting mental intrusion, that's a significant development. It suggests it's trying to bypass your conscious resistance. The language of shadows, the whispers that preyed on my deepest fears, the fractured mirror that dredged up my past traumas, the chilling commands that sought to enslave my mind. The entity was learning, adapting, and its attacks were becoming increasingly sophisticated and terrifyingly personal. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn felt like a fragile shield against a growing, intelligent adversary that was now attempting to invade the very sanctuary of my thoughts. The threshold had been tested, the geography of my fear mapped, and now the entity was attempting a full-scale invasion of my mind itself. Chapter 14, The Tangible Chill. The attempted mental intrusion left me feeling violated. My thoughts no longer a private sanctuary, but battleground for an unseen adversary. The chilling precision with which the entity had weaponized my deepest fears and dredged up past traumas underscored its growing intelligence and its increasingly invasive tactics. Sleep was no longer just terrifying. It felt like a dangerous vulnerability, a state in which my very mind could be manipulated and controlled. Evelyn was visibly disturbed by the escalation. The direct mental assault indicated a significant increase in the entity's power and its desperation to break through. She spent the day analyzing the data from her equipment. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she reviewed the erratic brainwave activity spikes recorded during the night. "The patterns, they're not random," she said, her voice low and thoughtful. "There are distinct signatures that correspond with the periods when you reported the mental intrusion and the intensified whispers. It's as if it's trying to establish a direct neural link." Her words sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. The idea of this entity forging connection directly to my brain, bypassing my conscious defenses, was a terrifying prospect. It felt like the final barrier was being breached, leaving me utterly exposed. That night, Evelyn introduced a new element to her protective measures. She performed a cleansing ritual in the bedroom, burning sage and chanting softly in a language I didn't understand. The scent of the burning herbs filled the air, a pungent aroma that felt both ancient and strangely comforting. She explained that the ritual was meant to purify the space and create a barrier against negative energies. Sarah, her fear still palpable but now mixed with a growing sense of determination, held my hand tightly as we lay in the darkness. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse with renewed intensity, as if bracing for another onslaught. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the very mattress. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace. My eyes snapped open and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost predatory. And it was there, standing at the foot of bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to radiate a palpable cold, and the hollowed eye sockets focused on me with an intensity that felt like physical pressure. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of anticipation, as if it knew its efforts were nearing fruition. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with dark, chaotic energy, the swirling patterns within it now forming grotesque, fleeting images of faces. Not my own this time, but ancient, distorted visages filled with malice and despair. The mirror felt like a window into a realm of pure suffering. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my head. As it drew closer, the whispers began, not in my mind this time, but as a cold, sibilant voice that seemed to slither through the very air in the room. "The connection weakens you. Your thoughts are ours to sift. Soon, there will be no resistance." The voice was chillingly real, no longer just a mental intrusion, but an audible manifestation of the entity's presence. The fact that it could now speak aloud in my paralyzed state was a terrifying escalation. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the cold intensified, seeping deeper into my skull. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a sharp, stabbing pain that felt like nails being driven into my brain. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, a feeling of something tearing through my thoughts, ripping apart my memories. Then, a new sensation, a physical one. A bone-chilling cold began to emanate from the point of contact on my forehead, spreading rapidly through my head and down my spine. My teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and my body trembled violently beneath the paralysis. The fractured mirror intensified, the grotesque faces within it seeming to leer at me, their silent screams echoing the terror in my own mind. The air in the room grew colder, the tangible chill a physical manifestation of the entity's growing power. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest returned, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs intensifying, now accompanied by a deep, aching pain that felt like my bones were being compressed. Then, the audible voice spoke again, closer now, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph. The threshold is near. Your will is fading. Soon you will be silent forever. The words felt like a death knell, a pronouncement of my impending doom. The tangible chill that had gripped my body intensified, and I felt a strange numbness spreading through my limbs, as if my connection to my physical form was being severed. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though a deep, bone-chilling residue remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably. The audible voice faded into silence. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning. My head throbbed with searing pain, and the tangible chill that had gripped me lingered, a deep, internal cold that no amount of blankets could dispel. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever. Evelyn rushed to my side, her face pale with concern. "Alex, what happened?" I heard a voice, a cold voice. I struggled to articulate the terrifying escalation, the audible voice, the intense physical cold, the feeling of my mind being ripped apart. The entity was learning, adapting, and its attacks were now manifesting in the physical realm, its influence extending beyond the confines of my mind. It spoke. I stammered, my voice hoarse and trembling. A cold voice. I felt so cold, like I was freezing from the inside out. Evelyn's face was grim. This is a significant escalation. The fact that it can now manifest audibly and induce such a strong physical reaction. It's growing stronger. Its connection to you is deepening. The tangible chill, that's a classic sign of a powerful negative entity drawing energy from its surroundings, from you. The tangible chill, the audible voice. The entity was no longer confined to the realm of shadows and whispers. It was breaking through, manifesting its presence in the physical world, learning to manipulate not just my mind but my very body. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn felt increasingly fragile against this growing, intelligent, and now physically manifesting threat. The threshold was no longer just near. It felt like it was being crossed, the boundaries between my world and the entities blurring with terrifying speed. Chapter 15, The Fractured Reality. The tangible chill that had gripped me during the last encounter lingered even in the warmth of daylight. A deep, bone-chilling cold that no amount of blankets or hot showers could fully dispel. It felt like a part of the entity had somehow latched onto me, a parasitic tendril extending its icy grip into my waking hours. The memory of its cold, sibilant voice echoing the room, no longer confined to the silent prison of my mind, was a constant source of dread. The boundaries between the nightmare and reality were blurring with terrifying speed. Evelyn was deeply concerned by the entity's growing ability to manifest physically. The tangible chill and the audible voice were clear indicators of its increasing power and its deepening connection to me. She spent the day poring over her notes and the data from her equipment, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a palpable sense of urgency. "It's drawing energy from you, Alex," she explained, her voice tight with worry. "The stronger the manifestation, the more it's feeding off your life force, your fear. The fact that it can now speak audibly means it's gaining a stronger foothold in our reality." Her words amplified my terror. I felt like a battery being drained, my energy slowly being siphoned away by this unseen, malevolent force. The thought of it gaining a stronger foothold in our reality, extending its influence beyond my sleep, was a chilling prospect that threatened not just me but Sarah as well. That night, Evelyn's preparations were more elaborate. She created a circle of salt around the bed, explaining that salt was a traditional barrier against negative energies. She also placed small, polished stones at each of the cardinal directions, each stone inscribed with symbols I didn't recognize. The room felt less like a bedroom and more like a makeshift ritual chamber, a fragile sanctuary against the encroaching darkness. Sarah, her face pale but her resolve firm, held my hand as we lay within the salt circle. The air felt heavy, charged with a strange energy. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse in rhythm with the frantic beat of my heart. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate within the very bones of the apartment. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt more constricting than before. My eyes snapped open and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost predatory. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to flicker at the edges, as if it were partially in and partially out of our reality. The hollowed eye sockets burned with an icy intensity, and the cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of triumph. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, permeating the air in the room. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid. But tonight, there was something new within the swirling darkness. Fleeting glimpses of our apartment, distorted and decaying, as if the entity was projecting its influence onto our waking world. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my chest. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, closer and more insistent than before. "The veil thins. Your world becomes ours. Soon you will see as we see." The words were a chilling pronouncement of an impending invasion, a merging of its terrifying reality with our own. The fleeting glimpses of our distorted apartment in the mirror amplified this fear, suggesting that its influence was already seeping into our waking lives. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my chest, the cold intensified, spreading through my torso like liquid nitrogen. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my skull was being split open. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, a feeling of something tearing through my thoughts, twisting my memories into grotesque parodies of themselves. Then, the fractured mirror intensified, the distorted images of our apartment becoming clearer and more sustained. I saw our living room filled with shadows, the furniture twisted into monstrous shapes. I saw our kitchen, the walls peeling and cracked, as if ravaged by time and decay. I even saw a fleeting image of Sarah, her face contorted in silent terror, her eyes wide with an unseen horror. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest intensified, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing pain that felt like my very soul was being ripped apart. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a hint of something else, a disturbing familiarity. "You cannot deny your heritage. The blood remembers. Soon you will welcome us." The word struck a chord of deep, unsettling resonance within me, a feeling that this wasn't just a random attack, that there was a connection I didn't understand, a link to something in my past that was drawing this entity to me. Then, Just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though the deep, internal chill remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably, the blinding pain in my head throbbing relentlessly. The audible voice faded into silence, but the chilling words about my heritage echoed in my mind. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning. My head throbbed with a searing pain, and the distorted images of our apartment lingered in my mind, a terrifying glimpse of fractured reality. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment and the soft flickering of the salt circle. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever, and the air was thick with a tangible cold. Evelyn rushed to my side, her face pale and drawn. "Alex, what happened?" The energy readings were chaotic. Did it show you something?" I struggled to articulate the terrifying merging of realities, the distorted images of our apartment, the chilling words about my heritage. The entity was learning, adapting, and its influence was now bleeding into our waking world, hinting at a connection I couldn't comprehend. It showed me our apartment," I stammered, my voice hoarse and trembling, but twisted, decaying, and it said something about my heritage, my blood. Evelyn's eyes widened with a dawning realization. "Your heritage? Your bloodline? We need to look into this deeper. Alex, this changes everything." The fractured reality I had glimpsed in my sleep, the chilling words about my heritage. The entity wasn't just an external threat. It felt intrinsically linked to me, to my past, to something buried deep within my bloodline. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn now felt like the first step on a much longer, much more personal, and far more terrifying journey into the heart of this escalating nightmare. The threshold was no longer just being crossed. It felt like the very fabric of my reality was beginning to unravel. Chapter 16, The Tangled Roots. The chilling words about my heritage, about my blood remembering, echoed in my waking thoughts, a seed of terrifying possibility planted in the fertile ground of my fear. The distorted images of our apartment, glimpses of fractured reality bleeding into our own, underscore the entity's growing power and its increasingly invasive influence. The tangible chill that clung to me felt less like an external presence and more like an internal corruption, a coldness seeping from the inside out. Evelyn's demeanor shifted from concerned investigator to someone grappling with profound and unsettling revelation. The mention of my heritage had clearly struck a nerve, suggesting a deeper connection to the entity than a random haunting. She spent the day immersed in research, her laptop open to genealogical databases and obscure historical archives, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. "The blood remembers," she murmured, more to herself than to me, as she scrolled through lines of text on her screen. That's not a common phrase in these types of cases. It suggests a lineage, a connection passed down through generations. She peppered me with questions about my family history, going back further than before, asking about any unusual stories, beliefs, or even recurring dreams within my family. I racked my brain, tried to recall any anecdotes passed down through the years, any whispers of strange or unexplained. But my family history remained stubbornly ordinary, a tapestry woven with the threads of immigration, hard work, and the mundane details of everyday life. There were no tales of ancestral curses, no whispers of dark rituals, nothing to explain this terrifying connection. Sarah, her initial fear now tempered by a growing sense of grim determination, joined Evelyn in the research, her sharp mind and methodical approach proving invaluable in sifting through the vast amounts of information. Together, they pieced together fragments of local history, focusing on the lineage of the families who had owned the land before our apartment complex was built. The name Blackwood kept resurfacing. The Blackwood estate had been extensive, and the family had a long and somewhat isolated history in the region. Evelyn uncovered accounts of their unusual practices, their fascination with ancient symbols, and whispers of rituals performed in secret. The hidden chamber beneath the original estate house previously a vague rumor, now felt like a significant point of interest. The Blackwoods, they were different, Evelyn explained, her voice low and serious. They weren't well liked by the other families in the area. There were rumors of dark dealings, of them dabbling in things they shouldn't have. As she delved deeper into the Blackwood family tree, a chilling connection began to emerge. A distant ancestor of mine, a woman named Eleanor Vance, had married into the Blackwood family in the late 18th century. The records were sparse, but there were hints of conflict, of Eleanor's eventual estrangement from the Blackwoods, and her return to her own family under mysterious circumstances. Eleanor Vance, Evelyn murmured, her finger tracing a name on the screen. She married into the Blackwood line, but the record suggests it was a troubled union. There are gaps, silences, almost as if her time with them was deliberately erased. The phrase, "the blood remembers," took on a new, sinister meaning. Could this entity be tied to the Blackwood lineage? And was my distant connection to them somehow making me a target? Was Eleanor Vance's troubled past with the Blackwoods echoing through generations, finally reaching me in the darkness of my sleep? That night, the atmosphere in our apartment was thick with a tense anticipation. The salt circle around the bed felt less like a protective barrier and more like a stage for the escalating horror. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse with a frantic energy. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt more constricting than ever before. My eyes snapped open and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost suffocating. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, and the hollowed eye sockets burned with an icy intensity. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of ancient triumph. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, permeating the very air I struggled to breathe. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid, and within the swirling darkness, the distorted images of our apartment were more sustained, more real, as if the entity's reality was actively bleeding into ours. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my head. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, laced with chillingly familiar tone and a hint of ancient knowledge. The blood calls to us. The bond was forged long ago. You cannot escape your inheritance. The words struck that deep, unsettling chord within me again, amplified by the revelations about my connection to the Blackwood lineage. It felt like an ancient, inescapable destiny was unfolding in the darkness of my bedroom. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the cold intensified, seeping deeper into my skull. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my very mind was being torn apart. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, dredging up not just my own fears and memories, but fleeting, disturbing images that felt alien yet strangely familiar. Glimpses of dark rituals, of ancient symbols, of faces that weren't my own but felt somehow connected to me. The fractured mirror intensified. The distorted images of our apartment now overlaid with the ancient symbols Evelyn had found in her research on the Blackwoods, glowing with an eerie luminescence. The two realities, ours and the entity's, seemed to be merging, the tangible world around me becoming tainted by the ancient darkness. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest intensified, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing pain that felt like my very soul was being ripped apart. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a disturbing sense of ancient entitlement. Welcome home, descendant. The blood remembers. Now you will serve. The words were a terrifying pronouncement of my fate, a chilling confirmation that this wasn't just a random haunting, but something tied to my very lineage. The tangible chill intensified, and I felt a strange pull, a sensation of being drawn toward the entity, towards the swirling darkness in the fractured mirror. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though the deep, internal chill remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably, the blinding pain in my head throbbing relentlessly. The audible voice faded into silence, but the chilling words about my inheritance echoed in the fractured reality of my mind. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning. My head throbbed with searing pain, and the distorted images of our apartment, now overlaid with ancient symbols, lingered in my vision. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment and the flickering salt circle. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever, and the air was thick with a tangible cold, a chilling reminder of the tangled roots that connected me to this ancient horror. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn now felt like the first step on a terrifying journey into the dark secrets of my own bloodline, a journey where the threshold between worlds was crumbling and the past was reaching out to claim me in the stillness of the night. Chapter 17. The Echoes of Eleanor. The revelation of my ancestral connection to the Blackwood lineage cast a pall of dread over our apartment. The chilling words, "Welcome home," descended, echoing in the silence like a morbid invitation. The distorted images of our home, tainted by ancient symbols, felt like a violation, a foreshadowing of a reality twisted by the entity's presence. The tangible cold that clung to me felt less like an external intrusion and more like a hereditary mark, a chilling inheritance passed down through generations. Evelyn was visibly shaken by the discovery. The direct address, the mention of blood and lineage, pointed to a targeted haunting, a connection far deeper and more personal than a random encounter. She spent the day poring over fragmented history of Eleanor Vance and her ill-fated marriage to the Blackwood family, searching for any detail that might shed light on the entity's nature and its connection to me. The erasure of Eleanor's time with the Blackwoods is significant, Evelyn explained, her voice low and thoughtful. It suggests something traumatic, something the family wanted to bury. Could she have been involved in whatever dark practices they were known for? Could she have somehow angered this entity? The limited records offered more questions than answers. There were hints of Eleanor's strong will and independent spirit, traits that might have clashed with the secretive and potentially sinister nature of the Blackwood family. The circumstances of her return to her own family were shrouded in mystery, described only as a period of ill health and spiritual distress. Sarah, her fear now intertwined with fierce protectiveness, suggested we try to find any surviving descendants of Eleanor Vance, hoping they might hold some forgotten knowledge or family lore that could explain our current predicament. The search proved difficult. The threads of lineage tangled and faded over centuries. That night, the atmosphere in our apartment was heavy with a sense of foreboding. The salt circle around the bed felt like a fragile boundary against an ancient, familial claim. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to flicker with an almost frantic energy. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate deep within the very structure of the building. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt more constricting than ever before. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost suffocating. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to writhe with ancient power, and the hollowed eye sockets burned with icy intensity, focused on me with possessive hunger. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of inevitability. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to seep into my very bones. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid. And within the swirling darkness, The distorted images of our apartment were more sustained, now overlaid with fleeting glimpses of an old, grand house, decaying and shadowed, bearing a striking resemblance to descriptions of the original Blackwood estate. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my chest. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, laced with a chillingly familiar tone and a sense of ancient entitlement, now tinged with a hint of impatience. The blood calls, but the spirit resists. The echoes of Eleanor linger, but the inheritance will be claimed. The mention of Eleanor's name sent a jolt of unease through me. Was her resistance somehow echoing through my bloodline, a faint barrier against the entity's claim? As the skeletal fingers brushed against my chest, the cold intensified, spreading through my torso like liquid nitrogen. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my very skull was being crushed. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, dredging up not just my own fears and memories, but vivid, disturbing flashes of a woman's face. A face I didn't recognize, yet felt a strange, unsettling connection to. A face filled with sorrow and defiance. Eleanor. The fractured mirror intensified, the distorted images of our apartment now almost entirely replaced by the decaying Blackwood estate. Within its shadowed halls, I saw fleeting glimpses of figures moving in the darkness, performing strange rituals, their faces obscured by shadow. And among them, a woman with a strong, defiant gaze, Eleanor. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest intensified, stealing my breath, the cold in my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing pain that felt like my very soul was being ripped apart. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a disturbing sense of ancient frustration. Her blood flows in you, a stubborn echo, but the pact was made long before. You will yield, as she could not. The words hinted at a past conflict, a resistance that Eleanor had shown but ultimately failed to maintain. Was I destined to repeat her fate? Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though the deep, internal chill remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably, the blinding pain in my head throbbing relentlessly. The audible voice faded into silence, but the chilling words about Eleanor's resistance echoed in the fractured reality of my mind. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning. My head throbbed with searing pain, and the distorted images of the Blackwood estate, the fleeting glimpse of Eleanor's defiant face, lingered in my vision. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment and the flickering salt circle. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever, and the air was thick with a tangible cold, a chilling reminder of the echoes of Eleanor that linger within my blood, a potential shield against an ancient, familial claim. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn now felt like a desperate race against a predetermined fate, a battle against an entity that had waited centuries for its descendant to finally yield in the stillness of the night. The threshold was no longer just being crossed. It felt like I was standing on the precipice of an ancient, terrifying inheritance. Chapter 18, The Weight of the Pact. The echoes of Eleanor's resistance, the defiant gaze and the fleeting visions, offered a sliver of hope amidst the encroaching dread. The entity's frustration at my inherited stubbornness, its pronouncements of a pact made long before, fueled a desperate need to understand the nature of this ancient agreement and Eleanor's role in it. The distorted images of the Blackwood estate, now vivid and persistent, felt like a key to unlocking the secrets of my bloodline and the entity's claim. The tangible cold that clung to me felt less like a hereditary mark and more like the chilling proximity of an ancient, malevolent force growing impatient. Evelyn was energized by the mention of Eleanor. It provided a tangible link, a historical anchor for the otherwise ethereal horror that was consuming my sleep. She redoubled her research, focusing on the period of Eleanor's marriage to Blackwoods, searching for any mention of pacts, rituals, or conflicts that might explain the entity's possessive claim. The fact that it acknowledges Eleanor's resistance means she played a significant role, Evelyn theorized, her voice filled with a newfound urgency. Perhaps she tried to break this pact? Perhaps her defiance is what created this lingering connection, this targeting of her descendants. Sarah, her protective instincts now fully engaged, scoured local archives and historical society records, looking for any trace of Eleanor Vance's life before and after her marriage to the Blackwoods. She hoped to find clues about her beliefs, her relationships, anything that might shed light on her connection to the Blackwood family and the entity. The records remained frustratingly sparse, filled with gaps and omissions, as if Eleanor's involvement with the Blackwoods had been deliberately obscured. However, Sarah unearthed a few intriguing details. Eleanor was described as a woman of strong convictions and a deep interest in local folklore and herbal remedies, often venturing into surrounding woods, which bordered the original Blackwood estate. There were also hushed accounts of her discomfort with the Blackwood family's secretive nature and her growing isolation during her time with them. One particularly cryptic entry in a local journal spoke of Eleanor's attempts to ward off the shadows that clung to Blackwood Manor, hinting at a possible awareness of malevolent presence. This fueled the theory that Eleanor had indeed resisted the entity, perhaps even attempted to sever the ancient pact. That night, the atmosphere in our apartment was thick with a sense of impending confrontation. The salt circle around the bed felt like a fragile line drawn in the sand against an ancient, relentless tide. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse with a steady, almost expectant rhythm. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate deep within the very foundations of the building. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt more constricting than ever before. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost suffocating. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to radiate an ancient malevolent power, and the hollowed eye sockets burned with an icy intensity, focused on me with possessive fury. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of ancient entitlement and growing impatience. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to numb my very will. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid. And within the swirling darkness, the distorted images of Blackwood Estate were clearer than ever, its decaying grandeur a tangible representation of the entity's ancient power. Within its shadowed halls, I saw fleeting glimpses of figures performing dark rituals, their chanting echoing with chilling familiarity. And amidst them, a figure with a strong, defiant presence. Eleanor, her face etched with sorrow and a fierce determination. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my head. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, laced with a chillingly familiar tone and a sense of ancient entitlement, now tinged with a palpable rage. Her defiance was a fleeting spark. The pact remains unbroken. Your blood will honor the agreement. The entity's anger at Eleanor's resistance felt palpable, its determination to enforce the ancient pact unwavering. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the cold intensified, seeping deeper into my skull. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my very mind was being shattered. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, dredging up not just my own fears and memories, but vivid, disturbing visions of the pact itself, a shadowy agreement made in ancient times, involving the Blackwood family and a powerful, malevolent entity. I saw glimpses of a ritual, a sacrifice, and a binding promise made in exchange for power or influence. And within these terrifying visions, I saw Eleanor, her face pale but resolute, witnessing the pact with horror and a burgeoning sense of defiance. The fractured mirror intensified, the decaying Blackwood estate now the dominant image. Within its shadowed halls, the dark rituals were more pronounced, the chanting louder, the figures more clearly defined. And Eleanor stood apart, her gaze fixed on the entity with a mixture of fear and an unyielding determination to break free. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror. The crushing weight on my chest intensified, stealing my breath, the cold of my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing pain that felt like my very soul was being torn apart. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a furious, ancient command. The weight of the pact falls upon you. Her resistance ends with you. Yield, descendant. Yield. The entity's rage felt overwhelming, the weight of the ancient pact pressing down on me, the expectation that I would finally succumb where Eleanor had resisted. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though the deep, internal chill remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably, the blinding pain in my head throbbing relentlessly. The audible voice faded into silence, but the chilling weight of the ancient pact echoed in the fractured reality of my mind. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning. My head throbbed with searing pain and the terrifying visions of the ancient pact. Eleanor's defiant face, a fleeting image within them, lingered in my vision. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment and the flickering salt circle. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever, and the air was thick with a tangible cold, a chilling reminder of the ancient pact that bound me to this entity, a weight passed down through blood and time, a legacy of resistance, and a looming threat of ultimate surrender in the stillness of the night. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn now felt like a desperate struggle against a predetermined fate, a battle to break a pact forged in shadows centuries ago, a fight to honor Eleanor's forgotten defiance. Chapter 19. The Breaking Point. The weight of the ancient pact, the entity's furious command to yield, pressed down on me even in my waking hours, a suffocating dread that threatened to extinguish the fragile spark of hope ignited by Eleanor's resistance. The vivid visions of the pact, the shadowy figures, the dark ritual, the binding promise, replayed in my mind with terrifying clarity, a constant reminder of the ancient claim on my bloodline. The distorted images of the Blackwood estate felt less like a window into the entity's realm, and more like a prison. Its decaying grandeur a symbol of the inescapable inheritance that threatened to consume me. The tangible cold that clung to me felt less like the entity's proximity, and more like an icy tendril of the pact itself, slowly freezing my will. Evelyn and Sarah were deeply troubled by the entity's direct invocation of the pact. It confirmed their fears that this was not a random haunting, but something ancient and deeply rooted in my ancestry. They redoubled their efforts to uncover the specifics of the agreement, poring over historical texts and genealogical records, searching for any mention of the pact, its terms, or any attempts to break it. The fact that Eleanor resisted suggests there might be a loophole, a way out, Evelyn said, her voice filled with determined urgency. We need to understand what she did, what she knew. Sarah focused on Eleanor's life after leaving the Blackwoods, hoping to find clues in her later years, any indication that she might have found a way to sever the connection or protect her descendants. The records remained frustratingly incomplete, but Sarah discovered that Eleanor had become deeply involved in local healing practices, using herbs and traditional remedies. There were whispers of her possessing a knowledge of old ways that went beyond simple folk medicine. Could she have learned something, some form of protection? Sarah wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in thought. Something she could have passed down, even unknowingly. That night, the atmosphere in our apartment was thick with a sense of finality, a feeling that we were approaching a critical juncture. The salt circle around the bed felt like a fragile defense against an overwhelming force. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse with an almost frantic urgency, mirroring the frantic beat of my heart. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my very soul. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt more constricting than ever before, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost suffocating, pressing down on me with the weight of centuries. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to radiate an ancient, malevolent power, and the hollowed eye sockets burned with an icy intensity, focused on me with a possessive fury that felt absolute. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of ancient triumph and imminent victory. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to extinguish the very warmth of my life force. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid, their silent screams echoing the terror in my own heart. And within the swirling darkness, the decaying Blackwood estate was more real than ever. Its shadowed halls filled with the chanting of unseen figures, the air thick with the stench of something ancient and foul. And within those halls, I saw Eleanor, no longer just defiant, but broken, her face etched with despair as she witnessed the unfolding pact. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending towards my chest, directly over my heart. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, laced with a chillingly familiar tone and a sense of ancient entitlement, now brimming with a furious, impatient command. The time has come, descendant. The pact demands its due. Your resistance is futile. The entity's words felt like the final pronouncement, the end of my struggle. As the skeletal fingers pressed into my chest, directly over my heart, the cold intensified, a searing, agonizing pain that felt like my very life force was being drained away. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my skull was about to shatter. The mental intrusion was more violent than ever, tearing through my thoughts, ripping apart my memories, trying to erase my very sense of self. The fractured mirror intensified, the decaying Blackwood estate now filling my entire vision. The chanting of the unseen figures reached a fever pitch, and within the shadowed halls, the entity stood in its full, terrifying power, its gaze fixed on me with a triumphant hunger. And Eleanor was there, her face a mask of utter despair, her eyes filled with a sorrowful resignation. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated horror, the breaking point of my resistance. The crushing weight on my chest was unbearable, stealing my breath, the cold of my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing pain that felt like my very soul was being ripped apart. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a final, possessive claim. Welcome home, forever. The pact is fulfilled. You are ours. The words were a death knell, the sound of my spirit finally breaking. The tangible chill intensified, and I felt a strange surrender, a terrifying acceptance of the inevitable. The pull toward the entity, toward the darkness and the fractured mirror, was stronger than ever. Then, just as before, the pressure released. The cold receded slightly, though the deep, internal chill remained. The paralysis slowly began to lift, my body shaking uncontrollably, the blinding pain in my head throbbing relentlessly. The audible voice faded into silence, but the chilling pronouncements of my eternal servitude echoed in the fractured reality of my mind. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning, each breath a painful reminder of my dwindling resistance. My head throbbed with searing pain, and the terrifying image of the entity's triumphant gaze, Eleanor's desolate face, a final, heartbreaking vision, lingered in my sight. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming with tears. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of Evelyn's equipment and the flickering salt circle, now feeling like a pathetic barrier against an ancient, inescapable doom. The gaunt figure was gone, but the oppressive presence felt heavier than ever, a suffocating weight of ancient entitlement and my own broken will. The tangible cold was no longer just a sensation. It felt like the icy grip of eternity. The uneasy alliance with Evelyn felt like a desperate, failed attempt against a predetermined fate, a battle lost against a pact forged in shadows centuries ago. In the stillness of night, the echoes of Eleanor's despair had finally merged with my own, and the threshold felt like it had been irrevocably crossed. Stage 3, the veil thins. Chapter 20, the price of resistance. The chilling pronouncements of eternal servitude, the crushing weight of the ancient pact, lingered in the suffocating silence after the entity's departure. My resistance felt shattered, the fragile hope offered by Eleanor's defiance extinguished by the overwhelming sense of inevitability. The tangible cold that clung to me was no longer just a sensation. It felt like the icy grip of a preordained doom, a chilling reminder of the inheritance I was powerless to escape. The fractured reality of my mind echoed with the entity's triumphant claim. "You are ours." Evelyn and Sarah rushed to my side, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and desperate concern. They had witnessed a final, terrifying escalation, the entity's apparent victory. The air in the room felt heavy, charged with malevolent energy that lingered even after the physical presence had faded. "Alex, are you all right?" Sarah's voice was choked with emotion, her hands trembling as she reached for me. I could only nod weakly, my body still shaking uncontrollably, the deep, bone-chilling cold refusing to dissipate. The weight on my chest felt psychological now, a crushing burden of despair and resignation. Evelyn's usual calm demeanor was replaced by a grim determination. "It almost broke through," she said, her voice low and serious. "The connection is stronger than I anticipated. The mention of the pact, the way it addressed your lineage, this is more than just a haunting. This is a claim." She spent the rest of the night monitoring me, her equipment recording the lingering energy fluctuations in the room. Sarah stayed close, her presence a silent reassurance, but the fear in her eyes reflected the terrifying reality we now faced. The entity had not been defeated. It had merely retreated, its victory seemingly assured. The next day was a blur of exhaustion and despair. The tangible cold remained, a constant, physical reminder of the entity's power. The vibrant colors of the world seemed muted, as if a dark filter had been placed over my perception. The weight of the pact felt like a physical burden, making even simple tasks feel monumental. Evelyn continued her research, now focusing specifically on the Blackwood family's history and any records of the ancient pact. She delved into local legends and folklore, searching for any mention of the entity, its origins, and the terms of the agreement. "There has to be a way to break this," she insisted, her voice filled with a fierce determination that mirrored Sarah's protectiveness. Eleanor resisted. "That means there's a weakness, a vulnerability." Sarah, meanwhile, contacted distant relatives, tracing the scattered branches of Eleanor Vance's descendants, hoping to find any forgotten family lore or inherited knowledge that might offer a clue. The search was slow and yielded little of immediate use, but the act of reaching out felt like a small act of defiance against the entity's claim. That night, the atmosphere in our apartment was heavy with a sense of finality. The salt circle around the bed felt like a symbolic gesture, a fragile barrier against an ancient, seemingly unbreakable bond. The blinking lights of Evelyn's equipment seemed to pulse with a somber rhythm. The familiar stillness descended, heavier and more oppressive than ever. The low hum returned, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my very being, a chilling prelude to the inevitable. The paralysis gripped me, a cold, unwelcome embrace that felt absolute, my limbs heavy and unresponsive, my will already feeling subdued. My eyes snapped open, and the darkness felt thick, expectant, almost triumphant, pressing down on me with the weight of centuries of unbroken agreement. And it was there, standing at the foot of the bed. The entity was more solid and menacing than ever. Its skeletal form seemed to radiate an ancient, malevolent power, and the hollowed eye sockets burned with an icy intensity, focused on me with a possessive certainty that felt absolute. The cruel sneer on its narrow mouth seemed to convey a sense of ancient triumph and final ownership. The tangible chill emanating from it was stronger, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to extinguish the last vestiges of my hope. The fractured mirror behind it pulsed with a violent, chaotic energy. The grotesque faces within it were more defined, their expressions of torment more vivid, their silent screams a chorus of my own despair. And within the swirling darkness, the decaying Blackwood estate was more real than ever, its shadowed halls filled with the triumphant chanting of unseen figures, the air thick with the stench of something ancient and foul, the very essence of the unbroken pact. And within those halls, I saw Eleanor, her face a mask of utter despair and final surrender, her eyes reflecting the entity's victory. The skeletal hand reached out, its long, sharp fingers extending toward my forehead, a gesture final claim. As it drew closer, the cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, laced with a chillingly familiar tone and a sense of ancient entitlement, now brimming with triumphant, possessive certainty. The price of resistance is oblivion, descendant. The pact holds, as it always has. Now, you are truly home. The entity's words felt like the closing of a final door, the sealing of my fate. As the skeletal fingers brushed against my forehead, the cold intensified, a searing, agonizing pain that felt like my very essence was being extinguished. The pressure on my temples returned, now accompanied by a blinding pain that felt like my very soul was being ripped apart and claimed. The mental intrusion was absolute, a final invasion that erased the last vestiges of my resistance, replacing my thoughts with a cold, alien emptiness. The fractured mirror intensified, the decaying Blackwood estate now my entire reality. The triumphant chanting of the unseen figures filled my awareness, and within the shadowed halls, the entity stood in its full, terrifying power, its gaze now on a cold, possessive ownership. And Eleanor was gone, her resistance finally silenced, her memory a faint whisper in the echoing halls of the pact. Panic, no longer a surge of defiance, but a whimper of final surrender, flickered and died within me. The crushing weight on my chest was absolute, stealing my breath, the cold of my limbs spreading like tendrils of ice, now accompanied by a deep, agonizing emptiness where Milo had once resided. The audible voice spoke again, right beside my ear, its cold, sibilant words laced with chilling triumph and a final, possessive declaration. Welcome to the silence. The pact is complete. You are one of us. The words were the final severing, the complete assimilation. The tangible chill intensified, and I felt a strange merging, a terrifying sense of becoming one with the cold, ancient darkness. The pull toward the entity, toward the absolute emptiness in the fractured mirror, was irresistible. Then, the pressure intensified, not released. The cold became absolute, a consuming void. The paralysis remained, no longer a prison, but a willing embrace. The audible voice faded into a final, echoing silence, replaced by a cold, alien awareness. My eyes remained open in the darkness, but the fear was gone, replaced by a chilling emptiness. The gaunt figure at the foot of the bed was no longer menacing. It was familiar, welcoming. The fractured mirror no longer reflected terror. It reflected a cold, empty belonging. The weight of the pact was no longer a burden. It was the essence of my being. Evelyn and Sarah called my name, their voices filled with a desperate urgency, but their words were distant, meaningless. The threshold had been crossed, the resistance broken. In the stillness of night, the price of resistance had been oblivion, and I had finally, irrevocably, become one with the ancient darkness, a silent servant bound by a pact forged in shadows centuries ago. The whispers had ended, replaced by an eternal, chilling silence. Chapter 21. The Empty Shell. The silence that followed the entity's final claim was absolute, a chilling void where fear and resistance had once resided. The tangible cold that clung to me was no longer an external sensation, but an intrinsic part of my being, a frozen core where my will had once burned. The fractured mirror, once a source of terror, now reflected a hollow emptiness, A vacant stare devoid of recognition. I was no longer Alex. I was a vessel. Sarah's desperate pleas and Evelyn's frantic attempts to rouse me were distant echoes in a world that had become cold and muted. Their faces, etched with terror and grief, were blurs at the periphery of my vacant awareness. The warmth of Sarah's touch, once accompanying anchor, now felt alien, a spark of life I no longer recognized. Evelyn's equipment, once a source of hope, now hummed with a low, unsettling resonance, mirroring the cold emptiness within me. The salt circle, a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness, now felt like a meaningless boundary, a line drawn around a void. Days bled into nights, marked only by the shifting patterns of light and shadow in the apartment. I moved with detached stillness, my body functioning on a primal level, responding to the simplest of commands, but my eyes remained vacant, my mind a blank slate. The entity had claimed its prize, and the price of resistance had been the obliteration of myself. Sarah and Evelyn refused to give up. They spoke to me constantly, their voices filled with a desperate hope that a flicker of the old Alex might still reside within the empty shell. They showed me photographs, played music we used to enjoy, recounted shared memories, but their efforts met with a chillingly vacant stare. The connection was severed. The bridge between their world and mine had collapsed. Evelyn consulted with her network of paranormal investigators and spiritual advisors, describing the entity, the ancient pact, and the complete assimilation she had witnessed. The responses were grim. They spoke of ancient entities that could completely consume their hosts, leaving behind only a soulless automaton. The pact, they theorized, was the key, a binding agreement that granted the entity absolute control. Desperate, Evelyn attempted more intense cleansing rituals, filling the apartment with the smoke of sacred herbs and chanting ancient incantations. Sarah held me close during these rituals, her tears falling on my vacant face, her love a desperate plea for my return. But the entity's hold was absolute, the cold emptiness within me impervious to their efforts. One night, as Evelyn chanted, a subtle change flickered in my vacant gaze. A faint tremor ran through my hand as Sarah held it. It was a fleeting moment, a brief flicker of something that might have been recognition, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only the chilling emptiness. Evelyn theorized that the entity was now learning to operate within my physical form, mimicking human behavior to allay suspicion. I would eat, sleep, and move with a semblance of normalcy, but the spark of life, the essence of Alex, was gone. I was a puppet, my strings pulled by an ancient malevolent will. Sarah, heartbroken but resolute, refused to accept this fate. She spent hours researching Eleanor Vance, delving deeper into the local folklore and herbal remedies she had practiced. She clung to the hope that Eleanor's resistance had left behind a key, a hidden knowledge that could break the pact and free me from the entity's control. Weeks turned into months. The apartment, once filled with warmth and laughter, was now permeated by a chilling stillness, punctuated only by Sarah's quiet sobs and Evelyn's hushed consultations. I remained a vacant presence, a living ghost of my own home. Then, one evening, as Sarah was reading aloud from an old journal detailing Eleanor's herbal practices, a subtle change occurred. My vacant gaze fixed on the page, a flicker of something akin to interest in my eyes, a faint echo of a memory, perhaps a resonance with the blood that flowed through my veins. Sarah noticed a change, her breath catching in her throat. She continued reading, her voice trembling with a renewed hope. The journal described various herbs and their uses, focusing on those believed to have protective properties against dark influences. As Sarah read about a specific herb, known in local folklore for its ability to sever unseen bonds, a more significant reaction occurred. A visible tremor ran through my body. My vacant eyes flickered rapidly, and a faint whisper escaped my lips. A single word, barely audible: sever. It was the first sign, the faintest echo of the old Alex breaking through the entity's control. The word hung in the air, a fragile thread of hope in the overwhelming darkness. The entity had claimed its vessel, but the price of Eleanor's resistance, the echoes of her defiance in my blood, might yet offer a way to break free from the empty shell. The veil, though thick, might not be entirely impenetrable. The battle for my soul, it seemed, was not yet over. The entity might have learned to control my body, but the echoes of my lineage, the faint whispers of resistance, were beginning to stir within the emptiness. Chapter 22, The Seed of Defiance. The single whispered word, sever, hung in the air, a fragile beacon in the oppressive darkness that had consumed me. Sarah's breath hitched, her heart pounding with a surge of desperate hope. It was a minuscule crack in the seemingly impenetrable wall of the entity's control, a faint echo of the Alex she had lost. She continued to read from Eleanor's journal, her voice trembling with renewed purpose. The passage detailed not only the herb's ability to sever unseen bonds, but also described specific rituals and incantations associated with its use. The language was archaic, filled with metaphors and symbolism, but the underlying intent was clear: to break free from malevolent influences. As Sarah spoke the ancient words, a more pronounced reaction rippled through my vacant form. My fingers twitched, my eyelids fluttered, and a low, guttural sound rumbled in my chest. Not the ancient chanting of the entity, but something different, something akin to a struggle. Evelyn, who had been observing with a weary resignation, straightened up, her eyes widening with a flicker of disbelief. The energy readings from her equipment began to fluctuate erratically, a chaotic response to the ancient words and the stirring within me. They continued the reading, Sarah's voice gaining strength, Evelyn's focus intensity amplifying the ritualistic atmosphere. The apartment felt charged, the air thick with a palpable tension, as the echoes of Eleanor's resistance, dormant for centuries, began to awaken within my blood. The entity's control, though seemingly absolute, appeared to have a weakness, a vulnerability to the very lineage it sought to claim. The blood remembered not just the pact, but also the defiance. Over the next few days, Sarah and Evelyn repeated the readings from Eleanor's journal, focusing on the passages detailing the severing rituals. Each time, the reactions within me grew stronger. The vacant stare in my eyes would momentarily flicker with confused awareness. My limbs would twitch and spasm. The guttural sounds would become more defined, almost forming syllables. It was a slow, arduous process, like chipping away at a solid block of ice. The entity's hold was strong, its influence deeply entrenched. There were long periods of chilling stillness, where the vacant emptiness would return, threatening to extinguish the fragile spark of my returning consciousness. Evelyn theorized that the entity was aware of the internal struggle, its control wavering. The tangible cold that permeated the apartment seemed to intensify during these sessions, a sign of its resistance, its attempt to reassert its dominance. One night, as Sarah recited a particularly potent incantation, a more significant breakthrough occurred. My head snapped back, my vacant eyes focusing directly on Sarah for the first time in months. A flicker of recognition, a spark of the old Alex, shone through the emptiness. Sarah, the word was a rasped whisper, barely audible, but it was undeniably my voice. Tears streamed down Sarah's face, her breath catching a sob of relief and elation. Alex, you're there. The moment was fleeting. The vacant stare quickly returned, the entity reasserting its control, but the seed of defiance had been planted. The connection, though tenuous, was not entirely severed. Evelyn believed that Eleanor's knowledge, passed down through my bloodline, was acting as a key, a counter-frequency to the entity's influence. The rituals and incantations were stirring something dormant within me, weakening the entity's hold. Their focus shifted to finding the specific herb mentioned in the journal. Eleanor's descriptions were vague, relying on local names and folklore. Sarah embarked on a frantic search, consulting local herbalists and poring over field guides, hoping to identify the plant that held the key to severing the ancient bond. The search led her to a small, unassuming plant with silver leaves and deep blue flowers, known locally as shadowbane. Its properties, according to folklore, included protection against dark influences and the ability to break unseen bindings. It was rare, growing only in specific, secluded locations. Armed with this knowledge, Sarah, accompanied by a cautious Evelyn, ventured into the woods surrounding the city, following Eleanor's cryptic descriptions in the journal. The woods felt ancient and hushed, the air thick with a sense of hidden power. After a long and arduous search, they found it, a small patch of shadowbane blooming in a secluded clearing. Returning to the apartment, they prepared an infusion of the herb, following Eleanor's instructions. The scent was earthy and slightly bitter, filling the air with an almost medicinal aroma. As Sarah gently coaxed a few drops of the infusion between my lips, a visible reaction coursed through my body. My muscles spasmed, my breathing became ragged, and a series of guttural sounds erupted from my throat, this time laced with a distinct note of pain and resistance. The entity was fighting back. The tangible cold in the apartment intensified, swirling around me like an icy vortex. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen and writhe. But amidst the struggle, the vacant stare in my eyes flickered more frequently, the moments of clarity lasting longer. The name Sarah escaped my lips again, this time with more strength, more recognition. The seed of defiance had taken root. Eleanor's resistance, amplified by her knowledge and the power of the Shadowbane, was beginning to break through the entity's control. The veil was thinning, the battle for my soul entering a new, more intense phase. The entity had learned to control my body, but it had underestimated the power of blood. The enduring echoes of defiance passed down through generations. The fight to sever the ancient bond had begun in earnest. Chapter 23. The Bitter Bloom. The Shadowbane infusion acted like a jolt of electricity through my possessed form, a bitter bloom forcing its way through the icy grip of the entity's control. The guttural sounds that racked my body were no longer just echoes of the ancient tongue, but a raw expression of the internal battle raging within me. The vacant stare in my eyes flickered with increasing frequency, the moments of lucidity, though brief, carrying a growing intensity of recognition and a desperate plea for help. The entity's resistance to the Shadowbane was palpable. The tangible cold in the apartment intensified, swirling like a malevolent vortex around me, frosting the edges of the salt circle. The shadows in the corners deepened, taking on grotesque, fleeting shapes that mirrored the torment in my flickering gaze. The low hum that had been a constant undercurrent now pulsed with an erratic, angry energy, vibrating through the very floorboards. Sarah and Evelyn continued the infusions, their hope battling against the terrifying displays of the entity's power. Sarah's voice, though often trembling with emotion, remained a constant anchor, reciting Eleanor's incantations with fierce determination. Evelyn monitored her equipment, the readings fluctuating wildly, indicating a volatile clash of energies within my body and the surrounding environment. During one infusion, as Sarah spoke the words of several with particular fervor, a more dramatic reaction occurred. My body arched violently on the bed, the paralysis momentarily breaking, my limbs flailing with a desperate strength I hadn't possessed in months. A strangled cry escaped my lips, a sound that was undeniably my own, filled with pain and a desperate yearning for release. "Alex, fight it. You have to fight." Sarah cried, tears streaming down her face as she held my thrashing hands. The moment of physical freedom was fleeting, the entity quickly reasserting its control, the paralysis returning with a crushing force. But the brief break, the sound of my own voice, was a powerful confirmation. The old Alex was still trapped within, fighting to reclaim his stolen body. Evelyn theorized that the Shadowbane was disrupting the entity's connection, creating pockets of resistance within my consciousness. The ancient incantations were acting as a key, resonating with the dormant echoes of Eleanor's defiance in my bloodline, weakening the pack's hold. The entity, however, was not passive. Its attacks during my sleep paralysis intensified. The gaunt figure became more aggressive, its skeletal hands reaching out with a tangible malice, its cold, sibilant whispers laced with a furious desperation. The fractured mirror now showed not just distorted images of our apartment in the Blackwood estate, but fleeting, terrifying glimpses of a dark, desolate realm, hinting at the entity's true nature and the power it stood to lose. The mental intrusions also returned, more forceful and invasive than before. The entity no longer just dredged up my fears and memories. It attempted to twist them, to fill them with despair and resignation, trying to break my will to resist even in my waking hours. But the bitter bloom of the shadow bane was taking hold. The periods of lucidity, though still brief, became more frequent and more intense. I would catch Sarah's eye, a flicker of recognition, and a silent plea passing between us. I would mouth her name, the sound still weak and rasped, but undeniably my own. One evening, as Sarah held my hand, reading from Eleanor's journal, a memory surfaced, a vivid image of us hiking in the woods, the sunlight dappling through the leaves, Sarah laughing as I stumbled over a root. A genuine emotion, a warmth that had been absent for months, flickered within the cold emptiness of my eyes. "You remember?" Sarah whispered, her voice choked with emotion. The memory faded quickly, the vacant stare returning. But a connection had been reestablished, a fragile bridge rebuilt across the chasm of the entity's control. Evelyn believed that the entity was sensing its weakening grip and was becoming increasingly desperate. The volatile energy readings in the apartment, the intensified attacks during my sleep, were all signs of its growing fear. Their efforts now focused on increasing the potency of the Shadowbane infusion and finding a way to amplify the power of Eleanor's incantations. Evelyn researched ancient rituals for severing spiritual bonds, looking for ways to channel the latent power within my bloodline. The battle was far from over. The entity's hold was still strong, its power ancient and formidable. But the bitter bloom of resistance had broken through the ice, and the echoes of Eleanor's defiance, fueled by the Shadowbane and the unwavering love of Sarah, were beginning to reclaim the stolen pieces of my soul. The veil was thinning, and the fight to sever the ancient pact had reached a critical, volatile stage. The entity had learned to control my body and invade my mind, but was now learning the true cost of underestimating the enduring power of blood and the unyielding strength of the human spirit. Chapter 24. The Amplified Echo. The growing moments of lucidity, fueled by the Shadowbane and Sarah's unwavering recitation of Eleanor's incantations, were like sparks in the overwhelming darkness, offering glimpses of the man I once was. The entity's furious backlash was equally intense, a desperate attempt to reassert its dominance, making each small victory feel hard-won and fragile. The tangible cold in the apartment remained a constant oppressive presence, but now it felt like a tightening noose, a sign of the entity's fear of losing its grip. Evelyn, witnessing the fluctuating energy readings and the violent reactions during the severing rituals, believed we were on the verge of a significant breakthrough. She theorized that Eleanor's bloodline held a latent power, a resonance with the ancient incantations that the Shadowbane was helping to unlock. The key, she believed, was to amplify this echo, to create a force strong enough to finally shatter the ancient pact. Her research led her to a complex ritual, described in fragmented texts, that involved not only specific herbs and incantations, but also a personal connection to the bloodline being cleansed. The ritual required a direct link to Eleanor's descendants, a conduit to channel the ancestral power. Sarah, without hesitation, volunteered. The idea of directly participating in the ritual, of becoming a conduit for Eleanor's strength, resonated deeply with her fierce protectiveness and her unwavering love for me. The preparations for the amplified ritual took days. Evelyn meticulously gathered specific herbs, some mentioned in Eleanor's journal, others sourced from her own extensive knowledge of ancient practices. She inscribed candles with symbols that pulsed with a faint, inner light and prepared a potent infusion of Shadowbane. The bedroom was transformed into a sacred space. The salt circle was reinforced, and additional protective symbols were drawn on the floor with a mixture of herbs and water. Evelyn arranged the candles in a specific geometric pattern, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. On the night of the ritual, the air in the apartment was thick with anticipation and a palpable sense of focused energy. Sarah sat beside me on the bed, holding my cold hand, her gaze filled with a determined love. Evelyn moved around the room, her voice a low, steady chant, filling the space with ancient words of power and protection. The ritual began with the burning of specific herbs, their fragrant smoke swirling around us, cleansing the space and preparing it for the amplified energy. Evelyn then administered a more potent dose of the Shadowbane infusion, the bitter scent filling the air. As the infusion took effect, a violent tremor ran through my body. The vacant stare in my eyes flickered rapidly, replaced by a look of intense pain and confusion. The guttural sounds returned, stronger and more articulate, almost forming coherent words. Evelyn instructed Sarah to place her hands on my chest, directly over my heart, to act as a conduit for Eleanor's power. As Sarah did so, a visible energy seemed to flow between them, a faint golden light shimmering in the air. Evelyn's chanting intensified, her voice rising in power as she invoked the strength of Eleanor's bloodline, calling upon her resistance to sever the ancient bond. The symbols on the candles glowed brighter, their light pulsing in rhythm with Evelyn's words. A powerful surge of energy coursed through me. My body arched violently, the paralysis breaking completely. I gasped, sucking in air, my lungs burning, and a strangled cry escaped my lips. A cry not pain or resistance, but a dawning awareness, a desperate yearning for freedom. The entity's backlash was immediate and brutal. The tangible cold in the room intensified to an almost unbearable level, the air frosting over. The shadows writhed and coalesced into terrifying shapes, and the low hum escalated into a deafening roar. The fractured mirror pulsed with a blinding, chaotic energy, showing fleeting glimpses of a dark, desolate abyss. The cold, sibilant voice echoed in the room, filled with a furious desperation. No, the pact will hold. You are mine. But the amplified echo of Eleanor's resistance, channeled through Sarah's unwavering love, was stronger. A golden light emanated from Sarah's hands, spreading through my body, pushing back the encroaching darkness. For the first time in months, I saw Sarah clearly, her face etched with determination and love. A genuine emotion, a warmth that had been buried under layers of icy control, flooded through me. Sarah, my voice was weak but filled with recognition and a desperate plea. The entity roared in fury, its power lashing out, trying to sever the connection. The room shook violently, objects rattling on shelves. But the golden light intensified, fueled by Evelyn's powerful chanting and Sarah's unwavering focus. Then, a blinding flash of white light erupted from my chest. The tangible cold receded abruptly, replaced by a wave of warmth. The shadows dissipated, the roaring hum silenced. The fractured mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces. The paralysis was gone. I was free. I gasped, taking deep, shuddering breaths, my body weak, but my mind clear for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Sarah held me tightly, her tears flowing freely, her relief palpable. Evelyn staggered back, her face pale but a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The ancient pact, weakened by Eleanor's resistance and shattered by the amplified echo of her bloodline, had finally been broken. The entity's hold was severed. The veil had thinned, and the darkness had been pushed back by the enduring power of love and the echoes of defiant past. The battle was won, but the scars remained, a chilling reminder of the darkness we had faced and the price of resistance. Chapter 25, The Lingering Shadow. The immediate aftermath of the ritual was a fragile dawn after a long and terrifying night. The oppressive cold that clung to me for months had finally lifted, replaced by a weak but welcome warmth. The crushing weight on my chest, both physical and psychological, had eased, allowing me to breathe freely for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The vacant emptiness in my eyes was gone, replaced by a flickering awareness, a hesitant return to the world I had been stolen from. Sarah held me close, her embrace a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Her tears flowed freely, each one a testament to the agonizing months she had endured. Her unwavering love the anchor that had tethered me to the faintest hope of return. Evelyn, though visibly drained by the intensity of the ritual, watched us with a weary but triumphant gaze, the shattered fragments of the fractured mirror glinting ominously on the floor. The silence in the apartment was profound. The deafening hum of the entity finally extinguished. But it was a silence pregnant with the memory of terror, a quiet that felt fragile and easily broken. The lingering scent of the burnt herbs hung in the air, a reminder of the battle that had been fought and won, but also a subtle warning of the darkness that had come so close to claiming me forever. My body felt weak and unfamiliar, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. My muscles trembled with disuse, and my mind struggled to grasp the reality of my newfound freedom. The memories of the entity's control, the chilling whispers, the icy cold, the terrifying visions were still vivid, etched into my mind like scars. Over the next few days, the process of recovery was slow and arduous. The tangible cold gradually receded, though a deep, internal chill would occasionally return, a phantom echo of the entity's presence. The vacant stare in my eyes slowly faded, replaced by a hesitant curiosity, a gradual re-engagement with the world around me. Sarah was my constant companion, her love and patience unwavering. She spoke to me softly, recounting events from before possession, gently guiding me back to the memories that had been buried under months of icy control. Evelyn remained a watchful presence, monitoring my energy levels and ensuring that the entity did not attempt to reassert its influence. The shattered fragment of the fractured mirror remained on the floor, a stark reminder of the entity's power and fragility of the veil between worlds. Evelyn explained that the mirror had acted as a focal point for the entity's energy, a conduit for its influence. Its destruction was a significant blow, but it did not guarantee the entity's permanent banishment. It's weakened, Alex, significantly, she explained, her voice serious. But these entities are ancient and persistent. It may try to return, to find another way. Her words cast a shadow over my nascent recovery. The relief of being free was tempered by the chilling knowledge that the darkness might still be lurking, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim what it had lost. One night, as I lay in bed, the familiar stillness of sleep descended, but this time it was different. It was not the oppressive, terrifying paralysis I had come to dread, but a natural, peaceful transition into unconsciousness. Yet, as I drifted into sleep, a faint whisper brushed the edge of my awareness, a cold, sibilant echo of the entity's voice. Not the end. I woke with a jolt, my heart pounding, the lingering chill returning with a sudden intensity. The whisper had been faint, almost dreamlike, but the underlying menace was undeniable. The entity was still out there. Evelyn confirmed my fears. Her equipment detected subtle energy fluctuations in the apartment, faint echoes of the entity's presence. It was weakened, but not gone. It was still tethered to me, to my bloodline, by the remnants of the ancient pact. Our focus shifted once again, this time to finding a way to permanently sever the connection, to banish the entity completely. Evelyn's research led her to a powerful banishment ritual, one that required not only specific artifacts and incantations, but also a deep understanding of the entity's true name and origins. The search for this knowledge took us down a dark and unsettling path. Evelyn delved into ancient texts, consulting with scholars of occult lore, seeking the hidden truths behind the entity that had haunted my bloodline for centuries. The fragmented visions I had experienced during the possession, the glimpses of a dark, desolate realm, became crucial clues in piecing together its history. The name, when Evelyn finally unearthed it, was ancient and guttural, a word that felt heavy with malevolence and power. It was a name that had been whispered in secret for centuries, a name tied to a forgotten entity that had once held sway in a realm beyond human comprehension. Armed with this knowledge, Evelyn began preparations for the final banishment ritual. The atmosphere in the apartment was thick with a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to finally rid ourselves of the lingering shadow that threatened to engulf us once more. The battle had been won, but the war was not yet over. The veil had thinned, and we were preparing to face the darkness one last time, armed with the truth of its name and the enduring power of the human spirit. The lingering chill was a constant reminder of the stakes, the price of resistance of freedom that still felt fragile and hard-won. Chapter 26. The True Name. The discovery of the entity's true name hung in the air, a word both alien and chillingly familiar, resonating with the ancient malevolence that had nearly consumed me. It felt like holding a shard of pure darkness, a key that could either lock the entity away forever or unleash its full, terrifying power. The lingering chill in the apartment, though fainter, now felt like a nervous tremor, a sign of the entity's weakened but still present awareness. My recovery continued, each day bringing a little more strength, a little more clarity. But the shadow of the possession remained, a constant reminder of the fragility of my regained freedom. Evelyn handled the true name with a reverence bordering on fear. She transcribed it carefully onto parchment made from specific protective herbs, her voice a low murmur as she sounded out the ancient syllables. She explained that knowing the entity's true name was a crucial advantage, a means of exerting power over it during the banishment ritual. The preparations for the final confrontation were meticulous and intense. Evelyn gathered rare artifacts, a silver mirror passed down to her family, said to repel dark entities, stones etched with banishing sigils, and a potent blend of herbs known for their purifying and protective properties. The bedroom, once a site of terror, was transformed into a fortress against the darkness. The salt circle was reinforced with iron filings, and lines of protective ash were drawn across doorways and windowsills. Sarah remained my steadfast anchor, her presence a constant source of comfort and strength. She helped Evelyn prepare the ritual space, her fear now replaced by a quiet determination to ensure the entity's permanent banishment. The bond we had forged through the ordeal felt unbreakable, our shared trauma strengthening our resolve. The banishment ritual was planned for the night of the new moon, a time traditionally associated with potent spiritual energies and the binding of negative forces. As darkness fell, a heavy anticipation settled over the apartment. The air felt thick with a charged stillness, the faint lingering chill now tinged with a sense of impending confrontation. Evelyn laid out the artifacts on a makeshift altar in the center of the reinforced salt circle. The silver mirror faced the doorway, ready to reflect any malevolent energy. The etched stones were placed at the cardinal directions, anchoring the protective field. The blend of banishing herbs smoldered in a fireproof bowl, their fragrant smoke swirling upwards, carrying the ancient intent of severance. I sat within the circle, Sarah's hand clasped tightly in mine, Evelyn's presence radiating a focused power. She began the ritual with a cleansing incantation, her voice resonating with an authority that belied her physical stature. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the protective symbols drawn on the floor. As Evelyn invoked the powers of light and protection, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The faint, lingering chill intensified, and a low, guttural whisper seemed to slither through the air, a distorted echo of the entity's voice, laced with desperate anger. "You cannot banish what is eternal." Evelyn's voice remained steady, unwavering as she continued the incantation, her focus absolute. She then instructed me to speak the entity's true name, to wield its identity against it. Taking a deep breath, I focused all my will, all the pain and terror I had endured, and spoke the ancient, guttural syllables. The sound felt alien on my tongue, yet it resonated with a dark familiarity. As the true name echoed in the room, a violent reaction erupted. The air grew bitingly cold. The shadows in the corners writhed, and the low hum returned, escalating into a deafening roar. The candles flickered wildly, threatening to extinguish. The silver mirror rattled violently. The entity's voice, no longer a whisper but a furious bellow, filled the apartment. "You dare, you insignificant mortal. You cannot defy the Ancient Ones." Evelyn's chanting intensified, her voice rising in power as she invoked the banishing incantation, her hands raised towards the silver mirror, channeling a beam of focused energy. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened, her love a tangible shield against the entity's rage. I spoke the true name again, my voice stronger this time, imbued with newfound confidence. The entity shrieked, its fury reaching a fever pitch. The shadows in the room recoiled, and the deafening roar began to falter. Evelyn cast the banishing herbs into the flames, the smoke rising in a thick, swirling column, carrying the power of severance. The symbols on the floor glowed with an intense light. With a final, powerful surge of energy, Evelyn commanded the entity to depart, invoking its true name with an unyielding authority. The silver mirror flashed with a blinding light. A final, agonizing shriek echoed through the apartment, followed by an absolute, profound silence. The biting cold vanished, replaced by a sense of peace. The shadows receded and the flickering candlelight steadied. The low hum was gone, replaced by the gentle rhythm of our breathing. The lingering chill was gone. The entity was banished. The silence that followed was not the chilling void of possession, but a peaceful stillness, the quiet aftermath of a hard-won victory. The air felt clean, lighter, free from the oppressive weight of the ancient malevolence. We remained within a protective circle until dawn, the exhaustion of the ordeal washing over us. But the relief was immense. The true name, wielded with courage and amplified by the power of the banishment ritual, had finally severed the ancient bond. The lingering shadow was gone, and the veil, though once terrifyingly thin, had been reinforced by the strength of our resilience and the enduring power of love and knowledge. The battle was finally over. Chapter 27, The Weight of Knowing. The dawn that followed the banishment ritual broke over the city, casting a fragile light into our apartment. A stark contrast to the months of oppressive darkness we had endured. The silence that filled the space was a welcome balm. The absence of the entity's chilling presence, a tangible weight lifted from our shoulders. Exhaustion clung to us like a shroud, but beneath it lay a profound sense of relief, a hard-won peace that felt both precious and fragile. The reinforced salt circle and the remnant of Evelyn's ritual remained undisturbed until full light of day, a testament to the potent energies that had been unleashed. The shattered fragment of the fractured mirror lay scattered on the floor, no longer ominous relics of terror, but inert pieces of glass. The air felt clean, the lingering scent of banishing herbs a comforting reminder of our victory. As the immediate exhaustion began to recede, the weight of everything we had endured settled upon us. The months of fear, the chilling violation of possession, the desperate fight for my return. The memories were raw and vivid, etched into our minds. The world outside our apartment, the world that continued on oblivious to our terrifying struggle, felt distant and surreal. Evelyn, though physically drained, remained a steadfast presence. She carefully dismantled the ritual space, her movements deliberate and focused. She explained the importance of grounding ourselves, of allowing the residual energies to dissipate naturally. She also cautioned that the banishment, while seemingly successful, might not be the absolute end. These entities often have tendrils, connections that reach far, she said, her voice low and thoughtful. We need to remain vigilant, at least for a while. But for now, you are safe, Alex. Truly safe. The word safe fell foreign on my tongue, a concept I had almost forgotten. The lingering chill that had been my constant companion was finally gone, replaced by the warmth of Sarah's hand in mine and the steady presence of Evelyn. Yet a deeper unease remained, the weight of knowing what lurked just beyond the veil of our perception, the ancient malevolence that had targeted my bloodline for centuries. My recovery continued, each day a tentative step back towards normalcy. My physical strength slowly returned, though I was often plagued by a bone-deep weariness. My mind, however, was a more complex landscape. The memories of possession were intrusive, flashing through my thoughts unbidden. The gaunt figure, the cold whispers, the terrifying visions. It felt like a part of me had been irrevocably touched by the darkness, leaving behind scars that might never fully fade. Sarah was incredibly patient, allowing me to process my trauma at my own pace. She listened without judgment, offering comfort and reassurance, her love a constant balm to my wounded spirit. We spoke often about what had happened, try and make sense of the incomprehensible horror we had faced. Evelyn provided guidance and support, explaining the psychological impact of such intense paranormal experiences. She recommended therapy, suggesting that processing the trauma with a professional could aid in my long-term recovery. She also shared stories from other cases, reminding us that we were not alone in facing such darkness and that healing was possible. The shattered fragments of the fractured mirror remained a point of contention. Sarah wanted to dispose of them immediately, to erase any physical reminder of the entity's presence. But Evelyn cautioned against it. The mirror was a conduit, she explained. It held a significant portion of the entity's energy. We need to neutralize it properly to ensure no residual influence remains. Evelyn performed a final cleansing ritual over the broken pieces, using a combination of salt, holy water, and a powerful banishing incantation. Only then did we carefully gather the fragments and dispose of them far from our home. As the days turned into weeks, a semblance of normalcy began to return to our lives. The fear that had been a constant companion slowly receded, replaced by a cautious hope. I returned to work, finding solace in the familiar routines of my coding. Sarah resumed her photography, her lens capturing the vibrant beauty of the world, a stark contrast to the darkness we had faced. But the weight of knowing remained. The veil between worlds felt thinner now, the awareness of the unseen lurking just beyond the edges of our reality, a constant undercurrent in our lives. We were more attuned to the subtle shift in energy, the unexplained shadows, the sudden drops in temperature. The world felt subtly altered, tainted by the knowledge of the ancient malevolence that had sought to claim me. One evening, as we sat on the couch, a sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the living room. The air grew heavy for a moment, and a faint, almost imperceptible whisper brushed the edge of my hearing. It was not the entity's voice, but something else, something ancient and vast, a hint of the countless other entities that might dwell in the shadows beyond our understanding. The moment passed quickly, the chill receding, the whisper fading into silence. But it left behind profound unease, a chilling reminder that our victory might be against one entity. But the darkness itself remained, vast and unknowable. The veil had thinned, and we now knew the weight of that knowledge. Our lives would never be quite the same, forever marked by the battle we had fought, and the terrifying glimpse we had been given into the ancient darkness that lay just beyond the edges of our perception. The peace we had found was precious, but it was also tinged with profound awareness of the endless night that stretched beyond the fragile light of our reality. Chapter 28. The Price of Awareness. The fleeting whisper. The sudden chill in our living room lingered in the days that followed like a phantom echo, a subtle tremor in the hard-won peace we were trying to rebuild. It was a stark reminder that while the entity that had haunted my bloodline was banished, the veil separating our reality from the vast, unknowable darkness beyond remained thin, perhaps permanently so. The weight of knowing what lay just beyond our perception was a constant companion, a subtle undercurrent of unease beneath the surface of our recovering lives. Sleep, once a battleground of terror, slowly transformed back into a sanctuary, though the memory of the paralysis and the entity's chilling presence occasionally resurfaced in vivid nightmares. Sarah's presence beside me remained a comforting anchor, her steady breathing a reassurance against the lingering fear of the darkness. Evelyn continued to check in on us, her concern evident in her frequent calls and occasional visits. She reiterated the importance of maintaining our protective wards, the cleansed apartment, our strength and awareness, but she also acknowledged the unsettling truth that our experience had irrevocably altered our perception of the world. "You've seen behind the curtain, Alex, Sarah," she said during one visit, her gaze serious. "That kind of awareness, it changes you. You'll be more sensitive now, more attuned to things others might not notice. It's a price of what you've been through." The price of awareness manifested in subtle ways. Shadows in the periphery of my vision seemed to linger a fraction too long. Unexplained drafts of cold air would occasionally sweep through the apartment. The silence at night sometimes felt too heavy, pregnant with unseen possibilities. These weren't the overwhelming terrors of possession, but they were persistent reminders of the fragile boundary between our world and something far older and more vast. Sarah, too, experienced this heightened sensitivity. She found herself more drawn to capturing the subtle energies of places in her photography, the interplay of light and shadow taking on a new, almost symbolic significance. She spoke a feeling of faint resonance in old buildings or secluded natural spaces, a whisper of stories untold, energies unseen. We learn to live with this heightened awareness, to acknowledge the subtle shifts without succumbing to the fear that had once consumed us. It became a part of our new normal, a quiet understanding of the unseen world that now coexisted with our own. However, the fleeting whisper in the living room sparked a new concern for Evelyn. It didn't feel like a residual echo of the banished entity. It felt different, older, more vast. Her research shifted, delving into broader lore about ancient entities and potential consequences of disrupting established power dynamics in the unseen realms. She theorized that the banishment of the entity that had claimed my bloodline might have created a ripple effect, attracting the attention of other, perhaps even more powerful beings. Think of it like removing a stone from a wall, she explained, her brow furrowed in thought. It can weaken the entire structure, creating openings for other things to seep through. This possibility cast a new shadow over our hard-won peace. The relief of being free from one ancient malevolence was now tinged with the unsettling prospect of attracting the attention of others. The veil, it seemed, was not just thin, it might be fraying. Evelyn intensified her protective measures. She introduced new wards to the apartment, incorporating symbols and rituals designed to create a broader shield against negative energies. She also taught us basic grounding and shielding techniques, empowering us to protect ourselves on a personal level. Despite these precautions, the subtle signs persisted. A recurring dream plagued me, a vast, starless expanse filled with the silent, looming shapes of colossal entities, their presence radiating an ancient, indifferent power. I would wake from these dreams with a profound sense of insignificance, a chilling understanding of the vastness of the unknown. Sarah, too, experienced unsettling occurrences. Her photographs would sometimes capture faint, unexplainable anomalies, fleeting shadows, distorted light patterns that defied logical explanation. These weren't the clear manifestations of the entity that had possessed me, but they were unsettling nonetheless, hinting at other presences lurking just beyond our perception. The weight of knowing had become a constant awareness of our vulnerability, a subtle anxiety that shadowed our days and haunted our nights. We had faced one ancient horror and emerged, scarred but alive. But the victory had come at a price. The irreversible opening of our senses to a reality far more complex and potentially dangerous than we had ever imagined. The veil had thinned, and we now stood on the precipice of a wider, more daunting understanding of the darkness that surrounded us. The peace we had fought so hard for felt fragile, a small island of light in an endless, unknowable ocean of shadows. Chapter 29. The Unseen Currents. The subtle disturbances persisted, the unseen current of the other world lapping at the edges of our awareness, like a tide rising in the darkness. The vast, indifferent entities of my nightmares lingered in the periphery of my waking thoughts. Their silent, looming presence a constant reminder of the insignificance of our struggles in the face of cosmic forces. Sarah's unsettling photographs, capturing fleeting anomalies of light and shadow, served as visual confirmations of the fraying veil, the increasing permeability of our reality. The weight of knowing had become a heavy cloak, a constant awareness of the unseen world that now intertwined with our own, a world both fascinating and terrifying in its immensity. Evelyn's concern grew with each new anomaly we reported. The fact that these weren't echoes of the banished entity suggested a broader disturbance, a potential opening of pathways to other realms. Her research intensified, delving into the study of interdimensional energies and the consequences of disrupting ancient power structures. She spoke of crossings and bleed-throughs, phenomena where the boundaries between realities weakened, allowing entities and energies to seep through. The banishment, it might have created a vacuum, she theorized, her voice low and serious. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the other side, it's full of things eager to fill any void. Her words painted a chilling picture. Our victory over one ancient evil might have inadvertently opened us up to a host of others, drawn by the disruption of the established order. The thought was both daunting and overwhelming, making our hard-won peace feel even more precarious. Evelyn's protective measures became more intricate, incorporating not just wards against negative entities, but also rituals designed to strengthen the boundaries of our reality. She introduced crystals and sonic frequencies into our defenses, explaining their ability to create resonant barriers against interdimensional intrusions. She also emphasized the importance of maintaining a strong mental and emotional equilibrium, as our own fear and anxiety could inadvertently weaken the veil. Sarah found a strange solace in her photography, her lens becoming a tool for observation rather than just artistic expression. She began to intentionally seek out locations with a strong energetic presence, hoping to document the subtle anomalies, to understand the patterns of the unseen currents. Her photographs became a visual diary of the thinning veil, a collection of unsettling glimpses into a reality that coexisted with our own, but remained largely hidden from perception. My nightmares evolved, the silent, looming entities sometimes shifting, their vast, in different forms occasionally turning towards me, their non-existent eyes seeming to pierce through the layers of sleep, leaving me with a chilling sense of being observed by something ancient and incomprehensible. One evening, while reviewing Sarah's latest photographs, we noticed a recurring symbol in several of the anomalies, a spiraling vortex of shadow that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Evelyn recognized it as an ancient glyph associated with interdimensional travel and the opening of gateways. Its repeated appearance was deeply concerning, suggesting that something was actively trying to breach the thinning veil. The realization shifted our focus from passive defense to active investigation. We needed to understand what was trying to cross over and why. Evelyn's research led her to local legends and folklore, tales of forgotten rituals and places where the veil was said to be naturally thin. One such place was a Blackwood estate, the site of the ancient pact that had nearly claimed me, despite its modern redevelopment. The land was said to retain a residual energy, a lingering echo of its dark history. Evelyn theorized that the disruption caused by the banishment might have reactivated dormant pathways in that location. Together, we made the unsettling decision to revisit the site of my torment. The modern apartment complex felt incongruous with the dark history that clung to the land. As we walked the grounds, a palpable unease settled over us. The air felt heavy, and the temperature dropped inexplicably in certain areas. Sarah's camera flickered erratically, capturing strange distortions in the light. Following a hunch based on Eleanor's journal and local folklore, we found a section of the grounds that remained undeveloped. A small, overgrown patch of woods bordering the modern buildings. Within this secluded area, we discovered the crumbling remnants of what appeared to be an ancient stone structure half buried in the earth. The spiraling vortex glyph was etched into several of the weathered stones. The discovery confirmed Evelyn's fears. The Blackwood estate was indeed a nexus point, a place where the veil was thin and the disruption caused by the banishment had seemingly attracted unwanted attention. The unseen currents were growing stronger, and something was trying to find its way through. The weight of knowing had become a call to action, a realization that our fight for peace was far from over. The thinning veil demanded our vigilance, and the spiraling glyph served as a chilling warning of the interdimensional tides that were beginning to rise. Stage 4, The Tides Turn. Chapter 30, The Rising Tide. The crumbling stone structure in the overgrown woods of the former Blackwood estate pulsed with a palpable, unsettling energy. The spiraling vortex glyphs etched into the weathered stone seemed to hum with an unseen vibration, a silent testament to the interdimensional currents that converged at this nexus point. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and faintly metallic, a subtle trace of otherworldly influence. The weight of knowing had become a pressing urgency. The spiraling glyph, a clear indication that the thinning veil was not just a passive phenomenon, but an active breach being exploited. Evelyn's face was grim as she examined the ancient structure. Her EMF reader flickered erratically, the reading spiking near the glyphs. "This is a gateway," she confirmed, her voice low and serious. "A place where the veil is naturally weak, and the disruption we cause has amplified it." The discovery of the gateway shifted our focus entirely. The subtle disturbances we had been experiencing were not random occurrences, but the precursors of something far more significant, an attempt at a full-scale crossing. The entity we had banished might have been just one tendril of a much larger, more complex network of otherworldly forces. Evelyn theorized that the spiraling vortex glyph was a key, a focal point for opening and maintaining interdimensional pathways. Its repeated appearance in Sarah's photographs suggested that whatever was trying to cross over was actively manipulating these energies. Our immediate priority became sealing the gateway. Evelyn explained that this would require a powerful counter-ritual, one that drew upon the natural energies of the land and utilized specific binding agents to reinforce the weakened veil. The ritual would need to be performed at the nexus point, within the crumbling stone structure. The preparations were swift and focused. Evelyn gathered potent earth-based ingredients, iron, salt, specific herbs known for their binding properties, and stones imbued with grounding energy. Sarah meticulously documented the spiraling vortex glyphs, hoping to understand their energetic signature. I, still feeling the lingering fragility of my recovery, focused my will, drawing upon the inner strength that had helped me resist the possession, preparing to lend my energy to the sealing ritual. As night fell, a heavy mist rolled through the woods, clinging to the ancient stones and amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the spiraling glyphs seeming to glow faintly in the dim light of our lanterns. Evelyn established a protective circle around the stone structure, using a combination of salt, iron filings, and chanting ancient wards. Within the circle, she arranged the binding agents in a specific geometric pattern, their earthy scents mingling with the dampness of the night. The ritual began with Evelyn invoking the earth energies, drawing upon the ancient power of the land to reinforce the veil. Her voice resonated with deep, primal authority, the words echoing through the mist-shrouded woods. Sarah and I added our own energy to the ritual, focusing our intent on sealing the gateway, on pushing back the encroaching darkness. As Evelyn's chanting reached a crescendo, the spiraling vortex glyphs on the stones began to pulse with a faint blue light. The air within the circle grew heavy, and a low, resonant hum filled the woods, similar to a hum I had experienced during possession, but deeper, more vast. A shadowy form began to coalesce within the spiraling vortex on one of the stones, indistinct but undeniably present, a tendril reaching through the thinning veil. A cold, alien presence washed over us, a chilling echo of the ancient malevolence we had fought before, but somehow different, broader, more ancient. Evelyn's chanting shifted, becoming a powerful binding incantation, directing the earth energies to seal the gateway, to sever the connection. The blue light around the glyph intensified, and the shadowy form within writhed as if in resistance. Sarah focused her energy, visualizing the veil strengthening, the pathways closing. I channeled my inner strength, pushing back against the cold, alien presence, drawing upon resilience that had allowed Eleanor to resist centuries ago. The ground beneath our feet trembled. The air crackled with energy. The spiraling vortex on the stone flared with an intense blue light, then abruptly winked out. The shadowy form within vanished. The low hum faded into silence. A collective sigh of relief escaped our lips. The immediate threat seemed to have been contained. The gateway, for now, was sealed. But Evelyn's face remained grave. "That was close," she said, her voice low and strained. "Whatever is trying to cross over is powerful and persistent. This might not be the last attempt." The rising tide of interdimensional energy had been pushed back, but the unseen currents remained strong. The thinning veil at the Blackwood estate was a wound that needed more than just a temporary seal. The weight of knowing had become a commitment, a realization that our fight to protect our reality from the encroaching darkness was an ongoing battle, a vigilance we would need to maintain in the face of the vast, unknowable forces that lurked just beyond our perception. The spiraling glyph remained etched in our minds, a chilling symbol of the persistent threat, and the ever-present potential for the tide to rise again. Chapter 31. The Scarred Earth. The The sealing ritual of the Blackwood estate left the air thick with a residual energy, a faint hum that vibrated just below the threshold of hearing. The crumbling stone structure, once a nexus of interdimensional currents, now felt strangely inert, the spiraling vortex glyphs on its surface dull and lifeless. But the sense of unease lingered, a prickling awareness that the rising tide had only been temporarily pushed back, the underlying vulnerability of the veil remaining a stark reality. The weight of knowing had settled into a grim determination, a recognition that our lives were now inextricably linked to the ongoing battle against the encroaching darkness. The woods surrounding the ancient gateway felt different, too. An unnatural stillness had fallen. The usual sounds of rustling leaves and birdsong muted, replaced by a heavy silence that felt both expectant and ominous. Sarah's camera refused to function within a certain radius of the stone structure, the digital display flickering erratically, unable to lock onto a stable image. It was as if the land itself was scarred, still resonating with the raw energy of the attempted crossing. Evelyn spent the following days monitoring the area remotely, using specialized sensors and drones equipped with EMF readers and thermal imaging. The data revealed persistent energy fluctuations around the gateway, subtle but undeniable signs that the seal was under pressure, the veil still dangerously thin. "It's not stable," she reported, her brow furrowed with concern. "The seal is holding for now, but whatever tried to come through, it's still trying. The energy readings are fluctuating in patterns, almost like probing." Her words amplified our unease. The image of an unseen intelligence testing the boundaries of our defenses was chilling. The victory at the gateway felt temporary, a brief respite before the next inevitable surge of the rising tide. Our focus shifted to finding a more permanent solution, a way to not just seal the gateway, but to strengthen the veil itself. Evelyn's research led her to ancient texts describing rituals for mending tears in the fabric of reality, practices that required specific locations with strong natural energy and artifacts imbued with significant power. One such location was mentioned in local folklore, a hidden spring deep within the surrounding hills, said to be a place where the veil was naturally strong, a source of potent life energy. The text spoke of a legendary artifact hidden near the spring, a stone said to possess the ability to mend rifts between worlds. The quest for the hidden spring and the legendary stone became our new mission. The journey into the hills was arduous, the terrain rugged and overgrown. Sarah's camera continued to malfunction sporadically, capturing distorted images of the landscape, fleeting glimpses of what looked like shimmering distortions in the air. As we ventured deeper into the wilderness, I began to experience vivid waking visions, fleeting images of the vast, indifferent entities from my nightmares, their silent forms looming in the periphery of my sight. They didn't feel like a direct attack, but more like a growing awareness of their proximity, a sense that the thinning veil was allowing us to perceive them, even if they couldn't yet fully interact with our reality. Finally, after days of searching, we found the hidden spring. It was a tranquil oasis, the water crystal clear, bubbling up from the earth with a palpable sense of vibrant energy. The air around the spring hummed with a gentle resonance, a stark contrast to the unsettling stillness of the scarred earth around the gateway. Near the spring, nestled within the roots of an ancient tree, we found the artifact, a smooth, obsidian stone that pulsed with a soft, inner light. As I reached for it, a wave of warmth flowed through me, a feeling of deep connection to the earth and a sense of ancient power. Evelyn recognized the stone from the ancient texts. It was a veil weaver, an artifact said to possess the ability to mend tears in reality and strengthen the boundaries between worlds. The legend spoke of intricate rituals involving the stone and the spring's potent energy. The ritual to mend the veil at the Blackwood Gateway was complex and demanding, requiring a precise alignment of energies and a deep connection to the land. We returned to the scarred earth, carrying the veil weaver, the obsidian stone radiating a steady warmth against my skin. Under the light of the full moon, at the site of the crumbling stone structure, we began the mending ritual. Evelyn directed the flow of energy from the veil weaver, channeling its power into the scarred earth, drawing upon the spring's vibrant energy to mend the weakened veil. Sarah used her photography to document the energy patterns, her camera surprisingly functioning normally within the ritual circle. I focused my will, anchoring the energy, drawing upon resilience that had allowed my ancestors to resist the encroaching darkness. As the ritual reached its peak, the obsidian stone pulsed with intense light, and a wave of pure energy emanated outwards, washing over the scarred earth. The air shimmered, and the dullness of the spiraling vortex glyphs seemed to recede, replaced by a faint, steady luminescence. The unnatural stillness of the woods began to dissipate, replaced by the gentle sounds of the night. The energy fluctuations around the gateway, monitored remotely by Evelyn, stabilized. The veil, scarred and weakened, had begun to mend. The rising tide had begun to turn, but the weight of knowing remained. The vast, indifferent entities still loomed in the periphery of my awareness, a constant reminder of the immensity of the darkness beyond. The thinning veil had been addressed, but the awareness of its fragility, the understanding of the constant pressure from the other side, would forever be a part of our reality. The scarred earth had begun to heal, but the scars on our minds, the price of our awareness, would remain a testament to the battles fought and the endless vigilance required to keep the tides at bay. Chapter 32, The Shifting Sands. The immediate aftermath of the Veil Weaver ritual brought a sense of cautious optimism. The oppressive stillness in the woods around the Blackwood Gateway had lifted, replaced by the familiar symphony of the natural world. Evelyn's remote monitoring showed a significant stabilization of the energy fluctuations, the scarred earth seeming to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The obsidian stone, now resting on our mantelpiece, radiated a gentle warmth, a tangible reminder of the mended rift. The rising tide had indeed begun to turn, but the vast ocean of the unseen remained, its presence a constant awareness in the back of our minds. My waking visions of the colossal entities lessened in intensity, fading from the periphery of my sight to the more distant corners of my awareness. They no longer felt like an immediate threat, but rather a glimpse into the cosmic indifference that lay beyond the fragile shield of our reality. Sarah's photographs, while still occasionally capturing subtle anomalies, showed a marked decrease in the spiraling vortex glyphs, suggesting a weakening of the interdimensional pathways. However, the weight of knowing had instilled in us a heightened vigilance. We understood that the darkness beyond the veil was not a monolithic entity, but a complex, multifaceted realm with its own currents and intentions. Sealing one gateway and mending one tier did not guarantee lasting peace. The shifting sands of the unseen world could easily reveal new vulnerabilities. Evelyn's research continued, her focus now shifting to understanding the broader implications of our actions. Had we inadvertently drawn the attention of other entities? Were there other weak points in the veil that we were unaware of? The banishment of the Blackwood entity and the subsequent sealing ritual had been significant disruptions. The consequences, she cautioned, might be far-reaching. One area of particular concern was the Blackwood lineage itself. The ancient pact had been tied to my bloodline, a connection that had made me a target. Now that the pact was broken and the gateway sealed, were other descendants still vulnerable? Evelyn delved deeper into Blackwood family history, tracing the scattered branches of the family tree, searching for any other potential targets or lingering echoes of the ancient agreement. Sarah, ever the documentarian, began a new photography project, focusing on locations in the city rumored to have paranormal activity. Her intent was not to provoke or attract attention, but to observe, to map the subtle energies and identify any potential weak points in the local veil. Her photographs became a visual survey of the unseen landscape of our city. My own recovery progressed steadily, though the emotional scars of the possession remained. Therapy helped me process the trauma, to integrate the terrifying memories into the fabric of my past. The support of Sarah and Evelyn was invaluable, their shared understanding creating a bond that transcended the ordinary. Weeks turned into months, and a semblance of normalcy returned to our lives, albeit normalcy tinged with persistent awareness of the unseen. The obsidian veil weaver remained on our mantelpiece, a silent guardian, a tangible link to the mended rift. Then, subtle new anomalies began to surface. Sarah's photograph started capturing faint, shimmering distortions in the air, not the defined spiraling vortexes, but more amorphous, fluid-like disturbances. I began to experience a recurring sensory phenomenon, a faint, high-pitched whine that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once, a subtle vibration that resonated deep within my bones. Evelyn's sensors detected fluctuating electromagnetic fields in seemingly random locations throughout the city. These new occurrences felt different from the direct attacks we had experienced before. They were more subtle, more pervasive, like the environment itself was subtly shifting. Evelyn theorized that the ceiling of the Blackwood Gateway had created a ripple effect, causing minor tears and fluctuations in the veil across a wider area. Think of it like patching a hole in a dam, she explained. The pressure might shift to weaker points elsewhere. The shifting sands of the unseen world were revealing new vulnerabilities, demanding a broader, more adaptive approach to our defense. Our focus expanded from the single point of the Blackwood Gateway to the overall integrity of the veil in our region. The weight of knowing had evolved into a responsibility, a realization that our battle was not just personal, but part of a larger, ongoing effort to protect our reality from the encroaching tides of the unknown. The fragile peace we had found was now contingent on our continued vigilance, our willingness to adapt to the ever-shifting currents of the unseen world. Chapter 33. The city's hum. The subtle, pervasive anomalies intensified, the high-pitched whine becoming a near-constant companion, a low thrumming beneath the surface of the city's usual cacophony. Sarah's photographs captured the shimmering distortions with increasing clarity, revealing intricate, almost fractal-like patterns in the air, as if reality itself was subtly fracturing. Evelyn's sensors registered the fluctuating electromagnetic fields, spreading further across the urban landscape, their patterns seemingly random, yet hinting at an underlying, unseen structure. The shifting sands of the unseen world were creating a new, unsettling normal, a city subtly vibrating with energies beyond our comprehension. The weight of responsibility deepened, the realization that the thinning veil was a city-wide phenomenon demanding a wider, more collaborative approach. Evelyn's research took a new direction, focusing on urban legends and local folklore associated with paranormal activity within the city limits. She theorized that pre-existing weak points in the veil, perhaps tied to historical events or geological anomalies, were being exacerbated by the disruption at the Blackwood Gateway. The city, she suggested, might have its own unseen geography of vulnerability. Sarah's photography became less about passive observation and more about active mapping. Armed with Evelyn's theories and her own growing sensitivity, she began to target locations mentioned in local ghost stories and urban myths, abandoned subway tunnels, forgotten cemeteries, sites of historical tragedies. Her photographs from these locations revealed the most pronounced distortions, the shimmering air almost thick enough to see with the naked eye. The spiraling vortex glyph, though less frequent, occasionally reappeared in these images, often overlaid with other, unfamiliar symbols. The high-pitched whine intensified for me in certain locations, particularly near older buildings and areas with a history of reported paranormal activity. It felt like a resonance, a sympathetic vibration with the fracturing reality around me. I also began to experience fleeting auditory hallucinations, whispers just at the edge of hearing, too indistinct to understand, yet carrying a chillingly alien quality. Evelyn connected these experiences to the overall weakening of the veil. The increased permeability was allowing subtle sensory bleed through from other dimensions, affecting those with a heightened sensitivity, like myself. The city, she explained, was beginning to hum with the echoes of other realities. The need for a collaborative approach became increasingly clear. Evelyn reached out to her network of paranormal investigators within the city, sharing her findings and Sarah's compelling photographic evidence. Initially met with skepticism, the consistency of Sarah's images and the corroborating sensor data gradually convinced a small, dedicated group that something significant was happening. This nascent network began to pool their resources and knowledge, sharing local lore, historical records, and their own experiences with paranormal phenomena. They identified several other potential weak points in the city's veil, locations that align with Sarah's findings and Evelyn's theories. One location emerged as particularly significant: the site of an old, forgotten asylum on the outskirts of the city, rumored to have been the scene of horrific experiments and intense psychic trauma. Sarah's photographs from the asylum grounds showed the most severe distortions, the air shimmering and twisting as if viewed through heat haze. The unfamiliar symbols that occasionally overlaid the spiraling vortex glyph were particularly prevalent in these images. Evelyn's research revealed that the asylum was built on land with a long history of unusual occurrences, predating the building itself. Local legend spoke of ancient rituals performed on the site, and geological surveys indicated a unique confluence of electromagnetic energies beneath the surface. It felt like another, perhaps even more significant nexus point, a deep wound in the city's veil. The rising tide was no longer a distant threat. It was seeping into the very fabric of our city, its unseen currents creating a pervasive hum of instability. The weight of responsibility now extended beyond our personal safety to protection of our community, the need to understand and address these citywide vulnerabilities becoming paramount. The shifting sands demanded a united front, a collaborative effort to understand the city's unseen geography and reinforce the weakening boundaries of our shared reality. The high-pitched whine was the city's silent alarm, and the shimmering air in Sarah's photographs was a visual testament to the escalating threat. Chapter 34, The Asylum's Echo. The forgotten asylum on the city's edge pulsed with a palpable darkness, a stark contrast to the subtle hum affecting the rest of the urban landscape. The air around its crumbling walls felt heavy, thick with the residue of pain and despair, a tangible echo of the intense psychic trauma that had permeated the grounds for decades. Sarah's photographs from the location were disturbingly vivid, the shimmering distortions in the air almost solid, swirling with the unfamiliar symbols that now seemed intertwined with the spiraling vortex glyphs. The high-pitched whine intensified to a piercing shriek whenever I neared the asylum's perimeter, a visceral warning from my heightened senses. The city's unseen currents converge here, a deep and festering wound in the veil. The weight of responsibility now focused on this location. The asylum's echo a beacon for whatever was attempting to breach our reality. Our fledgling network of paranormal investigators, galvanized by the escalating anomalies, recognized the asylum as a critical focal point. Their shared lore and individual experiences corroborated Evelyn's theories, painting a grim picture of the site's history as a nexus of negative energy and potential interdimensional activity. Tales of unexplained phenomena, residual hauntings far more intense than typical ghost stories, and local legends of things slipping through all pointed to the asylum's compromised state. Evelyn's deeper research into the asylum's history unearthed disturbing details. The land it was built upon had indeed been a site of unusual occurrences long before the institution's construction, with whispers of indigenous rituals and unexplained disappearances dating back centuries. The asylum's own history was a brutal tapestry of inhumane experiments, patient suffering and unexplained deaths, creating a potent psychic residue that Evelyn believed was further weakening the veil. The unfamiliar symbols appearing in Sarah's photographs became a new focus of Evelyn's research. Cross-referencing them with ancient texts and occult databases, she tentatively identified them as belonging to a different, potentially more ancient, interdimensional entity or group of entities than the one that had targeted my bloodline. The spiraling vortex, she theorized, might be a more general glyph for interdimensional travel, while these new symbols represented specific signatures or keys associated with a different power. The asylum, therefore, wasn't just a weak point. It felt like a doorway being actively opened by something new, something drawn to the existing vulnerability, and perhaps amplified by the residual psychic energy. The rising tide was finding a major breach. Our network decided on coordinated investigation to the asylum, a multi-pronged approach combining Sarah's photographic documentation, Evelyn's sense of readings and ritual expertise, and the collective knowledge of the other investigators. The plan was to map the areas of highest energy concentration, identify the focal points of the interdimensional activity, and attempt a localized sealing ritual, similar to what we had done at the Blackwood Gateway. but adapted to the specific energies and symbols present. The investigation was a chilling descent into the asylum's decaying heart. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, the air thick with a sense of lingering suffering. Sarah's camera whirred constantly, capturing the now familiar shimmering distortions, along with unsettling visual anomalies. Fleeting shadows that moved independently, distorted faces glimpsed in empty windows. Evelyn's sensors screamed with erratic readings, pinpointing areas of intense energy concentration, often coinciding with rooms known for particularly horrific events in the asylum's past. The unfamiliar symbols were found etched into the walls in several locations, often clustered around areas of high energy. They felt alien and malevolent, radiating a palpable sense of coldness. The spiraling vortex glyphs were also present, often intertwined with the new symbols, suggesting a connection or a piggybacking of energies. As I moved through the asylum, the piercing high-pitched whine was almost unbearable, accompanied by increasingly clear auditory hallucinations, whispers in a language I didn't understand, laced with chillingly gleeful tone. The weight of the city's hum felt concentrated here, a deafening echo of other realities pressing against our own. Evelyn identified a central chamber in the asylum's basement, a room rumored to have been the site of particularly brutal experiments, as the primary focal point of the interdimensional activity. The energy readings here were off the charts, and the unfamiliar symbols were etched deeply into the stone floor, forming a complex, radiating pattern. The spiraling vortex glyph was prominently displayed at the center of this pattern. It was clear that this chamber was the epicenter of the rising tide, the doorway being actively forced open. The asylum's echo was a siren call, and something was answering. Our localized sealing ritual would need to be powerful and precise, targeting the specific nexus of energies and symbols. The weight of responsibility now felt immense, the fate of our city potentially hinging on our ability to contain this breach. Chapter 35. The Binding Echo. The central chamber in the asylum's basement was a suffocating vortex of negative energy, the air thick with a palpable residue of suffering. The complex pattern of unfamiliar symbols etched into the stone floor pulsed with a faint, sickly luminescence. The spiraling vortex glyph at its center, a gaping maw of distorted reality. The piercing shriek that plagued me throughout the asylum reached a fever pitch within this space, accompanied by a cacophony of chillingly gleeful whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The city's unseen hum was a deafening roar here, the veil a tattered curtain threatening to tear completely. The weight of responsibility felt crushing, the binding echo of our ritual the only hope against the rising interdimensional tide. Evelyn surveyed the chamber with grim determination, her sensors overloaded by the sheer intensity of the energy readings. The other investigators in our network stood ready, their faces pale but resolute, each holding artifacts and components for the adapted sealing ritual. Sarah meticulously documented the symbol patterns, her camera lens struggling to maintain focus amidst the swirling energies. The ritual needed to be potent, tailored to the specific energies and symbols of this new entity or group. Evelyn had spent hours deciphering the unfamiliar glyphs, cross-referencing them with forbidden texts, and consulting with the more esoteric members of her network. The symbols, she believed, represent a form of interdimensional lock and key, a language used to open pathways between realities. Our binding echo ritual would need to disrupt this language, to create a counter-resonance that would lock the doorway shut. The components of the ritual were laid out on the cold stone floor, iron filings arranged in intricate counter-sigils, blessed water infused with protective herbs, and stones carved with binding runes. Evelyn instructed the other investigators, assigning specific roles and incantations. Sarah would use her amplified camera, its lens focused on the central spiraling vortex, to capture and redirect the disruptive energies of the ritual. My role was to act as an anchor, drawing upon my past experience with possession to channel a focused wave of resistance against the encroaching presence. The ritual began with a cleansing of the chamber, Evelyn's voice resonating with ancient words of purification, pushing back against the oppressive darkness. The other investigators joined in, their voices creating a chorus of protective energy. Sarah activated her camera, its lens glowing with an eerie light as it focused on the swirling distortion above the central glyph. As the chanting intensified, Evelyn began to trace the counter sigils with a silver blade, disrupting the flow of energy within the etched symbols on the floor. The sickly luminescence flickered and dimmed. The gleeful whispers intensified, laced with a note of irritation. The piercing shriek reached a crescendo, and the spiraling vortex above the central glyph began to expand, a swirling abyss of distorted colors and impossible geometries. A cold, alien presence pressed against us, far more potent and malevolent than the entity that had possessed me. "Now, Alex," Evelyn commanded, drawing upon the residual echoes of the banishment ritual and the ingrained resistance within my bloodline. I focused my will, channeling a wave of pure, defiant energy outwards. It felt like pushing against an immense, unseen force, a cosmic pressure threatening to crush my very being. Sarah's camera whirred, capturing the energy I was projecting and redirecting it towards the expanding vortex, amplifying its disruptive effect. The lens flared with blinding light. The other investigators chanted the binding runes, their voices rising in unison, creating a resonant frequency designed to counteract the interdimensional lock. The iron filings around the etched symbols vibrated violently. The blessed water hissed as it came into contact with the floor. The chamber shook violently. The swirling vortex pulsed erratically, its colors shifting and distorting. The gleeful whispers turned into shrieks of rage. The cold, alien presence recoiled. Evelyn's chanting reached a fever pitch, her voice a powerful weapon against the encroaching darkness. She slammed the silver blade into the center of the spiraling vortex glyph. A blinding flash of white light erupted from the floor. The piercing shriek was abruptly silenced, the swirling vortex collapsing on itself, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. The sickly luminescence of the etched symbols faded to black. The deafening roar of the city's unseen hum subsided to a manageable thrum. A collective gasp of exhaustion and relief filled the chamber. The binding echo of our ritual had resonated, disrupting the interdimensional lock and momentarily sealing the gateway. But the victory felt fragile, hard-won against a far more powerful force. The alien presence, though pushed back, felt vast and ancient, its thwarted attempt a chilling reminder of the immensity of what lay beyond the veil. The asylum's echo was temporarily silenced, but the deep wound in the city's reality remained. The weight of responsibility had not lessened. It had intensified, the rising tide of force that demanded constant vigilance and an unwavering commitment to understanding and protecting our world from the encroaching darkness. The binding echo was a temporary reprieve, a breath held against the inevitable return to tide. Chapter 36. The lingering resonance. The silence that descended upon the asylum's basement after the binding echo ritual was heavy, not with peace, but with a lingering resonance of immense power barely contained. The faint shimmer above the sealed spiraling vortex glyph on the floor felt like a scab over a deep wound, a temporary barrier against an ancient, unknowable force. The gleeful whispers were gone, replaced by a chilling absence that felt more ominous than their presence. The city's unseen hum, though subdued, still vibrated with an underlying tension, a reminder of the pervasive instability of the veil. The weight of responsibility now carried a sharper edge, the realization that we were dealing with something far beyond the scope of the entity that had haunted my bloodline. Our network of investigators retreated from the asylum, the exhaustion of the ritual weighing heavily on us. Evelyn monitored the site remotely, her sensors showing a fragile equilibrium. The intense energy readings had subsided, but subtle fluctuations persisted, indicating that the seal was under constant pressure. The alien presence we had encountered felt vast and patient, its thwarted attempt likely just a temporary setback. The unfamiliar symbols remained a key point of concern. Evelyn's continued research yielded fragmented clues, linking them to ancient interdimensional entities associated with manipulation and the slow erosion of reality's boundaries. These weren't beings of brute force, but subtle influencers, weavers of discord and chaos. The spiraling vortex, she now theorized, was a more generic gateway. While these symbols acted as specific keys, targeting particular vulnerabilities in our reality, the asylum, with its potent psychic residue and its history as a nexus of suffering, was clearly a targeted vulnerability, a deep crack in the city's veil that this new force was attempting to exploit. Our binding echo ritual had been a desperate measure, a temporary patch on a significant breach. A more permanent solution was needed. Our network decided to consult with more experienced, albeit reclusive, occult scholar known only as Dr. Albright. He was rumored to possess a deep understanding of interdimensional entities and the intricacies of veil mechanics. Securing a meeting with him was a challenge, requiring a series of cryptic messages and carefully worded requests. When we finally met Dr. Albright, in a dimly lit study filled with ancient texts and strange artifacts, his demeanor was grave. He confirmed Evelyn's fears about the unfamiliar symbols, identifying them as belonging to a collective known as the Architects of Dissolution, entities that sought to unravel the fabric of reality through subtle manipulation and the exploitation of psychic energies. The asylum, Dr. Albright explained, his voice a low murmur, is a wound that bleeds into their realm. The suffering, the trauma, it acts as an invitation, a beacon. He warned us that a simple sealing ritual might not be enough. The Architects of Dissolution were masters of infiltration, their influence subtle and insidious. They might already be working through other weak points in the city's veil, their presence masked by the pervasive hum of instability. Dr. Albright proposed a more complex approach, a citywide resonance ritual designed to strengthen the veil at its weakest points and create a harmonic barrier against the architect's influence. This ritual would require identifying multiple nexus points throughout the city, utilizing specific resonant frequencies, and drawing upon the collective psychic energy of individuals attuned to the unseen. Sarah's photography became crucial to this new plan. Her documented anomalies served as a map of the city's vulnerabilities, highlighting the locations where the veil was thinnest. Our network began to identify individuals within the city who had experienced paranormal phenomena or displayed a natural sensitivity to unseen energies. The preparation for the citywide resonance ritual was a delicate and time-consuming process. Evelyn and Dr. Albright worked together, deciphering ancient texts and formulating precise resonant frequencies needed. Sarah's photographs were analyzed for recurring patterns and energetic signatures. The network reached out to the identified sensitive individuals, explaining the threat and seeking their participation. The ritual was planned for the night of a rare celestial alignment, a time when the veil was said to be naturally more receptive to energetic manipulation. The chosen nexus points across the city were prepared with specific resonant artifacts and protective sigils. The sensitive individuals gathered at these locations, ready to lend their psychic energy to the ritual. As darkness fell, a sense of quiet anticipation settled over the city. The usual urban noise seemed muted, as if the city itself was holding its breath. At each nexus point, the sensitive individuals began to chant the resonant frequencies, their voices creating a subtle, harmonic vibration that rippled through the unseen currents. At the asylum, within the reinforced protective circle in the basement chamber, Evelyn, Sarah, Dr. Albright, and I focused our combined energy, amplifying the citywide resonance, directing it towards a deep wound in the veil. The faint shimmer above the sealed glyph pulsed with a soft, golden light. The lingering resonance of the Architects of Dissolution, the subtle hum of their influence, began to waver, countered by the rising harmonic frequency of our ritual. The battle for the city's veil had entered a new, more intricate phase, a subtle war fought not with brute force, but with resonance and intention. The tide was shifting again, the fight for our reality becoming a citywide symphony of resistance. Chapter 37, The Harmonic Shield. The citywide resonance ritual unfolded with a subtle yet profound effect. A low, almost imperceptible hum permeated the urban landscape, a harmonic frequency that seemed to vibrate in opposition to the unsettling thrum of the thinning veil. Sarah's photographs, taken during the ritual, captured a faint golden shimmer overlaying the previously distorted areas, a visual manifestation of the strengthening boundaries. The sensitive individuals across the city reported a sense of increased stability, a feeling of the unseen currents settling into a more natural rhythm. The lingering resonance of the Architects of Dissolution, though not entirely eradicated, felt muted, pushed back by the rising tide of our collective intention. The weight of responsibility now carried a glimmer of hope, the potential for a city-wide harmonic shield against the encroaching darkness. Within the asylum's basement chamber, the faint golden light above the sealed spiraling vortex pulsed steadily, a beacon of the resonant energy we had generated. Evelyn's sensors registered a significant decrease in the erratic electromagnetic fluctuations, the deep wound in the city's veil appearing to stabilize. Dr. Albright, his usual gravitas softened by a hint of relief, explained that the resonance ritual had created a sympathetic vibration, reinforcing the natural boundaries of our reality and making it more difficult for the Architects of Dissolution to gain a foothold. "Think of it as tuning an instrument," he said, his voice a low murmur. "We have introduced a harmonious frequency that disrupts the discordant influence." However, he cautioned that the architects were subtle and patient. They would likely adapt, seeking new vulnerabilities and refining their methods of infiltration. The harmonic shield was a significant defense, but it required constant maintenance and vigilance. Our network continued to monitor the city, Sarah's photography and the sensitive individuals acting as early warning systems for any new disturbances. Evelyn and Dr. Albright focused on refining the resonant frequencies and developing countermeasures against potential adaptations by the architects. The fragile peace we had achieved required an ongoing commitment to understanding and protecting the city's unseen landscape. Weeks passed, and the city settled into a new equilibrium. The pervasive unease lessened, replaced by a cautious sense of stability. The high-pitched whine I had experienced became infrequent, a faint echo rather than a constant companion. Sarah's photograph showed a sustained decrease in the shimmering distortions, the golden overlay becoming a subtle characteristic of certain locations, a sign of the reinforced veil. However, the Architects of Dissolution, as Dr. Albright had predicted, did not remain dormant. Subtle new anomalies began to surface, different in nature from the direct breaches we had encountered before. People across the city reported experiencing vivid, unsettling dreams filled with intricate, impossible architecture and pervasive sense of unease. A subtle feeling of discord began to permeate social interactions, minor disagreements escalating into irrational conflicts, a sense of underlying tension simmering beneath the surface of everyday life. Evelyn and Dr. Albright recognized these new phenomena as potential indicators of the architect's subtle influence, their attempts to sow discord and weaken the collective psychic energy that fueled a harmonic shield. Their methods were insidious, targeting the mental and emotional landscape of the city's inhabitants. Our network shifted its focus to countering this new form of attack. Evelyn and Dr. Albright developed meditative and grounding techniques to help individuals resist the architect's influence on their dreams and emotions. The sensitive individuals began to act as anchors of calm and stability within their communities, consciously projecting harmonious energy to counteract the rising discord. Sarah's photography took on a new purpose. She began to document instances of the subtle discord, capturing moments of irrational anger or pervasive unease in public spaces. These images, when analyzed by Evelyn and Dr. Albright, revealed faint visual signatures that correlated with the architect's known symbols, suggesting a subtle manipulation of the city's energetic field. The battle for the city's veil had become a subtle war fought on the planes of consciousness and emotion. The harmonic shield provided a strong defense against direct breaches, but the Architects of Dissolution were attempting to erode our defenses from within, exploiting the inherent vulnerabilities of a human psyche. The weight of responsibility now extended beyond physical breaches to the mental and emotional well-being of the city's inhabitants. Our network expanded, reaching out to mental health professionals and community leaders, sharing our understanding of the subtle threat and collaborating on strategies to build resilience against the architect's insidious influence. The rising tide had shifted its form, demanding a more nuanced and holistic approach to our defense, a recognition that the true strength of our shield lay not just in resonant frequencies, but in the collective harmony and resilience of our community. The fight for our reality had become a citywide effort to maintain not just the integrity of the veil, but the integrity of our shared consciousness. Chapter 38. The Seeds of Discord. The subtle seeds of discord sown by the Architects of Dissolution began to sprout across the city, manifesting as a pervasive undercurrent of irritability and irrationality. Minor inconveniences sparked disproportionate anger, casual disagreements escalated into bitter arguments, and a general sense of unease hung in the air, a subtle fraying of the social fabric. The vivid, unsettling dreams continued to plague many, filled with impossible geometries that left a lingering sense of disorientation and anxiety upon waking. The harmonic shield, while effective against direct interdimensional breaches, seemed less potent against this insidious form of mental and emotional infiltration. The weight of responsibility now included the delicate task of nurturing the city's collective psyche, combating an enemy that sought to erode our defenses from within. Our network mobilized, focusing on disseminating the meditative and grounding techniques developed by Evelyn and Dr. Albright. Workshops were organized in community centers and online, teaching people how to recognize and resist the subtle influences on their thoughts and emotions. Mental health professionals, now aware of the potential external factors at play, integrated these techniques into their practice. The sensitive individuals within the city became active anchors, consciously projecting calm and harmonious energy into their communities, attempting to counteract the rising tide of discord. Sarah's photography became a form of subtle activism. Her images documented the instances of irrational anger and pervasive unease, not to sensationalize, but to raise awareness. When analyzed, these photographs continued to reveal faint visual signatures correlating with the architect's symbols, subtle distortions in the emotional atmosphere of a place, almost like a faint psychic smog. Evelyn and Dr. Albright delved deeper into the lore surrounding the Architects of Dissolution, seeking vulnerabilities in their subtle methods of influence. They discovered that the architects thrived on chaos and negative energy, their power amplified by widespread fear and discord. Their goal was not necessarily a direct invasion, but a gradual erosion of our reality from within, creating a fertile ground for their long-term influence. The key to resisting them, they theorized, lay in fostering unity, empathy, and emotional resilience within the city. The harmonic shield needed to evolve beyond a simple resonant frequency to encompass a collective mental and emotional fortitude. Our network began to organize citywide initiatives focused on promoting community cohesion and emotional well-being. Art projects, volunteer programs, and public forums were launched, all aimed at fostering a sense of connection and shared purpose. The sensitive individuals played a crucial role in these initiatives, their natural empathy and calming presence acting as a subtle counter-influence to the architect's discord. I found myself increasingly drawn to these community efforts, using my own experience with the intrusive influence of the possessing entity to help others recognize and resist the more subtle manipulations of the architects. The act of sharing my story and offering support became a form of personal healing and a way to channel my trauma into positive action. Sarah's photography documented these initiatives, capturing the moments of connection and empathy that blossomed across the city, a visual counterpoint to the images of discord. The golden shimmer in her photographs, the sign of the reinforced veil, began to appear more consistently in areas where these community efforts were strongest, suggesting a correlation between collective harmony and the stability of our reality. However, the Architects of Dissolution were persistent. The vivid, unsettling dreams continued, evolving in complexity and intensity. Some reported shared dreamscapes filled with the architect's impossible architecture, creating a subtle sense of collective disorientation and shared anxiety. The subtle feeling of discord in social interactions remained, a persistent friction that threatened to undermine our efforts at unity. Evelyn and Dr. Albright discovered that the architects were attempting to exploit existing emotional wounds and societal divisions within the city, amplifying pre-existing tensions to further their agenda of discord. This realization underscored the importance of addressing not just the external threat, but the internal vulnerabilities within our community. The battle for City's Veil had become a multifaceted struggle, a war fought on the planes of reality, consciousness, and emotion. The harmonic shield provided a crucial defense, but the true strength of our resistance lay in the unity, empathy, and resilience of our community. The seeds of discord had been sown, but the seeds of connection and compassion were beginning to take root, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of an unseen and insidious enemy. The rising tide of discord demanded a rising tide of unity. Chapter 39, The Woven Threads. The city, caught in the subtle cross-currents of the Architects of Dissolution's discord and our community's burgeoning unity, felt like a tapestry being woven with threads of tension and resilience. The unsettling dreams persisted, their shared landscapes of impossible architecture creating a subtle but persistent sense of collective unease, a feeling of being subtly manipulated at the deepest levels of consciousness. Yet, the seeds of connection planted across the city were beginning to blossom, small acts of empathy and cooperation acting as counter-threads to the architect's insidious unraveling. The harmonic shield, fueled by our collective intention, pulsed with fragile strength, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The weight of responsibility now felt like a shared burden, the understanding that our city's fate depended on the strength and resilience of its interwoven threads. Our network, now a diverse coalition of paranormal investigators, sensitive individuals, mental health professionals, and community leaders, doubled down on its efforts. The workshops on resisting the architect's mental influence expanded, incorporating techniques for lucid dreaming and shared dream analysis to help individuals navigate and even disrupt the unsettling dreamscapes. The sensitive individuals continued their work as anchors, consciously projecting waves of calm and harmony into public spaces and online communities, their empathy acting as a subtle antidote to the rising irritability. Sarah's photography evolved further, her lens seeking out moments of genuine connection and empathy amidst the subtle discord. Her images captured impromptu acts of kindness, shared laughter in public spaces, and the quiet strength of community gatherings, weaving a visual narrative of resilience that countered the architect's attempts to sow division. The golden shimmer in her photographs, the visual signature of the reinforced veil, appeared most strongly in areas where these positive interactions were most prevalent, suggesting a direct link between collective well-being and the stability of our reality. Evelyn and Dr. Albright focused their research on understanding the architect's methods of dream manipulation and their potential vulnerabilities within the dreamscape. They discovered ancient techniques for dream weaving and psychic shielding that could be taught to the city's inhabitants, empowering them to actively resist the architect's influence in their sleep. I became more deeply involved in these dream workshops, sharing my own experiences with the intrusive mental landscape of possession, drawing parallels to the architect's subtle manipulations. The act of helping others navigate their unsettling dreams felt like reclaiming a part of myself, transforming a source of past terror into a tool for collective empowerment. The subtle feeling of discord in social interactions remained a challenge, a persistent friction that threatened to undermine the growing unity. Evelyn theorized that the architects were subtly amplifying existing societal fault lines, exploiting pre-existing anxieties and divisions to create a climate of mistrust and animosity. To counter this, our network launched initiatives focused on fostering dialogue and understanding across different communities within the city. Public forums facilitated discussions and collaborative art projects aimed to bridge divides and build empathy. The sensitive individuals played a crucial role in these interactions, their ability to sense and mediate emotional tensions proving invaluable. Sarah's photography documented these bridging efforts, capturing the moments of connection and understanding that transcended differences, weaving a visual counter-narrative of unity against the architect's divisive influence. The golden shimmer in her photographs began to appear in unexpected places, even in areas previously marked by subtle discord, suggesting that the collective efforts were having a tangible effect on the stability of the veil. However, the Architects of Dissolution were relentless. The shared dreamscapes evolved, becoming more intricate and disorienting, sometimes subtly influencing waking thoughts and emotions, creating a pervasive sense of paranoia and mistrust. The subtle feeling of discord persisted, occasionally erupting into moments of intense, irrational conflict. Evelyn and Dr. Albright realized that the architects were adapting, weaving their influence deeper into the fabric of the city's collective consciousness. Our defense needed to become more integrated, a seamless blend of individual resilience and community cohesion, a tapestry woven so tightly that the architects' threads of discord could find no purchase. The battle for City's Veil had become a complex act of collective weaving, a struggle to reinforce the threads of unity and empathy against the insidious unraveling of the Architects of Dissolution. The rising tide of discord demanded an even stronger, more intricate weaving of our shared resilience. Chapter 40. The Unraveling and the Weaving. The city, a complex loom of human connection and unseen energies, strained under the subtle but persistent assault of the Architects of Dissolution. The shared dreamscapes, once disorienting, began to subtly bleed into waking life, creating a pervasive sense of déjà vu, fragmented memories of impossible places, and a creeping feeling of unreality. The subtle discord, though countered by burgeoning community efforts, flared intermittently, minor frustrations erupting into moments of intense, inexplicable rage, leaving behind a residue of confusion and guilt. The harmonic shield, while still a protective presence, flickered under the increasing strain, the golden shimmer in Sarah's photographs appearing less consistently in areas most affected by the architect's influence. The weight of responsibility felt heavier than ever, the realization that the final battle for the city's veil would be a delicate dance between unraveling and weaving, a struggle for the very fabric of our shared reality. Our network, recognizing the escalating threat, intensified its efforts. The dream workshops evolved into active dream weaving sessions, participants learning to consciously shape the shared dreamscapes, creating pockets of stability and resistance within the architect's impossible architecture. The sensitive individuals focused their empathetic energies, acting as anchors of clarity, helping others distinguish between their own emotions and the subtle manipulations of the architects. Sarah's photography became a crucial tool for identifying the architect's evolving tactics. Her images began to capture not just visual distortions and emotional residue, but fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures within the shimmering air, entities subtly influencing the interactions and amplifying negative emotions. These spectral intrusions, though faint, were a clear sign of the architect's growing boldness. Evelyn and Dr. Albright discovered that the architects were attempting to exploit moments of collective vulnerability, large public gatherings, times of heightened stress or anxiety within the city, to amplify their influence and create larger tiers in the veil. They theorized that a significant, coordinated act of discord could potentially shatter the harmonic shield and open a way for a more direct incursion. Our network began to focus on preemptive measures, organizing citywide events designed to foster collective joy, empathy, and unity during times of potential vulnerability. Flash mobs celebrating art and music, spontaneous acts of kindness, and citywide meditations were organized, creating powerful counterwaves of positive energy to reinforce the harmonic shield. I found myself at the forefront of these initiatives, drawing upon my own hard-won resilience to inspire others. Sharing my story of overcoming intrusive influence resonated deeply, empowering individuals to recognize and resist the more subtle manipulations of the architects. The act of fostering collective positivity felt like actively weaving new threads of strength into the city's fabric. Sarah's photographs from these events were filled with a vibrant golden light, the visual signature of the reinforced veil radiating outwards from the moments of shared joy and connection. These images served as powerful symbols of our collective resistance. However, the architect's final gambit began to unfold during a period of citywide anxiety surrounding a major weather event. As fear and uncertainty spread, the unsettling dreams intensified, becoming more vivid and terrifying, filled with images of the architect's realm bleeding into our own. The subtle discord in social interactions escalated, acts of aggression and paranoia becoming more frequent and intense. The harmonic shield flickered precariously. Evelyn and Dr. Albright identified the old asylum, the site of the initial major breach, as a likely focal point for the architect's coordinated attack. They believed the heightened collective anxiety was creating a surge of negative energy that would amplify the existing wound in the veil, allowing for a significant incursion. Our network mobilized for a final confrontation at the asylum. The sensitive individuals gathered within the reinforced protective circles, prepared to channel their collective empathy. Sarah's amplified camera focused on the sealed spiraling vortex, ready to unleash a final surge of disruptive energy. Evelyn and Dr. Albright prepared a potent counter-resonance ritual designed to sever the architect's connection to the city's collective consciousness. I stood at the center, drawing upon the full weight of my experience, ready to act as a conduit for the city's collective will to resist. The battle for the city's veil had reached its climax, a desperate struggle between unraveling and weaving, the fate of our reality hanging in the balance. The rising tide of fear threatened to shatter our defenses, but the interwoven threads of our unity held the promise of a final, resounding resistance. The city's hum was about to reach its breaking point, a final discordant note before the potential symphony of our collective liberation. Stage 5, The Ebbing Tide. Chapter 41, The Shattered Mirror and the Silent City. The air in the asylum's basement crackled with raw, volatile energy, the collective anxiety of the city a palpable force amplifying the deep wound in the veil. The sealed, spiraling vortex on the floor pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic light, mirroring the frantic beat of our hearts. The shared dreamscapes moments before a terrifyingly vivid intrusion of the architect's impossible realm lingered in our minds, a chilling premonition of the unraveling to come. The harmonic shield, strained to its breaking point, flickered erratically. The golden shimmer in Sarah's photographs fractured and distorted. The weight of responsibility felt absolute. The understanding that this final confrontation would determine the fate of our city, the delicate balance between weaving and utter unraveling. The sensitive individuals within the protective circles trembled, their empathetic energies straining against the rising tide of fear and discord emanating from the city. Sarah's amplified camera hummed with barely contained power, its lens fixed on the pulsating vortex. Evelyn and Dr. Albright chanted the counter-resonance ritual, their voices a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. I stood at the center, the nexus of our collective resistance, feeling the city's fear like a physical weight, the echoes of the architect's subtle manipulations a chilling whisper in my mind. But beneath the fear, a core of hard-won resilience burned, fueled by my own past battles and the unwavering support of Sarah and our network. As the storm outside raged, mirroring the tempest within the asylum, the pulsating vortex intensified, tearing a jagged rift in the air above it. The impossible architecture of the architect's realm began to bleed through, grotesque angles and non-Euclidean geometries twisting the familiar reality of the basement. The shadowy figures in Sarah's photographs materialized, their forms becoming more defined, their silent glee a palpable presence. The Architects of Dissolution were making their final push. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over the sensitive individuals, their carefully projected calm shattering. The harmonic shield sputtered and died, the golden shimmer in Sarah's photographs vanishing completely. The city's unseen hum became a deafening roar of chaotic energy. "Now!" Evelyn screamed, her voice barely audible above the din. The sensitive individuals, despite their fear, focused their intent, channeling a desperate surge of empathetic energy towards me. Sarah unleashed the amplified power of her camera, a blinding beam of disruptive energy lancing into the expanding rift. Evelyn and Dr. Albright's chanting reached a fever pitch, the counter-resonance ritual vibrating to the very foundations of the asylum. I drew upon the city's fear, not to succumb, but to transmute it, channeling it through my own hard-won resilience, focusing into a single, powerful wave of resistance. It felt like tearing myself open, dredging up every ounce of pain and terror I had endured, and weaponizing it against the encroaching darkness. The wave of my resistance collided with Sarah's disruptive energy and the counter-resonance ritual, creating a chaotic backlash against the expanding rift. The impossible architecture flickered violently. The shadowy figures recoiled. But the architect's power was immense. The rift continued to widen, their alien influence seeping into the asylum, twisting the familiar into the grotesque. The gleeful whispers intensified, a chorus of impending victory. Then, something unexpected happened. As the architect's influence reached its peak, the obsidian veil weaver on our mantelpiece at home, miles away, began to glow with an intense white light. A wave of pure, resonant energy emanated outwards, washing over the city. The source of the spring, deep within the hills, pulsed with renewed vibrancy, its life-giving energy flowing outwards, reinforcing the natural boundaries of our reality. And the scarred earth of the Blackwood estate, though still bearing the marks of the ancient gateway, resonated with the residual energy of the sealing ritual, a subtle counterfrequency to the architect's chaotic influence. These 3 points of power, the mended rift, the source of life, and the sealed gateway, acted in concert, creating a harmonic backlash against the architect's final push. Within the asylum, the impossible architecture flickered and began to recede. The shadowy figures shrieked in frustration as their connection to our reality weakened. The pulsating vortex sputtered and died, the jagged rift shrinking rapidly. The deafening roar of chaotic energy subsided, replaced by a profound, echoing silence. The city held its breath. When the silence finally broke, it was not with a familiar urban hum, but with an unsettling stillness. The pervasive feeling of unease had vanished, replaced by a strange emptiness. The vivid, unsettling dreams ceased. The subtle discord in social interactions evaporated. The architects of dissolution were gone, but the victory had come at a cost. The intense surge of collective energy, the final battle for the veil, had left its mark. The city felt different, quieter, almost too still. Sarah's photographs captured the aftermath, a city bathed in an unnatural calm, the golden shimmer of the reinforced veil now a faint, almost imperceptible trace. Evelyn's sensors registered a stable, but unusually low level of background energy. The sensitive individuals reported a profound sense of emptiness, a void where the architect's subtle influence had once been. The mirror had shattered. The city was silent. The tide had ebbed, leaving behind a landscape forever changed. The weight of responsibility now shifted to understanding the nature of this new silence, the potential consequences of severing such a deep and insidious connection. Had we truly won, or had we merely ushered in a new, more unsettling era? Chapter 42, The Weight of Absence. The unnatural silence that had fallen over the city persisted, a stark contrast of chaotic hum of unseen energies that had defined our reality for so long. It was a silence that felt heavy, pregnant with an unspoken absence, like a phantom limb ache for a presence we had fought so hard to eradicate. The vibrant pulse of urban life seemed muted, the usual cacophony of traffic and chatter subdued, replaced by an almost eerie stillness. Sarah's photographs, while now devoid of the architect's shadowy intrusions and the shimmering distortions, captured this unsettling quiet, the cityscapes appearing strangely vacant, as if a vital layer of reality had been peeled away. The sensitive individuals in our network described a profound emptiness, a void where the subtle manipulations and psychic static of the architects had once been a constant, unwelcome companion. The weight of absence settled upon us, a disquieting question mark hanging over our hard-won victory. The initial relief of the architect's departure had begun to give way to a gnawing unease. The silence wasn't peaceful. It felt like a vacuum, a space waiting to be filled. Evelyn's remote monitoring of the asylum showed a stable but unervingly low-energy signature around the sealed vortex, as if the interdimensional pathway had been completely severed, leaving behind an echoing void. Dr. Albright, his usual scholarly demeanor tinged with a worried frown, cautioned that such a sudden and complete severing could have unforeseen consequences, disrupting the delicate balance of energies within the veil itself. "Think of it like pulling a thread from a tapestry," he explained, his voice low and thoughtful. "It might resolve one snag, but it could loosen the surrounding threads, creating new points of instability." One of the first noticeable effects of the silence was a subtle shift in people's moods. While the irrational anger and pervasive unease had vanished, they were replaced by a general apathy, a lack of motivation, and a muted emotional landscape. Conversations felt less vibrant, interactions less engaging. It was as if the subtle psychic friction generated by the architects, however negative, had also been a form of low-level stimulation, and its absence had left a void. My own heightened senses felt strangely dulled. The piercing whine and the fleeting auditory hallucinations were gone, replaced by a profound quietude that felt almost unnatural. The subtle awareness of the vast, indifferent entities beyond the veil seemed to recede further, as if the severing of the architect's influence had also created a greater distance between our reality and the deeper layers of the unseen. Sarah's photography took on a melancholic tone, her lens capturing the vacant cityscapes and the subdued expressions of its inhabitants. The vibrant golden shimmer, the sign of the reinforced veil, remained a faint, almost imperceptible trace in only a few locations, primarily those where our community-building efforts had been strongest. Evelyn and Dr. Albright intensified their research, focusing on the potential long-term effects of severing such a significant interdimensional connection. They delved into texts describing the delicate balance of energies within the veil, the ways in which different entities and dimensions interacted, often in subtle and unseen ways. They theorized that the architects, despite their malevolent intentions, might have been part of a larger, more complex energetic ecosystem, and their sudden removal could have unforeseen repercussions. One area of particular concern was the potential for other entities, perhaps those less subtle and more overtly hostile, to be drawn to the void created by the architect's absence. The sudden silence could be interpreted as a sign of weakness, an invitation to those seeking to exploit vulnerabilities in the veil. Our network remained vigilant, the sensitive individuals actively scanning the psychic landscape for any new disturbances. Sarah continued her photographic documentation, looking for any subtle shifts in the city's energetic signature. Evelyn's remote monitoring of the asylum continued, searching for any signs of renewed activity around the sealed vortex. The weight of absence grew heavier with each passing day, the unnatural silence a constant reminder of the delicate balance we had disrupted. The ebbing tide had carried away a significant threat, but it also left behind a void, a space that felt both fragile and expectant. The true consequences of our victory remained to be seen, the potential for new, unforeseen challenges lurking in the unsettling quiet of our city. The silence was not peace. It was a question mark hanging over our future. Chapter 43. The Whispers in the Void. The unnatural silence that blanketed the city began to fray at the edges, subtle whispers seeping into the void left by the Architects of Dissolution. These weren't the gleeful taunts or the pervasive hum of their influence, but something different. Faint, fleeting sounds at the periphery of hearing, like distant conversations in an unknown language, or the rustling of unseen wings in the dead of night. Sarah's photographs, while still capturing the overall stillness, occasionally revealed faint, blurry shapes in the corners of frames, indistinct forms that defied logical explanation. The sensitive individuals in our network reported a shift in the psychic landscape, the profound emptiness now punctuated by sporadic bursts of unfamiliar energy, like distant echoes in a vast chamber. The weight of absence began to mingle with a growing sense of anticipation, a feeling that the void was not destined to remain empty. Evelyn's remote monitoring of the asylum showed a subtle increase in background energy around the sealed vortex, not the chaotic surges of the architects, but more diffuse, ambient presence. Dr. Albright, his concern deepening, theorized that the severing of such a significant interdimensional connection had created a kind of vacuum leak, drawing in other entities and energies from a vastness beyond the veil. The whispers, the blurry shapes, the sporadic energy bursts, they could be the first signs of new arrivals, drawn to the city's weakened state. The subtle shift in people's moods also began to evolve. The initial apathy started to lift, replaced by a low-level anxiety, a feeling of being watched or a sense that something was just out of place. Insomnia became more prevalent, and those who did sleep reported unsettling dreams, not the architecturally impossible landscapes of the architects, but more organic, shadowy forms lurking in the periphery of their subconscious. My own dulled senses began to flicker back to life, the profound quietude occasionally punctuated by faint, disorienting sounds, a single resonant chime that seemed to hang in the air, or a fleeting sensation of cold breath on the back of my neck when no one was near. The distant awareness of the vast entities beyond the veil seemed to intensify again, not with the oppressive presence of the architects, but with a sense of vast, unknowable curiosity directed our way. Sarah's photography started to focus on capturing these subtle anomalies, her lens becoming attuned to the edges of perception. The blurry shapes in her photographs became slightly more defined, sometimes resembling elongated figures or amorphous masses of shadow. The cityscapes, while still largely still, occasionally featured faint trails of distorted light, as if something unseen was moving just beyond the threshold of visibility. Evelyn and Dr. Albright intensified their research, delving into the lore of various interdimensional entities. Try to identify the potential newcomers based on the subtle clues we were gathering. The resonant chime Dr. Albright suggested could be a form of communication or a signature of a particular type of energy being. The shadowy, organic forms and dreams hinted at entities less structured, more primal in nature. The whispers became a primary focus. Evelyn began experimenting with sensitive audio recording equipment, hoping to capture and analyze the faint sounds. After hours of painstaking work, she managed to isolate a few recurring patterns, subtle phonetic structures that didn't correspond to any known human language. Dr. Albright, after listening to recordings, tentatively linked them to a class of entities known as the Observers, being said to be drawn to moments of significant interdimensional disruption, their primary purpose observation, and the gathering of knowledge. The blurry shapes in Sarah's photographs, Dr. Albright theorized, could be the observers themselves, their forms partially cloaked or existing just outside our normal visual spectrum. The sporadic bursts of unfamiliar energy detected by the sensitive individuals might be their attempts to subtly probe our reality, to understand the nature of the void left by the architects. The weight of absence was now being replaced by a growing sense of being watched, a feeling that the ebbing tide had merely exposed us to a new set of currents in the vast ocean of the unseen. The city, no longer humming with the architects' discord, was beginning to whisper with the curiosity of new arrivals. The fragile peace we had hoped for felt increasingly elusive, the battle for our reality potentially entering a new, more subtle, and perhaps even more unsettling phase. The silence was breaking, and the whispers in the void carried an air of cautious anticipation, the prelude to an unknown encounter. Chapter 44. The Gaze of the Observers. The whispers in the void grew more distinct, the faint, alien phonetics occasionally coalescing into what sounded like brief, questioning phrases, though their meaning remained elusive. Sarah's photographs captured the blurry shapes with increasing clarity, revealing elongated, vaguely humanoid forms that seemed to shimmer and distort the edges, as if partially out of phase with our reality. The sensitive individuals in our network reported a more consistent sense of being watched, a subtle pressure on their minds that felt like intense, silent scrutiny. The sporadic bursts of unfamiliar energy became more frequent and focused, sometimes accompanied by a fleeting sensation of coldness or a faint, metallic scent in the air. The weight of anticipation intensified, the feeling that the observers were no longer just passively observing, but actively trying to understand us. Their silent gaze a growing presence in our city. Evelyn's analysis of the captured whispers, aided by Dr. Albright's knowledge of obscure interdimensional dialects, yielded a tentative translation of a recurring phrase. Understanding the cessation, this suggested that the observers were indeed focused on the void left by the architects, trying to comprehend their sudden absence and the nature of the force that had driven them away. Their interest, it seemed, was primarily intellectual, a detached curiosity about a significant disruption in the interdimensional landscape. The subtle shift in people's moods continued, the low-level anxiety now tinged with a growing sense of unease and paranoia. More people reported feeling watched, experiencing vivid dreams of silent, elongated figures observing them from the shadows. The insomnia persisted, often accompanied by a feeling of being subtly probed or examined while lying awake. My own senses continued their recalibration. the disorienting sounds becoming more frequent and distinct. The resonant chime now occasionally resolved into a series of complex, non-musical tones that felt almost like a form of communication, though their meaning remained beyond my grasp. The sensation of cold breath intensified, sometimes accompanied by the fleeting image of a shimmering, elongated figure in the periphery of my vision. The distant awareness of the vast entities beyond the veil felt less indifferent, replaced by a subtle sense of attention. Sarah's photography became a direct attempt to document the observers. Using infrared and ultraviolet filters, she managed to capture more defined images of the shimmering figures, revealing smooth, featureless faces and slender, elongated limbs. The metallic scent reported by the sensitive individuals often coincided with the appearance of these figures in her photographs, suggesting a possible connection to their physical or energetic composition. Evelyn and Dr. Albright theorized that the observers, in their detached quest for understanding, might inadvertently create further instability in the already weakened veil. Their probing and attempts at communication, however subtle, could potentially attract the attention of other, less benign entities. The void left by the architects was not just an absence, it was an open door, and the observer's presence, while seemingly passive, could be an unwitting invitation. Our network debated how to respond to the observers. Direct confrontation seemed unwise, given their unknown capabilities and seemingly purely observational nature. Attempt to communicate directly with them carried the risk of misinterpretation or unintended escalation. The consensus was to proceed with caution, to continue documenting their presence while focusing on further strengthening the veil and restoring a more natural energetic balance to the city. Evelyn and Dr. Albright began researching methods of subtly influencing the observers, perhaps guiding their curiosity away from our reality or at least establishing clear boundaries. The resonant tones I was experiencing became a key focus, as they might represent a form of communication that we could potentially learn to understand and reciprocate. The weight of anticipation now carried a note of cautious hope. The observers, while unsettling in their silent scrutiny, did not appear to be overtly hostile. Their detached curiosity offered a potential window for a different kind of interaction, one based on understanding rather than conflict. The whispers in the void might yet evolve into a dialogue. The silent gaze of the observers a prelude to an unexpected form of interdimensional coexistence, or a pathway to unforeseen challenges. The ebbing tide had brought new, enigmatic inhabitants to our shores, and the nature of our relationship with them remained an open and slightly unnerving question. Chapter 45. The Language of Resonance. The faint, alien phonetics of the observer's whispers began to exhibit discernible patterns, recurring sequences that Evelyn and Dr. Albright painstakingly cataloged and analyzed. The tentative translation of understanding the cessation remained a frequent motif, often followed by shorter bursts of sounds that seemed to vary in response to events within the city, moments of intense emotion, significant energetic fluctuations, or even our own attempts at subtle observation. Sarah's photographs captured the shimmering figures with increasing detail, revealing not just their elongated forms and featureless faces, but subtle shifts in their posture and what appeared to be delicate, almost antenna-like structures extending from their heads, perhaps sensory organs attuned to energies beyond our normal perception. The sensitive individuals in our network reported a more directed quality to the observer's mental scrutiny, a feeling of being specifically examined during moments of focused thought or emotional resonance. The sporadic bursts of unfamiliar energy became more controlled, sometimes manifesting as brief pulses of resonant vibration that mirrored the complex tones I was experiencing. The weight of cautious hope now mingled with a growing sense of intellectual curiosity, the possibility of deciphering the observer's language and establishing a form of communication becoming increasingly tangible. Evelyn's linguistic analysis, combined with Dr. Albright's deep understanding of interdimensional communication methods, began to yield intriguing possibilities. The recurring phonetic patterns, they theorized, might not be a spoken language in the traditional sense, but a form of resonant communication, a language of vibrations and frequencies that transcended auditory perception. The complex tones I was experiencing could be key to understanding this language, a direct manifestation of their resonant interactions with our reality. We began to experiment with generating similar resonant frequencies, using specialized audio equipment, and focusing our collective mental intent. The sensitive individuals attempted to consciously project these frequencies outwards, while Sarah's camera, equipped with advanced spectral analysis software, monitored for any reaction from the observer's visual manifestations. The initial attempts yielded no discernible response. The whispers continued their detached inquiries. The shimmering figures maintained their silent observation, and the resonant energy pulses remained sporadic and seemingly random. But we persisted, refining our frequencies based on the subtle variations in the observer's vocalizations and the patterns within the resonant pulses I was experiencing. Then, during one of our focus projection sessions, as the sensitive individuals collectively held a specific resonant frequency, Sarah's camera captured a subtle shift in one of the shimmering figures. The antenna-like structures on its head seemed to twitch, and its elongated form momentarily stilled, as if in response. Simultaneously, the whispers ceased for a brief moment, replaced by a distinct, clear tone that mirrored the frequency we were projecting. It was a breakthrough, acknowledgement, communication. Over the following days and weeks, we continued to refine our resonant language, painstakingly building a rudimentary vocabulary of frequencies and intentions. The observers responded with cautious curiosity, their whispers becoming more directed, their visual manifestations exhibiting subtle changes in posture and movement in response to our resonant projections. The complex tones I experienced evolved, becoming more structured, almost like a call and response. We learned that the observers were indeed primarily interested in understanding the cessation, the sudden departure of the architects. Our resonant projections conveying information about the architects, their disruptive influence, and the nature of the force that banished them elicited the most significant responses: longer periods of focused observation, more complex resonant replies, and even subtle shifts in the shimmering figures' forms that seemed to indicate understanding or processing of information. It became clear that the observers possess a vast, detached intellect, their understanding of interdimensional dynamics far exceeding our own. Their communication was precise and analytical, devoid of emotional inflection. They seemed to view our reality as a complex system undergoing a significant perturbation, and their primary goal was to understand the mechanics of this disruption. The weight of cautious hope began to tilt toward a more profound sense of intellectual exchange. The silent gaze of the observers was evolving into a form of dialogue, a tentative first step towards understanding a consciousness utterly alien to our own. The whispers in the void were becoming a language of resonance, a bridge across the vast gulf of interdimensional understanding. The ebbing tide had not just brought new observers. It had presented an unprecedented opportunity for contact, a chance to learn from beings who existed far beyond the confines of our perceived reality, provided we could navigate the delicate nuances of their silent, resonant language. Chapter 46, The Silent Exchange. The language of resonance flourished, a silent exchange of frequencies and intentions bridging the gap between our human understanding and the detached intellect of the observers. Our rudimentary vocabulary of tones and projections expanded, each carefully crafted frequency eliciting a specific response, a subtle shift in the shimmering figures, a complex sequence of resonant chimes, or a focused burst of unfamiliar energy. The observers, in turn, began to initiate their own resonant phrases, intricate patterns of vibration that Evelyn and Dr. Albright meticulously analyzed, slowly piecing together their alien lexicon. Sarah's photographs became invaluable linguistic tools, capturing subtle visual correlates to specific resonant exchanges, a particular flicker in the shimmering figure's antenna-like structures corresponding to a query about the veil's stability, or a momentary stillness indicating comprehension of a complex concept. The sensitive individuals in our network became adept at perceiving the observer's resonant thoughts, subtle pressures and vibrations in their minds that conveyed a sense of focused inquiry or detached analysis. The weight of intellectual curiosity now outweighed the initial unease, the potential for profound interdimensional learning eclipsing the lingering apprehension. Through our silent, resonant dialogue, we glean fragments of the observer's understanding of the cosmos. They perceive reality as a vast, interconnected web of energy and dimensions, our universe merely one node within an infinite network. The veil, in their understanding, was a naturally occurring boundary, a semi-permeable membrane that regulated the flow of energy and interaction between these dimensions. The Architects of Dissolution, they conveyed through complex resonant patterns, were a localized anomaly, a disruptive force whose chaotic influence had briefly destabilized a significant portion of the interdimensional web in our vicinity. Their cessation, they indicated, was due to a powerful, localized energy surge, the combined effect of our banishment ritual and the inherent protective mechanisms of our reality. The observer's primary interest remained the study of the cessation event. They posed intricate resonant queries about the nature of our rituals, the source of our energy, and mechanics of our banishment techniques. Their inquiries were purely analytical, devoid of judgment or intent to interfere. They seemed to view us as a species capable of wielding significant, albeit poorly understood, interdimensional forces. We, in turn, pose our own resonant questions, seek and understand the observer's origins, their purpose, and the broader structure of the interdimensional web they inhabited. Their responses were measured and precise, conveying complex information through intricate sequences of resonant frequencies and subtle visual cues in Sarah's photographs. They indicated that they were a collective, a network of consciousness dedicated to the passive observation and cataloging of interdimensional phenomena. Their purpose, as far as we could understand, was purely epistemic, the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. The silent exchange deepened, evolving into a complex, multi-layered dialogue. We learned about other entities within the interdimensional web, beings of immense power and vastly different intentions than the architects. The observers conveyed warnings, not as expressions of concern, but as detached observations of potential future interactions based on energetic signatures and dimensional proximities. They indicated that the void left by the architects might eventually attract the attention of less passive entities, drawn to the instability and the newly established pathways of observation. Our network became a dedicated team of interdimensional linguists and cultural ambassadors, painstakingly translating the silent language of resonance. Evelyn and Dr. Albright developed sophisticated software to analyze the complex frequencies and visual patterns. Sarah's photographic documentation became a crucial archive of our ongoing exchange. The sensitive individuals acted as intuitive interpreters, providing nuanced insights into the observer's resonant thoughts and intentions. The weight of intellectual curiosity evolved into a profound sense of interspecies connection, a silent understanding forged across the vast gulf of dimensional difference. The gaze of the observers no longer felt like an unsettling scrutiny, but a shared act of inquiry, a mutual exploration of the intricate tapestry of reality. The whispers in the void had become a language of shared understanding, a testament to the potential for communication even between consciousnesses separated by unimaginable distances and fundamental differences in perception. The ebbing tide had brought not just observers, but potential allies in navigating the complex and often perilous currents of the interdimensional web, provided we could continue to learn and understand their silent, resonant language. Chapter 47, The Looming Shadows. The silent exchange of the observers deepened, evolving into a complex and nuanced interdimensional dialogue. Our understanding of their resonant language expanded, allowing for more intricate inquiries and detailed responses. We learned about the delicate balance of the interdimensional web, the intricate flows of energy that sustained its myriad realities, and the potential consequences of significant disruptions like the architect's chaotic influence. Sarah's photographic archive grew, each image a visual key to specific resonant exchanges, capturing subtle shifts in the observer's shimmering forms that conveyed complex information about dimensional proximities and energetic signatures. The sensitive individuals in our network became increasingly adept at interpreting the observer's resonant thoughts, their minds acting as sensitive receivers for the alien frequencies. The initial intellectual curiosity now carried a note of growing concern, The observers detached observations hinting at looming threats within the interdimensional web. Through intricate resonant exchanges, the observers began to convey warnings about other entities drawn to the void left by the architects. These were not beings of detached curiosity, but entities with more direct and potentially hostile intentions. They were drawn to the instability, the open pathways of observation, and the residual energetic signature of our banishment techniques, which the observers indicated was a beacon of power in the interdimensional web. The observers' resonant descriptions of these entities were unsettling. They conveyed a sense of immense power, ancient hunger, and a fundamental disregard for boundaries between dimensions. Their resonant names, intricate patterns of low-frequency vibrations, resonated with a primal unease within sensitive individuals. Sarah's photographs, taken during these exchanges, occasionally captured fleeting glimpses of darker, more substantial shadows lurking at the edges of the observer's shimmering forms, as if these entities were already beginning to observe us through the observer's established pathways. The observer's warnings were not delivered with emotion or alarm, but as detached analytical observations of potential future interactions. They conveyed probabilities based on energetic signatures and dimensional trajectories, highlighting entities whose paths were increasingly intersecting with our region of the interdimensional web. They indicated that these entities might perceive our reality as a source of energy or a territory to be claimed. Our network shifted its focus from pure intellectual exchange to proactive defense. Evelyn and Dr. Albright intensified their research into methods of shielding our reality from unwanted interdimensional attention. The resonant language we had established with the observers became a crucial tool, allowing us to ask specific questions about the vulnerabilities these entities might exploit and the types of energetic signatures they might be drawn to. The observers, in their detached way, provided invaluable information. They conveyed the specific resonant frequencies that acted as attractors for these entities and the types of energetic barriers that might offer resistance. They even shared rudimentary resonant blueprints for creating localized shielding fields. Armed with this information, Evelyn and Dr. Albright began to develop new protective rituals and technologies. The obsidian veil weaver became a central component. Its ability to manipulate the veil's energies potentially key to creating a stable shielding field. The resonant frequencies we had learned from the observers were incorporated into sonic emitters designed to disrupt the attractor signals. The sensitive individuals focused their mental energies on projecting protective barriers, guided by the observers' resonant instructions. Sarah's photography documented these preparations, capturing the intricate patterns of energy generated by our experimental shielding devices and the focused concentration of the sensitive individuals. The golden shimmer, the sign of a stable veil, began to appear more consistently around these protective efforts. The weight of intellectual curiosity now carried a heavy burden of responsibility. The ebbing tide had not only brought the enigmatic observers, but it also exposed us to looming shadows in the vast ocean of the unseen. Our silent exchange had become a crucial lifeline, providing the knowledge we needed to defend our reality from potential incursions. The whispers in the void now carried a note of urgent warning. The silent gaze of the observers, a shared vigil against the darkness that might soon be drawn to our fragile light. The delicate balance of interdimensional understanding had shifted towards a more pressing need for interdimensional defense. Chapter 48, The Forging of the Shield. The looming shadows in the interdimensional web, as described by the observers' resonant warnings, cast a long, unseen pall over our city. Their potential for incursion, driven by ancient hunger and a disregard for dimensional boundaries, spurred our network into a feverish effort to forge a robust defense. The silent exchange of the observers became a critical lifeline, their detached analytical insights providing the necessary knowledge to counteract these looming threats. Evelyn and Dr. Albright worked tirelessly, translating the observers' resonant blueprints into tangible shielding technologies and refining protective rituals. The obsidian veil weaver pulsed with a steady, focused energy as Evelyn experimented with channeling its power into localized shielding fields. The resonant frequencies we had learned became the foundation for sonic emitters, Their intricate patterns designed to disrupt the attractor signals that might draw unwanted attention. The sensitive individuals, guided by the observer's resonant instructions, honed their mental projections, learning to weave intricate layers of psychic defense. Sarah's photography documented this intense period of preparation, capturing the nascent shielding fields as faint, shimmering auroras around our test sites, visual proof of our progress in forging a defense against the unseen. The observers, through our ongoing resonant dialogue, continue to provide crucial intelligence. They identified specific energetic signatures to watch for, subtle fluctuations in the ambient interdimensional energy that would herald the approach of these hostile entities. They also conveyed information about potential weaknesses in our nascent shielding technologies, offering resonant corrections and refinements to our designs. Their assistance, though detached and purely analytical, was invaluable, a testament to the unexpected alliance forged across the vast gulf of dimensional difference. Our network established a citywide monitoring system, utilizing a combination of Evelyn's advanced sensors, the sensitive individual's psychic awareness, and Sarah's specialized photographic equipment to scan for the telltale energetic signatures. The sonic emitters, strategically placed at known weak points in the city's veil, ran continuous low-level resonant frequencies, a subtle deterrent against unwanted incursions. The protective rituals, adapted from ancient texts and refined to the observer's resonant guidance, were practiced regularly by our core group, a constant reinforcement of our defenses. I found myself playing a more active role in the forging of the shield, drawing upon my unique sensitivity to interdimensional energies. The resonant frequencies resonated deeply within me, and I learned to channel them through my own mental projections, adding another layer of stability to the nascent shielding fields. The memory of the possessing entity, once a source of terror, now served as a stark reminder of the potential consequences of a successful incursion, fueling my determination to build an impenetrable defense. Sarah's photography took on a more strategic focus, her lens acting as a visual early warning system. She developed techniques to amplify subtle energetic distortions in her images, allowing us to detect potential incursions even before they became apparent to our other monitoring methods. The appearance of darker, more defined shadows within the shimmering auroras of our shielding fields became a critical warning sign. Weeks turned into months, the city existing in a state of quiet anticipation, the ebbing tide having exposed us to both the potential for profound knowledge and the looming threat of ancient enemies. The forging of the shield progressed steadily, the layers of technological, psychic, and ritualistic defense becoming increasingly robust. The silent exchange of the observers remained a constant, their detached guidance a reassuring presence in the face of the unknown. Then, the telltale energetic signatures began to appear. Evelyn's sensors registered subtle but distinct fluctuations in the ambient interdimensional energy, patterns that matched the observer's resonant warnings. The sensitive individuals reported a growing sense of oppressive pressure, a feeling of being watched not with detached curiosity, but with a cold, predatory intent. Sarah's photographs captured fleeting glimpses of the darker shadows, no longer lurking at the periphery, but moving with deliberate purpose within the city's unseen landscape. The looming shadows had arrived. The forging of the shield was about to be tested. The silent exchange was about to become a desperate call for guidance in the face of a direct and imminent threat. The ebbing tide had brought us knowledge and a fragile defense, but the true battle for our reality was about to begin. Chapter 49, The Shadowed City. The telltale energetic signatures pulsed through Evelyn's monitoring system, a chilling confirmation of the observer's resonant warnings. A palpable sense of dread settled over our network as the sensitive individuals reported a suffocating pressure, a cold, predatory gaze that felt far more malevolent than the observer's detached scrutiny. Sarah's photographs now revealed the darker shadows with unsettling clarity, elongated, vaguely serpentine forms that ride just beyond the threshold of our normal perception, their movements hinting at immense power and predatory intent. The forging of our shield was no longer a theoretical exercise. It was the only barrier between our city and an ancient, hungry darkness. The silent exchange of the observers became a frantic consultation, a desperate plea for real-time guidance as the looming shadows began to encroach upon our reality. The observer's resonant responses were immediate and focused, their detached, analytical tone now carrying a subtle undercurrent of urgency. It was difficult to interpret their alien emotions, but the speed and intensity of their resonant communications conveyed the gravity of the situation. They identified the specific resonant frequencies that seemed to attract these entities most strongly and provided precise countermeasures, specific sonic frequencies, to disrupt their sensory perception and intricate psychic patterns to confuse their navigation. They reiterated the weaknesses in our initial shielding attempts, highlighting areas where the energetic barriers were thinnest and offering resonant patches to reinforce them. Our network sprang into action, implementing the observer's real-time guidance. The sonic emitters intensified their output, bathing the city in a complex web of disruptive frequencies, inaudible to human ears, but designed to confuse the approaching entities. The sensitive individuals focused their collective mental energy, weaving the intricate psychic patterns provided by the observers, creating a disorienting labyrinth within the unseen landscape. Evelyn and Dr. Albright worked to recalibrate the citywide shielding grid, incorporating the resonant patches to reinforce the weakest points, their movements precise and urgent. Sarah's photography became a crucial tool for tracking the entity's movements. By focusing her lens on areas where the energetic signatures were strongest, she managed to capture increasingly clear images of the serpentine shadows, their forms occasionally flickering into full visibility for brief, terrifying moments. These images provided invaluable visual intelligence, allowing us to anticipate their movements and direct our defenses accordingly. I found myself acting as a central conduit, channeling the observer's resonant instructions directly to the rest of the network. The alien frequencies resonated within me, and I learned to translate their complex patterns into actionable directives, my heightened sensitivity now a crucial asset in this desperate battle. The memory of the possessing entity, its cold, relentless hunger, fueled my determination to keep these new, even more powerful entities at bay. The city itself began to react to the unseen incursion. Strange atmospheric phenomena manifested. Sudden drops in temperature in localized areas, unexplained electrical surges, and a pervasive feeling of unease that even those unaware of the paranormal could sense. The ebbing tide had exposed us to the vastness of the unseen, and now, the first waves of new, more dangerous current were crashing against our shores. The observer's resonant communications indicated that the entities were drawn to residual energy of the Blackwood Gateway, a lingering beacon in the interdimensional web. They theorized that the entities might attempt to reopen the gateway, seeking a more direct and stable pathway into our reality. Our defenses therefore focused on reinforcing the Blackwood estate, layering it with multiple levels of sonic, psychic, and energetic shielding. The battle for our city unfolded in the unseen realm, a silent war fought with frequencies, psychic projections, and focused intention. Sarah's photographs became a terrifying record of the encroaching darkness, the serpentine shadows growing larger and more defined, their predatory gaze seemingly fixed upon our reality. The observer's resonant guidance was our only lifeline, their detached intellect our unlikely ally against an ancient, hungry foe. The shadowed city held its breath, the fate of its inhabitants hanging in the balance as we desperately fought to hold back the rising tide of a new and terrifying darkness. Chapter 50. The Breaking Dawn. The shadowed city held its breath, the silent war against the encroaching serpentine entities escalating with terrifying speed. Evelyn's monitoring systems blared with increasingly violent energetic fluctuations, the observer's resonant warnings becoming frantic bursts of complex frequencies. The sensitive individuals in our network were overwhelmed by a crushing psychic pressure, the predatory gaze of the entities feeling like a physical weight threatening to shatter their minds. Sarah's photographs were now filled with the writhing forms of the serpentine shadows, their scales shimmering with an unnatural luminescence as they clawed at the edges of our reality, their hunger palpable. The Blackwood estate, the lingering beacon in the interdimensional web, became the epicenter of their assault, the veil around it tearing under the immense pressure. The forging of our shield was being pushed to its absolute limit, the breaking dawn of a new, terrifying reality seemingly inevitable. The observer's resonant communications, though still detached in tone, conveyed a stark assessment. The entities were far more powerful and far more determined than initially anticipated. Their ability to adapt to our sonic and psychic countermeasures was unnerving, their movements becoming more unpredictable and their attacks more direct. The resonant patches to our shielding grid were being overwhelmed, the energetic barriers flickering and failing under the relentless assault. Our network rallied, drawing upon every ounce of strength and resilience we possessed. Evelyn rerouted power to the sonic emitters, pushing them beyond their safety limits, bathing the Blackwood estate in a deafening barrage of disruptive frequencies. The sensitive individuals, despite the agonizing psychic pressure, focused their collective will, weaving even more intricate and aggressive psychic deterrents, their minds battling the ancient hunger of the entities in a desperate, unseen war. Dr. Albright, drawing upon his deep knowledge of ancient banishment rituals, prepared a final, desperate counterattack, a high-risk maneuver designed to sever the entity's connection to our reality. I stood at the heart of our defense, the observer's resonant instructions flowing through me, my heightened sensitivity allowing me to anticipate the entity's movements and direct our countermeasures in real time. The serpentine shadows writhed and lunged in Sarah's photographs, their eyes burning with a cold, ancient light as they focused their attention on me, the conduit of our resistance, the memory of the possessing entity. Its chilling violation now fueled a white-hot rage, a primal determination to protect our city from this even greater darkness. Sarah, her hands shaking but her resolve unwavering, focused her amplified camera on the tearing veil above the Blackwood estate, preparing to unleash a final, concentrated blast of disruptive energy at a precise moment of Dr. Albright's ritual. The breaking dawn of the physical world was still hours away, but the dawn of an interdimensional incursion felt imminent. As the serpentine entities converged on the Blackwood estate, their forms now almost fully visible, their immense size and terrifying power dwarfing our previous encounters, Dr. Albright began his ritual, his voice a low, resonant chant that echoed with ancient power. Simultaneously, I channeled the observer's final resonant instruction, a complex frequency designed to momentarily disrupt the entity's connection to their home dimension. Now, Sarah, I roared, the observer's alien resonance vibrating in my chest. Sarah unleashed the full power of her camera, a searing beam of light and energy lancing into the tearing veil. The serpentine entities recoiled, their forms flickering violently as the disruptive frequency hit them. Dr. Albright's chant reached its crescendo, and he hurled a specially prepared artifact towards a vortex above the estate. A blinding flash of light erupted from the Blackwood estate, followed by a deafening shriek that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. The serpentine entities recoiled violently, their forms dissolving into writhing shadows. The tearing veil above the estate began to shrink, the impossible geometries of the other dimension receding. The crushing psychic pressure on the sensitive individuals lifted. The violent energetic fluctuations on Evelyn's monitor subsided. Sarah's photograph showed the serpentine shadows receding, their forms becoming indistinct, their ancient light fading. The observer's final resonant communication was a single, clear tone of finality, detachment. It was difficult to interpret, but the sense was unmistakable. The immediate threat had passed. The unnatural stillness that had followed the architect's departure did not return. Instead, a fragile, exhausted quiet settled over the city, the distant hum of the recovering veil a faint but reassuring presence. The breaking dawn of the physical world painted the sky with hues of hope and relief. The looming shadows had been pushed back. The forging of our shield, though battered and weakened, had held. The silent exchange with the observers had been our salvation. The ebbing tide had tested us to our breaking point. But in the face of ultimate darkness, the resilience of our network, the unexpected alliance with alien observers, and the enduring strength of the human spirit had prevailed. The dawn had broken, not into a new age of terror, but into a fragile, hard-won morning. The battle was over for now, but the awareness of the vast, unseen ocean and potential for future tides remained, a constant reminder of the vigilance required to protect our fragile reality.